Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The Light of Lost Kings. The wind howled through the desolate plains, a mournful wail that seemed to carry with it the echoes of an age-long past. The vast landscape was barren, marked only by the occasional jagged rock or the faint, crumbling ruins of what had once been a mighty kingdom. But now, all that remained was dust and silence, broken only by the whispers of a forgotten world. In the distance, the silhouette of a solitary figure moved across the land. Cloaked in dark robes, their face hidden beneath the hood, they moved with a purposeful grace, as though the land itself were guiding their steps. The wind seemed to bend around them, as though it recognized the presence of something ancient. Something that belonged to this forsaken place. The figure's name was Lyra, and she had traveled far to reach this desolate place, a land untouched by time, a land where the past lingered like a shadow, waiting to be uncovered. She had heard the stories of kings who had once ruled over these plains, of a kingdom that had thrived for centuries before falling into ruin. The legend spoke of a treasure, a powerful artifact hidden in the heart of the kingdom, one that could change the course of history, but the treasure was not what called to Lyra. It was the light. The light of the lost kings. For as long as she could remember, Lyra had been haunted by dreams, visions of kings in gilded thrones. Their faces etched with sorrow and wisdom. They spoke to her in whispers, urging her to find their light, to restore their kingdom to its former glory. The dreams had become more frequent, more vivid, until she could no longer ignore the pull that led her here, to this forgotten land. The journey had not been an easy one. Lyra had faced treacherous mountains, dense forests, and fierce storms, all the while feeling the weight of the king's calls growing stronger with each passing day. It was as though the very earth itself was guiding her, pulling her toward a destiny she could not fully understand. As she approached the ruins, the wind seemed to grow colder, its howl more urgent. She paused for a moment, surveying the landscape before her. The remnants of an ancient city stretched out before her, broken walls, toppled statues, and shattered pillars that once held up grand palaces and temples. But now, all that remained was the skeleton of a civilization long forgotten. Lyra's gaze fell on the largest of the ruins, the remnants of a palace that towered over the rest of the city. Its once majestic spires had crumbled, but there was still something regal about it, as if the spirit of the kings who had once ruled here still lingered in its ruins. With a determined stride, Lyra made her way toward the palace. The stones beneath her feet seemed to hum with a quiet energy, as though they recognized her presence. She could feel it in the air, an ancient power that pulsed from deep within the earth, drawing her closer to the heart of the kingdom. As she stepped through the crumbling archway and entered the palace, a strange stillness settled over her. The air was thick with dust and the scent of decay, but beneath it all, there was a faint glow, a light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Lyra's heart quickened as she followed the faint light, her footsteps echoing in the empty halls. The walls were covered in faded tapestries, their once vibrant colors now reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. The floors were cracked and uneven, the remnants of grand marble tiles now little more than rubble. And yet, despite the ruin, there was a sense of awe that filled the space, a reverence for something lost, something sacred. She moved deeper into the palace, her eyes scanning the walls for any sign of the light that had drawn her here. And then, at the end of a long corridor, she saw it, a faint glow emanating from a large set of double doors, their once gilded surfaces now tarnished with age. With a sense of purpose, Lyra approached the doors. Her fingers brushed against the cold metal, and as she did, a strange shiver ran down her spine. She had felt this before, the sensation of being on the cusp of something monumental. Of standing at the threshold of a great discovery. Without hesitation, she pushed open the doors. The room beyond was unlike anything Lyra had ever seen. It was vast, its high ceilings lost in shadow, but the light, brighter now, more intense, seemed to radiate from the very walls. The source of the glow was a pedestal at the center of the room, upon which rested a crown. The crown was made of gold, its intricate design studded with gemstones that sparkled even in the dim light. But it was not the crown that held Lyra's attention, it was the aura that surrounded it, a faint but undeniable energy that seemed to call to her. As she stepped closer, the air around her seemed to crackle with power. She could feel the weight of centuries pressing down on her, as though the room itself had been waiting for her arrival. The crown was a symbol, a key to something much larger, something that had been lost to time. Lyra reached out, her hand trembling slightly as she touched the crown. The moment her fingers made contact with the cold metal, a shock of energy surged through her, and her vision went white. For a moment, there was nothing but light, a brilliant, all-consuming light that filled her senses, blinding her to everything else. She felt herself being pulled, as though the very fabric of reality was stretching around her, bending to the will of the light. She could hear voices, whispers, familiar yet distant, calling her name, urging her to follow, to listen, to understand, and then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the light faded. Lyra blinked, disoriented, and found herself standing in the center of the room, the crown still in her hand. But everything had changed. The palace around her was no longer in ruin. The walls gleamed with freshly polished marble, the tapestries vibrant with color, and the air was alive with the hum of power. The room was no longer empty. A figure stood before her, tall, regal, with eyes that seemed to glow with an inner fire. The figure wore robes of deep red and gold, and a crown, identical to the one Lyra held in her hand, rested atop their head. "You have come," the figure said, their voice a deep, resonant sound that seemed to echo through the room. "You have answered the call of the lost kings." Lyra's heart skipped a beat as she stared at the figure. Who are you?" The figure smiled, a sad, knowing smile. "I am the last of the kings of this land, the keeper of its light. And you, Lyra, are the one chosen to restore what was lost." The figure before Lyra was like a vision from another world. His regal presence radiated an authority that felt both ancient and eternal. He stood as though carved from the very essence of the kingdom he had once ruled, his dark, piercing eyes filled with a deep, sorrowful wisdom. His crown, much like the one in Lyra's hand, gleamed with a supernatural light, a light that seemed to pulse with life, as though it were more than just a symbol of power. It was a vessel of something far greater. Lyra's fingers tightened around the crown she held, and she could feel the vibrations of the light thrumming through her skin. She didn't know what was happening, but there was no denying the truth in the king's words. She had come here for a reason. She had felt the pull long before her journey began, the quiet whispers of the kings who had once ruled this land, urging her to find them, to find the light. But now, standing before the king, a rush of uncertainty swept over her. What was she supposed to do? How could she restore what had been lost? When she didn't even understand what had been taken, the king's gaze softened, and he took a step toward her, his movements graceful and sure. "You wonder why you were chosen," he said, his voice like a deep, soothing melody. "You wonder why this crown called to you, why the light of the lost kings rests within your hands." Lyra nodded, the weight of the crown suddenly feeling too much to bear. She had never imagined herself as anything more than a wanderer, a seeker of answers. How could someone like her be the one to restore a kingdom that had crumbled centuries ago? The king smiled faintly. "The answer is simple, though it may be difficult to comprehend. You are not just a wanderer, Lyra. You are the heir to this kingdom, the last living descendant of the royal bloodline." The words hit Lyra like a thunderclap, and for a moment, she could do nothing but stand in stunned silence. What?" she managed to say, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I don't understand. How can I be the heir? I have no family, no lineage." The king's expression softened even more, and he gestured toward the walls of the palace. The kingdom of Eloria was built upon a foundation of light, a light passed down through generations of kings. But that light was never just a power, a force to be wielded. It was a promise. A promise to protect the land, to guide it through times of darkness. But in the end, the kings failed. The light was extinguished, and the kingdom fell. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in before continuing. Eloria was lost to the world, buried beneath centuries of decay. But the light of the kings did not die completely. It remained, hidden, waiting for the one who would come to claim it once more. Lyra felt a sudden rush of heat. Her heart raced in her chest as if the very blood in her veins were starting to boil. She looked down at the crown, its gemstones now burning with an almost unbearable intensity. The light wasn't just within the room, it was within her, too, pulsing beneath her skin. "You are that one, Lyra. You are the one who was chosen to awaken the light. To restore the kingdom," the king said gently. "But the path before you will not be easy. The light is fragile, and the darkness that swallowed Eloria is still out there, waiting to reclaim what was lost." Lyra's mind whirled. It was all too much, too overwhelming. Her whole life had been a search for purpose, a search for meaning in a world that seemed to offer neither. And now, in this forgotten land, she was being told that she was the key to something vast and powerful, a kingdom lost to time, a light that had been extinguished, and a darkness that still threatened to consume everything. But how do I restore it? She asked, her voice shaking slightly. How do I bring back what's been lost for so long? The king's expression darkened, and for the first time, she saw a flicker of something almost like regret in his eyes. The restoration of Eloria is not simply a matter of bringing the light back. It requires a sacrifice, Lyra. A great sacrifice. Lyra's heart clenched. She had known, somewhere deep inside, that there was more to this than she had been told. Nothing of such importance came without a price. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. What kind of sacrifice? She asked, her voice barely audible. The king turned away, gazing at the walls of the palace as though looking beyond them, into the long-forgotten past. The light cannot be restored without balance. The darkness that devoured the kingdom must be confronted. And in doing so, it must be erased. But the darkness is not just a force, it is a reflection of the desires, the weaknesses, and the fears that lie within every heart. To defeat it, you must first confront your own darkness. Your own fears. Lyra felt a shiver run down her spine. She had always known that she carried darkness within her, that sense of not belonging, of being lost. But to confront it, to face it head-on, was something else entirely. And when I do? She asked, though she already knew the answer. The king's voice was soft but filled with a sorrow that seemed to echo across the centuries. Only then will you be able to claim the light fully. Only then will you be able to restore Eloria. For a long moment, the room was silent, the only sound the distant hum of energy that seemed to radiate from the walls themselves. Lyra looked at the crown in her hands, the light flickering softly like a pulse of life. She could feel it now, that connection between herself and the lost kings. She could feel their hopes, their dreams, their burdens. She took another deep breath, steadying her racing heart. The path before her was shrouded in uncertainty, but she knew one thing for certain: she had come too far to turn back. This was her purpose now. She would restore Eloria, no matter the cost. I will do it, she said, her voice filled with a quiet determination. I will confront my fears. I will face the darkness. The king nodded, his eyes filled with a quiet pride. Then, Lyra, the journey begins now. But remember, light cannot exist without darkness. And the greatest challenge lies in finding the balance between them. The air around her seemed to hum, and Lyra could feel a new sense of purpose igniting within her. She had stepped into a new world, a world where the past and future were intertwined, where the light of lost kings still burned, waiting for someone brave enough to carry it forward. The king's words lingered in the air like a faint, haunting melody, vibrating with the weight of their meaning. Lyra stood still, the crown still clasped in her trembling hands. Her heart beat loudly in her chest, as if it, too, recognized the gravity of the journey she was about to undertake. The light that pulsed within the crown seemed to mirror the flickering of her own resolve. It was bright, fragile, and yet undeniably present. The king, now standing in the shadows of the palace, gave her a final, lingering look. The darkness is not just an external force. It is within every heart, Lyra, waiting to be awakened. You will face it in many forms, but the greatest test will be when it manifests in your own soul. His words echoed in her mind as he turned to leave, the faint glow of his crown fading into the depths of the room. Lyra remained frozen in place for a long moment, staring at the crown in her hands. It was so much more than just a piece of gold and jewels. It was a key to a forgotten kingdom, to a legacy that stretched back beyond the reach of time itself. She had never asked for this, never sought it out. And yet, here she was, standing at the crossroads of destiny, her path laid out before her like a river flowing into the unknown. Taking a deep breath, Lyra carefully placed the crown upon her head. The moment it touched her brow, a surge of energy shot through her, far stronger than anything she had ever felt before. Her vision blurred, her surroundings warping and shifting, until everything around her seemed to dissolve into a blinding light. When the light finally faded, she found herself standing at the edge of a great cliff, overlooking a vast and shadowed land. The air here was heavy, thick with an almost tangible sense of despair. The land stretched out before her, dark forests and ruined cities lying in wait beneath the choking clouds that hung low in the sky. The wind whispered of something ancient and forgotten, a promise broken long ago. This was not the palace. This was not the place she had been in moments ago. This was the heart of Eloria, the kingdom before it fell into ruin. Lyra's breath caught in her throat as she took in the sight before her. The once great kingdom now lay in shambles, its cities abandoned, its fields barren. The people were gone, their names lost to the wind, but their legacy remained, etched into the very bones of the land. She looked down at the ground beneath her feet. The earth here was cracked, scarred by time and war. But amidst the decay, there was a faint, pulsing light, barely visible, but undeniably there, emanating from deep within the heart of the land. It called to her. She took a step forward, her mind reeling with questions, with uncertainty. Where was she? What was this place? And how could she begin to confront the darkness that had once consumed this kingdom? The wind howled again, louder now, as if in answer to her thoughts. And then, from the shadows of the distant forest, something moved. A figure, cloaked in black, emerged from the trees, their presence like a shadow that stretched long and endless. Lyra felt a chill run down her spine, and instinctively, she reached for the crown on her head, feeling the light within it pulse in response to the approaching figure. The light was faint, but it was there, protecting her, guiding her. It would help her face whatever came next. The figure drew closer, their movements slow but deliberate. As they approached, Lyra could see more clearly the dark cloak they wore, the tattered edges fluttering in the wind, as though the fabric had once been fine but was now worn and weathered by time. Their face was hidden beneath a hood, and their hands were wrapped in black gloves, fingers adorned with silver rings. The figure stopped just a few paces away from her, and for a moment, there was silence, a stillness that seemed to stretch on forever. "You have come," the figure said, their voice low and guttural, as though it had not been used in many years. It was not a question, but a statement, one that carried with it both recognition and a sense of inevitability. Lyra stood firm, her eyes narrowing as she studied the figure. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice steadied despite the fear that churned within her. The figure's hooded gaze turned toward her, their eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. "I am a remnant of what once was," they replied. "A forgotten servant, bound to the darkness that swallowed this kingdom." Lyra felt a shiver run through her, but she stood her ground. "The darkness," she repeated. "It is still here, isn't it?" The figure nodded slowly, a dark smile tugging at the corners of their lips. Yes, it is here, in the very air you breathe. It is the corruption that seeps through the soil, the sorrow that clings to the walls of this land. It is the echo of kings who failed, of promises broken and trust betrayed. It is the heart of Eloria's fall. Lyra's heart clenched at the weight of their words. She had felt it, the heaviness of the land, the burden of a lost kingdom, and now she understood, truly understood, that the darkness was not just an external force. It was woven into the very fabric of this place, like a disease that could not be eradicated easily. The figure tilted their head, studying her with keen interest. You are the one, then. The one the kings have chosen to restore the light. There was a trace of mockery in their voice, but also a glimmer of something else, a fear, perhaps. Do you truly believe you can undo what has been done? Do you think the light will save this place? Lyra's grip tightened around the crown on her head. I believe the light is the only chance this land has left. And I will restore it, no matter what. The figure's expression shifted, as though they were weighing her words, considering the resolve in her voice. Finally, they spoke again, their tone colder now, almost challenging. Then you must face the darkness. Not just in this land, but in yourself. Only then will you be able to wield the light. Only then will you be worthy of the crown. With that, the figure turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving Lyra standing at the edge of the cliff, the weight of their words pressing down on her like a stone. She could feel it now. The darkness was not just a force she could fight with swords or magic. It was something deeper, something she would have to confront within herself. Her doubts, her fears, the shadows of her own past, but she was not alone. The light of the kings was within her. And with it, she had the strength to face whatever darkness lay ahead, and so, with the crown upon her head, Lyra turned toward the heart of Eloria, her step steady as she began the long journey to confront the shadows, and to restore the light. Lyra's journey through the shadowed lands of Eloria felt like a dream, a haunting, half-forgotten vision of a world that had once been vibrant and full of life. Now, it was a place of stillness, broken only by the occasional rustle of wind through the dying trees or the distant cry of some unseen creature. The air was thick with the weight of history, with the burden of a kingdom long lost to time. Her feet carried her onward, though the path was unclear. The land stretched before her in vast, desolate plains, the remnants of a once thriving kingdom now reduced to ruins. She passed the ruins of what might have been a village, the crumbled stone walls half buried in the earth, the remains of what looked like a grand marketplace now overtaken by creeping vines. Nature had reclaimed the land, but there was no beauty in this reclamation, only a haunting silence that seemed to echo the emptiness of the past. The crown atop her head pulsed faintly with light, a reminder of the promise that had been made, the responsibility she now carried. Every so often, the light would flicker in response to something unseen, as though it was searching. Calling out to something lost, something buried deep within the earth, or perhaps within herself. It had been days since she had entered this forgotten land, and the weight of her task had begun to settle heavily on her shoulders. She had never asked to be the chosen one, never sought out this destiny, but here she was, walking through the ruins of a kingdom that once knew light and joy. A kingdom that now only knew darkness. As she walked through the broken remnants of what might have once been the capital, she found herself drawn to a grand, crumbling tower in the distance. The tower was half collapsed, its once grand spires now jutting at odd angles into the sky like the jagged teeth of some great beast. Yet, despite its decay, it still stood, its stone walls weathered but resilient, like a faint heartbeat in the chest of a dying world. Something about it called to her. Lyra approached the tower slowly, her footsteps careful on the uneven ground. The closer she got, the more she could feel the pull of the crown, as if the light within it was drawing her toward the tower, toward whatever lay hidden inside. She reached the entrance, a large archway framed by cracked stone. The door had long since fallen away, leaving only the hollow emptiness of the tower's interior. Lyra hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside, the cool air of the tower brushing against her skin. The interior was dark. The only light coming from the crown upon her head, which shimmered faintly in the gloom. The stone walls of the tower were covered in strange symbols, glyphs that Lyra didn't recognize, their meanings long lost to time. Some were etched deep into the stone, while others were barely visible, fading as if they had been forgotten by the very air that had once carried them. As she ventured deeper into the tower, the ground beneath her feet shifted. Her heart quickened. There was something here, something ancient, something tied to the kingdom's fall. She could feel it in the air, in the way the light from the crown pulsed stronger, its glow growing brighter the further she went. At the center of the tower, she found it, a large, circular chamber with a grand pedestal at its heart. Upon the pedestal lay a single, crystalline object, glowing softly in the dim light of the room. Lyra approached it cautiously, her breath held in awe. The crystal seemed to hum with a quiet, steady energy, a reflection of the light that had once filled the kingdom of Eloria. As she reached out to touch the crystal, the room seemed to shift around her. The stone walls trembled, and the air grew thick, pressing in on her from all sides. The crown on her head pulsed once, twice, its light flickering in time with the growing intensity in the room. Then, the voice came, a low, distant whisper, as though it were coming from the very walls themselves. "You have come, Lyra." Her heart raced, and she looked around, her eyes wide with fear, but there was no one to be seen. The voice was both familiar and foreign, like a memory long buried but now beginning to resurface. She could feel the weight of its presence, as though the very essence of the tower was speaking to her. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling despite herself. The whispering voice continued, growing clearer, though still distant and ethereal. "We are the keepers of Eloria's light. We are the echoes of the kings who ruled this land, guardians of its soul. The light you seek is within you, Lyra. But you must face the darkness before it can be restored." Lyra's pulse quickened. She had come so far, endured so much, but now, standing before the pedestal and hearing the voices of the lost kings, doubt began to creep into her heart. How could she, a wanderer, a stranger to this land, bear such a heavy responsibility? "You must understand, Lyra," the voice whispered, as if sensing her turmoil, "the darkness is not just an enemy to fight. It is a part of the land, a part of you. To heal Eloria, you must first heal the wounds within yourself. The darkness you face is not only external, it is the reflection of your own fears and regrets." Lyra recoiled, taking a step back from the pedestal. She could feel it now, the darkness, not just in the land around her, but within her own heart. It was a part of her, as much a part of her as the light she carried. She had spent so long running from her past, running from the pain and fear that had shaped her life. But now she realized that she could not outrun it forever. The light will not save you, Lyra, unless you accept the darkness within yourself, the voice continued. Only by embracing both can you restore the kingdom. The words hung heavy in the air, and Lyra stood there, frozen, the crown on her head now feeling like a weight too great to bear. How could she face the darkness within herself? How could she confront the very fears and doubts that had haunted her for as long as she could remember? And yet, there was no choice. The crown pulsed with light, urging her forward, guiding her towards something beyond the fear, beyond the darkness. It was time to face what she had always feared, to confront the shadows that lay within her own soul. With a deep breath, Lyra reached for the crystal. As her fingers brushed against its smooth surface, the world around her shifted once again, the air growing heavier, the whispers of the lost kings growing louder. It was time to begin the next stage of her journey, one that would require not only courage, but the strength to embrace the darkness and light within her. The moment Lyra touched the crystal, a surge of energy coursed through her. Powerful and overwhelming. It felt as though the very fabric of the tower around her had come alive, its ancient stones humming with a deep, resonant vibration. The light of the crown upon her head flared bright, and for a moment, everything seemed to vanish, the chamber, the land, even time itself. She was suspended in a vast, endless space of pure light, where nothing existed but her and the light pulsing from the crystal in her hand. In the infinite stillness, a voice spoke to her, calm and distant, as though it came from the heart of the very universe itself. You have touched the heart of Eloria, Lyra. And in doing so, you have awakened the past. Lyra could feel the weight of the words pressing upon her. And yet, they were not entirely unfamiliar. She had known, deep within her, that the journey she had begun was not just about saving a fallen kingdom. It was about confronting something far deeper, the forgotten history that had shaped Eloria, and the part of herself that was entwined with it. You seek to restore what has been lost, the voice continued. But in order to heal this land, you must first understand the nature of its fall. The light that once shone so brightly here was not the light of purity alone. It was born from the struggle between light and shadow, a delicate balance that has now been shattered. The words reverberated through her, striking deep at the core of her understanding. She had thought that the light alone would be enough to heal this broken world, but now she understood, it was not the light that would restore Eloria. It was the understanding of the darkness, the acceptance of its existence, that would bring balance. Only when both could coexist could the kingdom truly be restored. The crystal pulsed again, this time with a deeper, more resonant hum. Images began to form around her, flickers of memory, flashes of a time long gone, of kings and queens standing in splendor, of battles fought and lost, of a kingdom once bathed in light but now lost to the tides of time. The images twisted and warped before her eyes, like a dream she couldn't grasp fully. But she knew, instinctively, that she was witnessing the fall of Eloria. The kings, once noble and proud, stood atop their thrones, faces set in grim determination. But there was something hidden in their eyes, an unsettling darkness, a corruption that had slowly taken root in their hearts. They had wielded the light, yes, but they had also allowed the darkness to fester within them. It had been their pride, their refusal to acknowledge the shadows within, that had led to the kingdom's downfall. And then, there was the queen, the one who had been Lyra's ancestor. Her face was soft, her eyes filled with both wisdom and sorrow. She was the one who had tried to fight against the darkness. The one who had sought to bring balance to the kingdom. But even she, with all her knowledge and power, had fallen. She had died, taking the last of the light with her, leaving only the shattered remnants of a kingdom that had once known peace. The vision shifted, and Lyra saw herself, standing in a vast hall, the crystal crown upon her head, her face a reflection of the same sorrow and determination she had seen in her ancestors' eyes. She was not merely a bystander in this vision, she was a part of it, as though her very being was woven into the fabric of this ancient history. "You are the heir of Eloria's last hope, Lyra," the voice whispered, almost a sigh. "The blood of the kings runs through your veins. But so too does the blood of the fallen. The darkness you face is not an enemy to be vanquished, but a force to be understood. It is part of you, just as the light is." The word struck Lyra with the force of a revelation. She had always thought of darkness as something external, something to fight against. But now she realized that it was not just an enemy, it was a reflection of the human soul itself. The light and the shadow were not separate entities, they were two sides of the same coin, both necessary for balance, both parts of the same truth. The crystal in her hand began to pulse faster, its light flickering like a heartbeat. The voice spoke again, its tone more urgent now. "The balance has been lost, Lyra. The darkness that destroyed Eloria is not gone. It waits for the moment to return. You must find the source of that darkness, the heart of the corruption that still festers within this land. It lies deep within the ruined city of Solstice. There, you will find the answers you seek. But be warned, the darkness will try to break you. It will try to consume you, just as it consumed those who came before." Lyra's heart raced at the mention of Solstice. She had heard whispers of the ruined city, the place where the final battle had been fought, the place where the last remnants of the kingdom had been destroyed. It was said to be cursed, a place where even the bravest of souls dared not tread. Yet, it was the very place she needed to go to find the truth, to confront the darkness that still clung to the land. She held the crystal tightly, feeling its energy surge through her. There was no turning back now. The journey was clear, the path before her set in stone. She had to face the darkness, within herself, within the land, and restore the light that had once flourished here. With a deep breath, Lyra opened her eyes, and the vision faded. She found herself standing once again in the heart of the tower, the crystal still pulsing in her hand, the crown upon her head glowing softly. The room was silent, save for the faint echoes of the voice that had guided her. She felt changed, more resolute than ever before. She understood now what she had to do. The light was not a weapon to be wielded. It was a guide, a force that would help her see the truth of the world and of herself. It was time to go to Solstice, to find the heart of the darkness, and to restore the balance that had been lost. As she stepped forward, her heart full of determination, the tower seemed to shift around her, the ancient stones groaning as if awakening from a long slumber. The way was clear, and the journey ahead would not be easy. But Lyra was no longer afraid. She had the crown, the light, and the strength of those who had come before her, and with that strength, she would confront the darkness that awaited her. The days following Lyra's revelation in the tower passed in a blur. though the weight of what lay ahead never left her mind. The journey to Solstice was no longer a distant, ethereal goal. It was now an undeniable truth that called to her from the very depths of the earth. It was there, in the ruined city, that she would find the heart of the darkness. It was there that the final chapter of Eloria's story would be written. And whether it would end in redemption or ruin depended on her choices. The land around her had grown eerily quiet, as if it too awaited her decision. The skies were heavy with gray clouds, their oppressive presence weighing down the very air. The once thriving forests now lay in shambles. Their branches twisted and gnarled like the broken spirits of the kingdoms past. The path she walked was uneven and treacherous, the remnants of ancient roads barely visible beneath the overgrowth. Yet, the crown upon her head pulsed with a steady rhythm, a quiet but constant beacon that guided her onward. Lyra had learned, over the course of her journey, to trust the crown's light. Though it flickered at times, as though searching for something just beyond reach, it had never led her astray. She knew that it was not merely a symbol of her heritage, it was a tool, a connection to the ancient power that had once governed Eloria. And now, it was the only thing standing between her and the encroaching darkness. The thought of Solstice, that forsaken city, weighed heavily on her. In all the stories she had heard growing up, Solstice had always been the place of the final battle, the place where the kingdom had fallen. The city had been all but erased from history, its name whispered only in hushed tones by the elders who spoke of it with dread. But in the depths of her heart, Lyra felt a pull toward it, as if the city itself were calling her home. As the journey wore on, the terrain grew harsher. The weather turned colder, and the skies above seemed to carry a constant threat of storm. Lyra's once lush surroundings had given way to barren hills and jagged cliffs, the wind now carrying with it the faint scent of salt. She was nearing the coast, where the ruins of Solstice were said to lie, broken, forsaken, waiting. Her steps grew more determined, the weight of the crown upon her head somehow lighter as the pull towards Solstice grew stronger. The land whispered to her, the broken remnants of Eloria speaking through the wind and the earth, and she knew that she was close. As she reached the top of a high ridge, the full expanse of the ruined city spread out before her. It lay in a valley, nestled between two craggy cliffs, the remnants of its once grand walls now lying in ruin, half buried in the sands of time. The city had once been a jewel of Eloria, its spires rising high above the cliffs. A shining beacon of the kingdom's glory. Now, it was little more than a forgotten graveyard of stone. Lyra's breath caught in her throat as she gazed down upon the city. There was an unsettling stillness to the air, a heavy silence that seemed to press down on her from all sides. The crown upon her head pulsed once, twice, as if urging her forward, and she knew there was no turning back. The moment her feet touched the sands of Solstice, she felt a shift in the atmosphere. The air grew colder still, and the whispers of the past seemed to grow louder, more insistent. The weight of history seemed to press in from all directions, and Lyra could feel the eyes of the lost kings upon her. Their unseen presence heavy in the air. With each step, the ruins of the city seemed to close in around her, the walls of crumbled buildings rising up like silent sentinels, their broken forms casting long shadows in the dim light of the overcast sky. The further she walked, the more oppressive the silence became. It was as though the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for her to uncover the secrets buried beneath its surface. As Lyra ventured deeper into the heart of solstice, the crown upon her head began to glow more brightly, its light cutting through the gloom that seemed to cling to the city like a living thing. The closer she got to the center of the city, the more the crown pulsed in response. Its glow growing brighter, more urgent, she came upon what remained of the central plaza, a vast, open space now overgrown with weeds and broken stone. In the center of the plaza stood a massive stone monument, its surface etched with intricate symbols and markings. Lyra approached the monument cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the energy radiating from it, a faint hum that resonated in the very core of her being. It was here, she knew, that the heart of the darkness lay. The symbols on the monument seemed to shift and change before her eyes, their meanings elusive, just out of reach. But Lyra could sense that they were not random, they were part of a greater whole. A puzzle that had been waiting for her to solve. She reached out a trembling hand, brushing her fingers against the cold stone. The moment she made contact, a surge of energy shot through her, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble, the crown upon her head flared with light, and the monument symbols began to glow, their meaning slowly becoming clear. The darkness that had once consumed Eloria had not come from outside the kingdom, it had come from within. It was born from the very heart of the kings, from their pride and their refusal to acknowledge the shadows within themselves. And it was this darkness, this hidden corruption, that had torn the kingdom apart. Lyra stepped back, her mind reeling from the revelation. The darkness was not some external force to be defeated, it was a part of the kingdom's history, a part of its soul. The only way to truly heal Eloria was not to fight the darkness, but to understand it, to confront the shadows that lay within both the land and herself. But as the realization settled within her, a new feeling began to rise within Lyra's chest, a deep sense of dread. She had come so far, but the true battle was yet to come. She had touched the heart of the darkness, and now, she could feel it stirring beneath her feet, waking from its long slumber. The ground trembled once more, and Lyra knew that she had awakened something far more ancient and dangerous than she could have ever imagined. The moment the ground trembled beneath her feet, Lyra knew that the peace she had felt in the moment before was no more. The darkness, which had been waiting in the shadows, was stirring. It was as though the very city of Solstice was awakening, and the pulse of its ancient corruption was rippling through the earth like a living thing. The stone monument in the center of the plaza now glowed with an eerie, sickly light, and Lyra could feel a presence, a force, moving within the very walls of the city. She stepped back cautiously, her heart hammering in her chest. Her hand still rested on the stone, and she could feel its pulse, a slow, deliberate beat that seemed to echo the rhythm of her own. The crown upon her head shimmered, its light flickering in response, yet there was a heaviness to it now, as if it too were affected by the ancient force rising from beneath. Then, a voice whispered to her, though there was no one around, "You have found it, child. The heart of darkness." Lyra stiffened at the voice. It was not a voice she recognized, not one that belonged to anyone she had met. Yet, there was something familiar about it, as though it had been waiting for her for centuries. The tone was soft, almost comforting, but underneath it lay a malice so deep that Lyra's skin crawled with the chill of it. The darkness is not an enemy to be defeated. It is an inheritance. A legacy of the kings who once ruled here. And you, Lyra, are their heir. The voice seemed to come from everywhere at once, the words curling through the air like smoke, slipping into her mind before she could process them fully. She shivered, her fingers gripping the monument tighter. You have always known that you were more than just a traveler of this land, more than just a survivor of the kingdom's fall. You are a reflection of its rulers, of its failures. Lyra shook her head, as though trying to rid herself of the words. They felt wrong, unnatural, but part of her could not deny the truth within them. She had always known that there was more to her connection to Eloria than the simple bloodline of the kings. She had felt it her entire life, the weight of something unspoken, something hidden in her past. The darkness swirled within her thoughts, feeding off her uncertainty. She turned away from the monument, her hand still lingering upon it, and scanned the empty streets. The silence was deafening now, punctuated only by the slow creaking of the broken buildings that stood like the ruins of a forgotten time. There was no sign of movement, no sign of life, yet she could feel the presence of something watching, waiting, and then, she saw it, in the distance, beyond the broken walls of the city, the faintest glow flicker, a pale blue light that seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. It was a light that called to her, a light that seemed to beckon her forward. The voice spoke again, its tone dark and knowing. The light you seek is the last remnant of the kingdom's glory. It is the key to restoring balance, but it comes at a cost. To harness its power, you must understand the true nature of what you face. The kings did not fall because they were weak, Lyra. They fell because they sought perfection. They sought to erase the darkness, to banish it from their hearts and their kingdom. But in doing so, they condemned themselves. Lyra stood still, the weight of the voice's words sinking deep into her soul. The kings had fallen because they had tried to eliminate the darkness, to rid themselves of the very thing that made them human. And in their pursuit of purity, they had doomed Eloria to its eventual destruction. She had always believed that light was the answer, that the shadows were something to be defeated, erased, destroyed. But now, standing in the heart of the ruined city, she could feel the truth. The darkness was not something to fight, it was something to understand, to acknowledge. The light and the dark were not enemies, they were intertwined, inseparable. Eloria's kings had tried to separate them, and that had been their fatal mistake. Lyra's hand tightened around the crown. She had to face the truth, no matter how difficult it might be. She was not just the heir of the kings, she was the heir of their failure as well. The same darkness that had taken root in them lived within her, within the very blood that ran through her veins. With a deep breath, she turned toward the flickering light in the distance. It seemed to beckon her with an irresistible force, calling her forward into the heart of solstice. Every step she took toward it seemed to pull her deeper into the city's ancient mystery, deeper into the heart of the darkness she had been born to confront. As she moved closer, the light began to grow, its glow stronger now, more intense. It pulsed in time with the beating of her own heart, a rhythmic sound that seemed to echo throughout the city. And then, as she entered the center of the plaza, she saw it. The light was coming from a massive, stone pedestal, its surface carved with intricate symbols, much like the monument she had touched earlier. Atop the pedestal sat a large crystal, its surface glowing with a brilliant, pure light. It was the last remnant of Eloria's glory, the last source of the light that had once filled the kingdom with hope. Lyra stepped forward, drawn to it with an undeniable force. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool surface of the crystal. And as she touched it, the world seemed to shudder, the air around her crackled with energy, the light from the crystal flooding her vision, blinding her for a moment. She gasped as the crown upon her head flared with a burst of power, the light from the crystal merging with the light from the crown. For a brief instant, she could see it all, the past, the present, and the future intertwined in a single moment. But then, as quickly as it came, the vision vanished. Lyra stumbled back, her heart racing. The crystal had not simply shown her the past, it had shown her the way forward. She now understood the path she had to take. The darkness was not a force to be defeated, but a force to be understood. And to truly heal Eloria, she would need to face not only the shadows of the kingdom's past but also the shadows within herself. The journey was far from over. But Lyra was ready. The light of the crystal still shimmered in Lyra's mind, its radiant glow imprinted on her vision like an indelible mark. She could feel it pulsing in her chest, almost as if her heart beat in synchrony with the crystal's own rhythm. For a fleeting moment, she felt a profound sense of unity with the past, as though she had touched the very soul of Eloria itself. But that connection, as powerful as it was, now left her with a sense of loss, something vital that had been obscured, buried, and that was now beyond reach. The city around her, though still silent, seemed to change with each passing second. The air grew heavier, thick with the weight of memories long forgotten. The darkness that had stirred so violently earlier was no longer an unseen force, it was now a presence, close and undeniable, like the very shadows that clung to the ruins of Solstice. Lyra took a deep breath and turned her gaze away from the glowing pedestal, her mind racing with the implications of what she had just witnessed. The vision had not only shown her the past and the future, it had shown her the choice she now faced. She could not simply erase the darkness that plagued her kingdom, she could not erase the flaws and the pride that had caused the fall of the kings. That had been their mistake, and it would not be hers, but she also knew that she could not stand idly by. Eloria was dying, its heart withering beneath the weight of its own shame. And somewhere, within the depths of the kingdom's forgotten past, lay the answer, an answer that would allow her to heal the land, and perhaps herself in the process. She glanced at the crystal one last time, its light now a gentle hum, beckoning her to continue. She couldn't linger here forever. There were forces at work, forces beyond her understanding, and if she didn't move forward, they would consume everything in their path. Taking one final look at the plaza, Lyra began her journey deeper into Solstice. The streets ahead were dark, the once magnificent buildings now crumbling into dust. The kingdom's capital, now nothing more than a shadow of itself, stood silent, its towering walls cracked and broken. Yet, there was something about it that still held her, something that called to her through the veil of time. It was as though the very earth beneath her feet was alive, whispering her name, urging her to uncover what had been lost. The path she took led her to the heart of Solstice, what had once been the royal palace. The towering spires that had once reached toward the sky were now reduced to mere stumps of stone, their grandeur lost to the ages. The gates of the palace had been shattered, and the grand courtyard beyond was overrun with weeds and wild grasses. But it was here that Lyra felt the pulse of the land the strongest. She stood in the center of the ruined courtyard, her eyes closed, listening to the whispers that had begun to surround her. The sounds were faint at first, almost imperceptible, but as she listened more closely, she could hear them more clearly. The voices were ancient, their words slow and deliberate, like the wind rustling through the dead leaves of the trees. You seek to understand the darkness, but the path is not easy. The voice was soft, yet it carried an unmistakable weight. The kings sought to control it, to banish it, but they failed. They failed because they did not understand it. Lyra's heart quickened at the sound of the voice. It wasn't the same as before, but it carried the same sense of ancient knowledge. She opened her eyes slowly, looking around the courtyard, but there was no one there. The voices were coming from within the ruins themselves, as if the stones themselves spoke to her. The darkness is not a force to be destroyed, child. It is a part of you. It always has been. Lyra clenched her fists. The words, though unsettling, did not feel like an attack. They felt like a revelation, an invitation to something far deeper than she could have ever imagined. It was a truth that she had always known but had never fully understood. The darkness was not just something that had consumed Eloria, it was something that had always been there, a reflection of the kingdom's own flaws. Its pride, and its inability to face its own imperfections. The silence that followed the voice was profound. For a long moment, Lyra simply stood still, allowing the weight of the words to settle over her. She could feel the power of the crown upon her head, its light pulsing softly in time with her heartbeat. It was as if it had always been meant to guide her to this very place, this moment, and then, as though the land itself had decided to offer its final piece of wisdom, the courtyard before her began to shift. The air grew thick with energy, and the ground beneath her feet began to crack open. The stones of the ruined palace walls trembled as an ancient force began to awaken deep beneath the earth. Lyra stumbled backward, her hand instinctively reaching out for something to hold on to. From the cracks in the stone, a darkness began to rise, a shadow, not of any physical thing, but of a presence, a feeling. It was like the very soul of Eloria, twisted and corrupted over time, rising to confront her. The shadows took form, shifting and swirling, becoming something far greater than a mere fog of darkness. You cannot escape it, Lyra. The voice was now a low growl, echoing through the courtyard, vibrating the very air around her. The kings tried to erase it. You cannot erase what is a part of you. You must face it. You must accept it. The crown upon Lyra's head glowed fiercely, its light radiating outwards, pushing back against the dark presence. She could feel the power of the crown surge within her, the ancient energy of the kings flowing through her veins. But it was not enough. The darkness was not a force that could be defeated by light alone. Lyra closed her eyes, focusing on the words she had heard. She was not fighting a battle of light against dark. She was fighting for understanding, for the balance that had been lost so long ago. It was not the absence of darkness that would heal Eloria, it was the acceptance of both light and dark, the recognition that neither could exist without the other. With a deep breath, Lyra let go of her fear. She opened her eyes and stepped forward. Her hands outstretched as if offering peace to the very shadows before her. The darkness hesitated, swirling around her, but it did not retreat. It circled, waiting for her next move. I accept you. Lyra's voice was steady, strong. I accept the darkness and the light. The shadows seemed to pause, as though considering her words. Then, with a deep, rumbling sigh, they began to recede, pulling back into the cracks in the earth from which they had emerged. The land around her seemed to sigh in relief, as if the weight of centuries of conflict had finally been lifted. The darkness had not been defeated. It had been understood, and in that understanding, Lyra felt a profound sense of peace. The land seemed to exhale as the darkness receded, like a storm finally passing after weeks of tension. The courtyard, once heavy with the weight of ancient secrets and shadows, now felt different, lighter, more at ease. The air was still thick with the echoes of the past, but there was a shift in the atmosphere, a subtle change that made Lyra feel as though the world itself had granted her permission to move forward. For a long moment, she stood alone in the quiet, her breath steadying as she processed what had just transpired. The darkness had not been defeated, but it had been faced, acknowledged, accepted. And in doing so, Lyra had found something within herself that she hadn't known existed, a deep, unshakable connection to both light and shadow, to the very heart of Eloria's forgotten kings. The weight of her crown had lightened, as though it had shed a burden that it had carried for generations. It no longer felt like a symbol of power that demanded her obedience. Instead, it now felt like a part of her, an extension of her will, guiding her rather than controlling her. It was as though the crown, like the land, had finally come to understand that its purpose was not to enforce dominance, but to restore balance. Lyra looked around the courtyard again. The ruins of the palace were still standing, though they were crumbling with age and neglect. Yet, despite their dilapidated state, they still seemed to hold an air of grandeur, of something once powerful, once proud. She had seen the shadows rise from beneath the earth, and she had felt their weight. Now, she could see the light that had once shone here, a light that still flickered deep within the heart of the city. The path forward seemed clear to her, though it was not an easy one. She knew that the journey would require more than just the courage she had summoned here. It would require understanding, patience, and a willingness to confront not just the darkness outside, but the darkness within herself. Eloria's kings had failed because they had tried to conquer the darkness, to erase it from their kingdom and their hearts. But in doing so, they had lost the very thing that had made them great, their humanity, and now, it was Lyra's turn. She was the heir to their legacy, but she was also something more, something they could never have been. She was the bridge between the past and the future, between the light and the dark. And it was her responsibility to heal the land, to restore what had been lost, not by fighting the shadows, but by embracing them. She took a step forward, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The sun had begun to set, casting a warm golden light over the city. The sky was painted in hues of pink and purple, a promise of the new day that would eventually come. She knew that she would not walk alone on this journey. The kingdom's spirits, its history, and the light of the lost kings would guide her. But it was up to her to forge her own path. As she walked, the sounds of the land began to return. The faint rustling of leaves, the distant calls of birds, the hum of life slowly returning to Eloria's forgotten heart. The weight of the past still lingered, but it was no longer a burden. It was a part of her now, as much a part of her as the crown upon her head, as the blood that ran through her veins. She passed through the shattered gates of the palace and made her way toward the city's central square, where the great monument still stood. The monument, once a symbol of the kingdom's greatness, now felt like a reminder of all that had been lost. But Lyra knew that it was also a symbol of hope. For as long as the monument remained, the memory of Eloria's kings would never fade. And as long as their memory endured, there was a chance to rebuild. The streets were quieter now, but Lyra could still sense the presence of the kingdom's people, of their spirits, their whispers. She had heard their voices in the ruins, in the very stones beneath her feet. They were not gone. They were waiting, watching, hoping for something to change. As she reached the center of the square, she paused. The monument loomed before her, its weathered stone still standing tall, though cracked and worn by the passage of time. She placed her hand upon it, her fingers tracing the intricate carvings that had once told the story of Eloria's rise and fall. The monument was silent, but she could feel its pulse, a faint beat that mirrored her own. She closed her eyes and listened. "You have learned, Lyra." The voice whispered again, though this time it was softer, gentler. It was not the dark presence that had spoken earlier, but something more familiar. Something older. "You have understood the balance that the king sought but never achieved. Now, you must bring that balance to the world. The light will not save you, nor will the darkness. It is the unity of both that will guide you forward." Lyra's hand lingered on the stone for a moment longer before she stepped back. The voice had spoken the truth. She knew that her path was not to seek out some mythical solution, some artifact or power that would solve all of Eloria's problems. No, the solution lay in the people, both the living and the lost. It lay in her ability to unite the light and the dark, to heal the kingdom from the inside out. Her journey had only just begun, but she was no longer the same person who had entered this city. She had faced the darkness within herself, and in doing so, she had found the strength to move forward. She could now see the road ahead more clearly, though it was shrouded in mist, uncertain and unknown. But that was okay. She no longer feared the unknown. She welcomed it. As Lyra turned and walked away from the monument, the first stars began to appear in the twilight sky. They shone with a soft, steady light, just like the hope she now carried in her heart. The night would come, as it always did, but with it would come a new dawn. And with that dawn, a new beginning for Eloria. The morning sun rose slowly, casting its warm golden rays across the horizon, spilling light into the ruins of Eloria's capital. The light, which had once been a symbol of pride and power for the kingdom, now served as a quiet reminder of the journey ahead. The dawn felt different today, softer, gentler. As though the land itself was slowly waking up from an age-old slumber. Ready to begin anew, Lyra stood at the edge of the great square, watching as the light crept over the broken stones and the toppled pillars. The air was crisp and fresh, a contrast to the heavy silence that had settled over the city in the years of its decline. There was a stillness to the morning, but it was not the stillness of death. It was the stillness of something waiting, something on the verge of change. The voices that had whispered to her in the ruins, the presence of the lost kings and the forgotten spirits, had faded into the background of her mind. But she could still feel them, could still feel their eyes on her, urging her forward. Eloria was waiting for its healing. And Lyra had become its reluctant healer. She knew this path would not be easy. It would demand more from her than she had ever imagined. But she was ready now, more than ever before. As she stepped forward, her mind was filled with the words that had echoed in her thoughts since the darkness had retreated. The light will not save you, nor will the darkness. It is the unity of both that will guide you forward. She had spent the night contemplating those words. The kings had failed because they had sought to wield power over the darkness, to banish it from the kingdom as though it were something separate from them. But the truth was that the darkness was not a foreign enemy. It was a part of the land, of the people, of their very souls. It had been born of their pride, their failures, their inability to reconcile the light within them with the shadows that lay in the depths of their hearts, and so, she had accepted the darkness as part of her journey. But the light, she had to learn to wield the light, not as a weapon, but as a tool of healing. She made her way down the cracked stone streets, her footsteps echoing softly in the morning quiet. The kingdom was no longer filled with the sounds of bustling people and the clamor of trade. The streets were empty, save for the occasional whisper of the wind through the broken walls. Yet, Lyra felt the presence of the kingdom's people in every stone, in every piece of rubble that lay before her. Their spirits were here, trapped in the past, waiting for the moment when they would be freed. Her first destination was the great library of Solstice, the once glorious storehouse of knowledge that had stood as a testament to the wisdom of the kings. Now, it was little more than a skeleton of its former self, its walls crumbling, its shelves empty. But there, she knew, lay the key to understanding how to heal Eloria, and how to break the curse that had been placed upon it. As she approached the library, the doors swung open before her, as though welcoming her inside. She hesitated for a moment, the weight of the task before her pressing down on her chest. But then, with a deep breath, she crossed the threshold. The interior of the library was just as she had remembered from the stories, the walls lined with shelves of ancient tomes and scrolls, their spines worn from centuries of use. But unlike the grand halls she had imagined, the air inside was heavy with dust and decay. The scent of old paper and forgotten knowledge hung in the air, thick and musty. It was a place long forsaken, a place that had borne witness to the rise and fall of an entire civilization. She walked deeper into the library, her eyes scanning the rows of books, hoping to find some clue that would guide her in her quest. But the silence was almost deafening. The bookshelves stood like tombstones, holding the knowledge of ages past, but offering no answers to the questions she now had. Then, from the farthest corner of the room, a soft glow caught her eye. She turned, her heart racing, and made her way toward the source of the light. There, nestled between two shelves, lay a single book, its cover dark and unassuming, yet it pulsed with a faint, otherworldly glow. Lyra's fingers trembled as she reached for it, her instincts telling her that this was no ordinary book. It was a key, a guide, something that had been left for her to find. When her fingers brushed the cover, the light flickered briefly, and then the book opened on its own, the pages turning as if by some unseen hand. Lyra's breath caught in her throat as she gazed at the ancient script that filled the pages, letters she did not understand at first, but as she looked closer, they began to shift, rearranging themselves into words she could read. The path to healing lies not in the defeat of the darkness, but in its embrace. The words were simple, but their meaning was profound. Lyra closed her eyes, letting the words settle into her mind. The book had not provided the answers she had hoped for, it had shown her the way forward. The path to healing Eloria was not about vanquishing the darkness, but about understanding it, accepting it, and finding the balance that the kings had failed to achieve. As the book's pages continued to turn, the light within the library grew brighter, and Lyra could feel the energy in the air shifting. She could sense the presence of someone, approaching. It was a force she couldn't see, but she could feel it drawing closer, its power resonating with her own. A voice whispered, soft yet unmistakable, "You have found the truth, Lyra. But the truth comes with a price." She turned, her heart pounding, but the room was still empty. The voice, though, lingered in her ears. It was not a threat, but a warning, an acknowledgement of the burden she now carried. The truth was not something that could be easily accepted. It would change everything. And there would be no going back. Lyra closed the book gently, the light around her fading as the glow dimmed. She understood now. The healing of Eloria was not a simple task, and it would not be completed quickly. It would take time, patience, and the willingness to confront the darkest corners of the kingdom's soul. But she was ready. With the book in her hands and the knowledge it contained, Lyra left the library, stepping once more into the ruins of the city. The journey ahead would be long, but for the first time, she felt truly prepared for what lay before her. The wind had picked up by the time Lyra emerged from the library, carrying with it the scent of the distant sea and the faintest taste of salt on her lips. Eloria's streets were quieter now, the early morning stillness pierced only by the rustling of the trees that surrounded the city. The sun had climbed higher in the sky, bathing the ruins in a soft, golden light. Yet the peace felt fragile, as if the city itself were holding its breath, waiting for something to break the silence. Lyra tightened her grip on the book she had discovered, feeling the weight of its ancient pages settle into her hands. It was a strange feeling, this knowing that the key to Eloria's salvation lay within these fragile sheets of parchment. The book was far more than just a collection of words, it was a guide to the heart of the kingdom, to its lost kings and the darkness that had come to define them. She had understood the book's first lesson, that healing could not come from eradicating the darkness. No, it had to come from a deeper understanding, a reckoning with the past, with the mistakes that had been made, and the acceptance of the shadows that lingered in every heart. The kings had sought to defeat the darkness, and in doing so, they had allowed it to consume them. But Lyra had learned that only by embracing the darkness could one hope to find the balance needed to restore the light, and yet, there was more to the book's warning. There had been a cost. She could feel it in the air around her, a shift in the fabric of reality, a subtle weight pressing down upon her. The truth, she knew, came with a price. To walk the path of understanding, to seek the balance between light and shadow, would not be without sacrifice. The kingdom's wounds were deep, and healing them would require more than just knowledge. It would demand a toll from her, from the very essence of who she was, but Lyra was not afraid. She had already faced the darkness within herself, and though she did not know what the future would hold, she was ready. The people of Eloria needed her, needed someone who could bridge the gap between the light and the dark. Someone who could face the shadows and guide the kingdom back to the light. And she was determined to be that person. Her path, however, was not entirely her own to walk. The land called to her, and the spirits of the lost kings whispered in her ear, urging her onward. But there were others who would come to seek her out, to test her resolve and her understanding of the power she now held. Some would be allies, some enemies, and some would blur the lines between the two. With a quiet resolve, Lyra began her journey toward the heart of the kingdom, toward the ruins of the old citadel, where the ancient kings had once held their court. It was a place of power, a place where the veil between the living and the dead was thinnest. The citadel, now little more than a pile of crumbled stone and forgotten memories, had once been the heart of Eloria. It was here that the first of the kings had forged their pact with the shadows, and it was here that the darkness had been born. As Lyra made her way through the streets, she noticed the subtle changes in the world around her. The air had become heavier, charged with a strange energy that seemed to hum with each step she took. The shadows, once distant and threatening, now felt closer, as though they were gathering, waiting for her to make her move. The ruins of the citadel loomed ahead, its towering stone walls half fallen and overgrown with vines. The gates, though still standing, were cracked and warped, as if time itself had taken a toll on them. Lyra approached cautiously, her footsteps echoing in the empty silence. She could feel the presence of the kings here, their spirits lingering in the shadows, their eyes upon her. The gate creaked as she pushed it open, the sound cutting through the stillness like a knife. Beyond the gate, the courtyard stretched out before her, overgrown with weeds and covered in a blanket of dust. Yet, despite the decay, there was still an undeniable power here. The air seemed thicker, heavier with the weight of history. As she stepped forward, the ground beneath her feet shifted, and the shadows seemed to draw closer, curling around her like tendrils reaching out to touch her. Lyra paused, her breath catching in her throat. She could feel them, the spirits of the kings, the lost souls of those who had once ruled Eloria with an iron fist. You have come. The voice echoed in her mind, distant yet clear. It was not one voice, but many, a chorus of whispers that blended together like a single entity. You seek the truth, but the truth is not always kind. The balance you seek to restore will not come without sacrifice. Are you willing to pay the price? Lyra stood still, her heart pounding in her chest. The spirits of the kings were not threatening her, not directly. But their words carried weight. The price of balance was not something to be taken lightly. She knew, deep down, that her journey would demand everything from her, her strength, her resolve, and perhaps even her very soul, but she had no choice. The kingdom was in ruins. The people, though scattered, were waiting for her to lead them. The darkness that had taken root in Eloria was not just an external force, it was a part of the land, of the people, and of herself. The light and the dark were inseparable, and she would have to learn to wield them both if she was to restore Eloria to its former glory. I am ready, she whispered, her voice steady despite the uncertainty that clung to her words. I will pay whatever price is required. The whispers in the air grew louder. And for a moment, it felt as though the very stones beneath her feet were alive, vibrating with ancient energy. The ground trembled, and then, with a sudden silence, the shadows pulled away, leaving her standing alone in the courtyard. The spirits had spoken their warning, and Lyra had accepted their challenge. There would be no turning back now. She had set foot on the path that would either heal or destroy Eloria, and only time would tell which it would be. But one thing was certain, she was no longer just the heir to the kings. She was the kingdom's last hope, the one who would either restore the balance or bring about its final fall, and she would face whatever came next, no matter the cost. The courtyard of the old citadel had become eerily still after Lyra's vow. The air, heavy with the weight of the past, seemed to hang suspended in time, as if the world was holding its breath. For a moment, there was no sound, no rustling leaves, no whisper of wind, just the oppressive silence of a kingdom that had long since forgotten how to hope. Lyra stood in the center of the courtyard, her heart racing, as the spirits of the kings receded into the shadows. Their presence was still with her, though. She could feel their eyes upon her, their lingering whispers like a distant hum in her mind. The weight of their expectations pressed against her, but there was something else there too. Something that wasn't quite fear, but a feeling she could not quite place. It was as if she had crossed some unseen threshold and could never return to what she had been before. For a long time, she simply stood there, feeling the pulse of the land beneath her feet, the centuries of lost history, the lives of those who had ruled and fallen, and the darkness that had taken root in their failure. There was no turning back now, no way to undo the choices she had made. It was then that she felt the first stirrings of change. A faint breeze began to stir, brushing against her skin like a soft whisper, and she turned her gaze upward to the crumbling tower that loomed above her. Its once proud stone walls were now little more than a jagged silhouette against the sky. But there was a light, faint but undeniable, that glimmered from within the broken windows. It beckoned her forward, a silent call she could not ignore. She had to go up there. With no hesitation, Lyra moved toward the tower's entrance. The door, half rotted and barely hanging from its hinges, creaked as she pushed it open. Inside, the air was thick with dust, but there was something else too, a faint pulse of energy, as though the tower itself was alive, its heart still beating after all these years of abandonment. The stairs spiraled upward, winding into darkness, but Lyra's steps were steady. She could feel the presence of something ancient growing stronger with each floor she climbed. The book, still clasped tightly in her hands, seemed to hum softly, as though it too were aware of the energy that radiated from the tower. She had almost reached the top when the wind shifted again, this time with a suddenness that made her stop. The air had grown colder, sharper, and for a moment, she felt as if the darkness had returned, had wrapped itself around her like a cloak. The weight of the past pressed upon her once again, but this time, the weight was different. It was not just the pressure of those who had come before. No, this was the presence of something far older. Something that had been forgotten. A low, rumbling voice echoed in her mind, so soft she almost missed it. "You have come far, child of the kings. But do you truly understand what you seek?" Lyra paused, her breath catching in her throat. The voice was not the same as the spirits of the kings. It was different, older, darker, filled with a power that sent chills through her very soul. "I seek to heal Eloria," Lyra whispered, her voice steady despite the overwhelming presence of the force that spoke to her. "I seek to restore the balance between light and dark." The voice chuckled, the sound low and mocking. "Do you truly believe that balance is so easily achieved?" It asked. "You cannot heal the kingdom without first confronting the darkness within yourself. You cannot bring the light back without understanding the price of its absence." The words struck her like a blow, and for a moment, Lyra faltered. Her mind raced as she struggled to understand the meaning of what was being said. Hadn't she already accepted the darkness? Hadn't she already vowed to find the balance? But the voice, whatever it was, seemed to know something she had yet to understand. "You are not ready," it said simply. "But perhaps you will be soon." With that, the presence receded, leaving Lyra standing on the threshold of the tower's highest room, more uncertain than she had ever felt. She had come so far, but now she was not sure where the path would take her. The voice had spoken of a price, but what was the cost? And was she truly prepared to pay it? Swallowing her doubt, she stepped into the room. The light inside was strange, flickering, dancing, and casting shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. The space was filled with ancient relics, tapestries that had long since faded, and stones inscribed with runes Lyra could not decipher. But in the center of the room, resting on a stone pedestal, was a single object, a crown, unlike anything Lyra had ever seen. It was ancient, wrought from gold and silver, with intricate patterns etched into its surface. The gemstones set into the crown shimmered with an otherworldly light, as though they held the very essence of the kingdom within them. This was no ordinary crown. This was the crown of Eloria's first king, the one who had forged the pact with the shadows. The one who had given rise to the curse that had plagued the kingdom for centuries. Lyra approached the crown slowly, as if drawn to it by some invisible force. Her heart beat loudly in her chest, each step echoing in the vast chamber. When she reached the pedestal, she hesitated, her fingers hovering above the crown. There was a feeling, an undeniable sense of power emanating from it. It called to her, beckoning her to take it, but even as her hand drew nearer, she could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on her. The voice had warned her of the price, and she knew that taking the crown would be a choice that could not be undone. With a deep breath, Lyra made her decision. She reached out and grasped the crown, its cold metal sending a shiver up her spine. The moment her fingers touched it, a surge of energy coursed through her, filling her with a power she had never known. The ground trembled beneath her feet, and the room seemed to spin as the weight of the kingdom's history, its triumphs, its failures, crashed down upon her. For a brief moment, she saw flashes of the past, visions of the first king's rise, his pact with the darkness, and the kingdom's slow descent into ruin. She felt the weight of his choices, the burden of his rule, and the sacrifices he had made to protect his people, and then, as quickly as it had come, the vision faded, and Lyra was left standing in the room. The crown still in her hands, the power had surged through her, but now it settled, quiet and heavy, deep within her chest. She could feel the connection to the lost kings, to the land itself, to the darkness that had shaped them all. She could feel their whispers, their pain, and their hopes for redemption, but now, she was more than just the heir to their legacy. She was the one who would restore balance, the one who would heal Eloria, or destroy it. The crown was not just a symbol of power, it was a test. And Lyra had passed it, but at what cost? The crown, heavy in Lyra's hands, seemed to pulse with a rhythm of its own, as if it were alive, breathing, alive with the legacy of kings long past. Her fingers, though trembling slightly from the force of the energy that had surged through her, gripped the crown tightly. It was as if it had chosen her, or perhaps, she had chosen it. Either way, it was now a part of her, woven into the fabric of her destiny, and she felt the weight of it, the burden that had been passed down through generations of rulers who had once walked the very path she now tread. As the crown settled, the room around her seemed to shift. The shadows that had once been dormant now moved, twisting and dancing along the stone walls. They seemed to swirl around her in a manner both protective and ominous, as though they were testing her resolve. The whispers that had followed her throughout her journey intensified. Louder now, but not clear enough to understand. They were more like a hum, felt deep in her chest rather than heard with her ears. Lyra stepped back, still clutching the crown, as the room around her seemed to stretch and bend. The shadows grew longer, creeping toward her like tendrils of darkness seeking to engulf her. But instead of fear, she felt something else. Something close to understanding. The crown had awakened something within her, an ancient connection to the kingdom, to its rulers, and to the shadows themselves. She had never before felt so connected to Eloria, to the land and its history. The weight of the crown had opened something deep within her, revealing layers of knowledge and power she had never dreamed of possessing. It was as if the very land had whispered its secrets to her, secrets of the kings, of their rise and fall, of their mistakes, and of their attempt to control the darkness that had ultimately consumed them. But now, she was no longer an outsider. She was a part of it, woven into the kingdom's very fabric, just as the kings had been before her. And she understood now, more than ever, that the darkness was not an external force to be defeated. It was a part of the kingdom itself, a part of every ruler who had ever sat on the throne. Eloria had always existed in a fragile balance between light and shadow, and it was that balance, or the lack of it, that had led to its fall. She could feel the weight of the kingdom's past pressing down on her, urging her to act, to choose, and to face what lay ahead. But there was still something missing, something she had not yet fully grasped. The crown, with all its power, had not given her all the answers. It had only shown her a glimpse of what was, and what could be. Now, she had to decide how to wield that power, and whether she had the strength to face the truth that lay within the darkness. The wind howled through the broken windows of the tower, snapping Lyra from her thoughts. She turned toward the open space where the sunlight poured in, casting long shadows across the room. The moment was fleeting, but in that brief instant, she saw it, a flicker of light at the edge of her vision. As if something had shifted in the very air around her, it was then that she heard it, a voice, deep and resonant, echoing from the shadows. "You have taken the crown, child. You have claimed the power of the kings. But know this, no crown is without its cost." Lyra's breath caught in her throat, and she turned sharply toward the voice, which seemed to come from the very walls themselves. The shadows shifted once again, parting to reveal a figure emerging from the darkness. It was a tall, regal figure, cloaked in darkness, but with eyes that shone with an eerie light, like stars in the night sky. It was the spirit of a king. "I am Kelder, the first king of Eloria." The figure's voice was rich with authority. But there was something weary in it, something that spoke of centuries of regret. "You seek to heal the kingdom, but the road you have chosen is not without peril." Lyra stood frozen, her heart pounding in her chest. The figure before her was no mere ghost, it was the essence of the first king, the one whose choices had led to the kingdom's fall. His presence filled the room, heavy with the weight of the past. "I know you feel the power of the crown," Kelder continued, his eyes locked onto hers. but do you understand the price? The darkness you seek to control is no simple force. It is a part of the kingdom's soul, a part of every king who has ever worn the crown. If you seek to heal Eloria, you must first understand the cost of that healing. Lyra stepped forward, her voice trembling, but filled with determination. I understand the cost, she said, her eyes never leaving the king's. I know the darkness is part of Eloria's soul, but I believe that by embracing it, I can restore the light. I can bring balance. The king's expression softened, though his eyes were filled with sadness. Balance, child, is a delicate thing. It cannot be forced. It cannot be won with power alone. His voice grew softer, more introspective. Eloria was not always ruled by darkness. There was a time when the kingdom thrived, when the light and the shadow lived in harmony. But in our greed, we sought to dominate the darkness. We sought to control it, to bend it to our will, and in doing so, we lost everything. Lyra swallowed hard, feeling the weight of his words. The crown seemed heavier in her hands, as though its power was both a gift and a curse. She had hoped that by taking it, she could restore the kingdom to its former glory, but now she saw that the crown's power came with a responsibility far greater than she had imagined. What must I do? Lyra asked, her voice barely a whisper. How can I restore Eloria without falling into the same trap you did? Kelder's gaze softened, his eyes filled with a strange mixture of hope and regret. You must find the source of the darkness. Child. The root of the curse that has plagued this land. It is not in the crown, nor in the shadows that surround you. It lies within the very heart of Eloria, deep beneath the earth. You must seek it out, confront it, and learn to live with it, not control it. Only then will you understand what it means to heal this kingdom. The king's figure began to fade, his presence slipping away like mist in the morning light. Remember this, Lyra. The darkness will always be with you, just as the light will. The question is not whether you can rid the kingdom of one or the other, but whether you can bring them into harmony. And then, with a final whisper, Kelder was gone, leaving Lyra standing alone in the tower. The crown still heavy in her hands, the weight of his words settled around her like a thick fog. The task before her was no longer a simple one of restoration. It was a quest for balance, for understanding, and for the wisdom to know that true healing could not come from domination, it could only come from acceptance. Lyra took a deep breath, steadying herself. The path ahead was clear now, though no less daunting. The darkness was not something to fight. It was something to understand, something to confront, and Lyra, more than ever, was ready to face it. Lyra stood still, the weight of Kelder's words still echoing in her mind. The crown now felt like an extension of her, its power both a gift and a burden. She had come seeking to heal Eloria, to restore it to its former glory, but now, the path ahead seemed even more uncertain. The darkness she had once seen as an enemy was no longer something to be defeated. It was something deeper, older, and much more intertwined with the very soul of the kingdom than she had realized. Her fingers tightened around the crown, as if drawing strength from it, and she took a deep breath. There was no turning back now. Kelder's warning was clear. If she truly wanted to heal Eloria, she had to find the source of the darkness. She had to understand it. And to do that, she would need to descend into the heart of the kingdom, into the very earth beneath her feet. The tower around her seemed to grow darker as the last remnants of the king's spirit faded. The shadows twisted and writhed, and for a moment, Lyra felt as if the walls themselves were closing in. But she pushed the sensation aside. The journey ahead would not be easy, but it was one she had chosen. The road to healing was never straightforward, and she would face whatever came with the same determination that had brought her here. She turned toward the door of the tower and made her way down the spiral staircase. Each step was deliberate, as if she were descending into the depths of her own soul. The castle, once vibrant and full of life, now felt like a mausoleum, silent, desolate, and haunted by the ghosts of kings long forgotten. The wind outside had died down, leaving an unnatural stillness in its wake. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a pale light across the broken landscape. Lyra's heart quickened as she approached the courtyard, where the ancient stone paths seemed to stretch out before her like a labyrinth. She could sense the presence of the land, its pulse resonating with the rhythm of her own heartbeat. In the distance, the dark forest loomed, its twisted trees reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. Lyra knew that the source of the darkness was buried deep within that forest, hidden from the eyes of those who had dared to venture too close. The forest had always been a place of fear, a place where few returned. But she could not turn back now. She had to face the heart of the darkness, whatever it was. Taking one last look at the citadel, Lyra set out toward the forest, her footsteps steady and sure. The weight of the crown on her head was a constant reminder of the responsibility she carried. The land needed her. No, it needed the balance she would bring, whether she was ready or not. The journey through the forest was long and treacherous. The trees seemed to close in around her, their branches tangled together, blocking out the light. The air grew thick with an oppressive humidity, and the ground beneath her feet was soft, almost boggy. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. As she ventured deeper, the shadows seemed to grow thicker, darker, as if they were alive, watching her every move. Lyra could feel their presence pressing in on her, but she did not falter. The crown pulsed against her brow, a constant reminder of the task at hand. Eventually, she came upon a clearing, and at the center of it, she saw what she had been searching for. A great chasm split the earth, its edges jagged and uneven. The darkness seemed to emanate from the depths of the chasm, an inky blackness that swallowed the light whole. The air around it was thick with a foreboding energy. And Lyra felt a chill run down her spine as she approached the edge. She could feel it then. The darkness was alive, ancient and powerful, seeping from the very heart of Eloria. It was more than just a curse. It was a force, a presence that had taken root in the land itself, twisting everything it touched, and in that moment, Lyra understood. This was not just the darkness of a single king's folly. This was the darkness of the land, of the kingdom itself, created by the greed, the mistakes, and the arrogance of those who had sought to control it. It was a living thing, a shadow that had grown over centuries, feeding off the pain and suffering of Eloria's people. The crown pulsed again. A soft, insistent rhythm that seemed to call to the darkness. Lyra stood at the edge of the chasm, her heart heavy with the weight of what she had learned. To heal Eloria, she would have to confront this darkness, this living, breathing shadow, and find a way to bring it into balance. But how? Could she truly understand it, or was it already too late? The darkness before her seemed to respond to her thoughts, shifting and swirling like a storm on the horizon. A voice, deep and distant, echoed in her mind, "You seek to heal what cannot be healed." Lyra flinched, the voice reverberating through her skull like a hammer strike. She looked around, but there was no one there. Only the chasm. Its edges still dark and unyielding. Eloria was never meant to be whole. The voice continued, its tone heavy with an ancient sorrow. It was born in darkness, and it will die in darkness. You cannot change that. Lyra's hands tightened around the crown, feeling its power surge through her. The voice was unmistakable. It was the voice of the darkness, the very thing she had come to confront. But she would not be swayed. She had come this far. She would not turn back. "No," she said, her voice trembling but resolute. "I will not accept that. There is always a choice. The light can still find its place." For a moment, there was silence, and then the voice spoke again, softer this time. Almost as if amused, "Very well." It said, "Then let us see what you are truly capable of." The ground beneath Lyra's feet trembled, and the darkness surged, rising from the chasm like a tide, reaching toward her. She could feel its weight pressing down on her, trying to drown her in its endless void. But Lyra did not waver. She raised the crown high, feeling its power surge, its light battling the darkness. The darkness surged, a tidal wave of inky blackness that threatened to swallow everything in its path. Lyra stood at the edge of the chasm, her heart pounding in her chest, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. The air was thick with an unnatural heaviness, as if the very fabric of reality was bending under the weight of the shadow that rose before her. But despite the overwhelming force of the darkness, Lyra did not falter. She held the crown aloft, its light flaring brighter with every second, a beacon in the midst of the storm. The crown's power was no longer just a weight upon her head, it was a part of her, a living, breathing force that resonated with her very soul. She could feel it, pulsing with energy, urging her to stand firm, to fight, to push back against the darkness. The chasm before her was vast, its edges jagged and sharp, like the broken teeth of some ancient beast. The darkness poured from it like a river, cascading over the land, blotting out the light. And yet, even in the face of such overwhelming opposition, Lyra could sense something deep within the shadows, something that trembled in the wake of her defiance. "You cannot defeat me, child," the voice boomed again, its tone deep and resonant, vibrating through the very earth beneath her feet. It was the voice of the darkness itself, an ancient entity that had lived for centuries, feeding off the pain and suffering of Eloria. Lyra's grip on the crown tightened. She could feel its power growing, feeding off her resolve, her determination. The light of the crown was no longer just a force of illumination, it was a force of creation, a force of change. And she was its conduit. "I will not let you destroy this kingdom," Lyra said. Her voice steadied despite the fear that gripped her heart. "Eloria deserves more than the darkness that has claimed it for so long." The shadows recoiled, as if startled by her words. For a moment, the chasm seemed to hesitate, as if the darkness itself was considering her challenge. But then the voice laughed, a low, guttural sound that seemed to shake the very ground beneath her. "You are but one girl," the voice sneered. "You cannot hope to contain me, to control me. I am the shadow that has existed since the beginning. I am the fear, the regret, the darkness in the hearts of all who have ruled Eloria. I am eternal." Lyra stood her ground, the crown still raised high, its light flickering and swirling, casting strange shadows that danced around her. She could feel the darkness pushing against her, testing her, trying to break her resolve. But she would not be swayed. She had come too far to turn back now. "I may be one girl," she said, her voice rising with a newfound strength, "but I am not alone. Eloria lives within me. The kings of old, the people who once walked these lands, they are with me. And I will fight for them." The darkness recoiled again, this time with a sound like the rustling of leaves in a storm. Lyra could feel it shifting, trying to find a way around her. But she held firm, the crown's light pulsing brighter with every passing moment, pushing back against the shadows that sought to consume her. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet trembled, and the chasm seemed to widen, the darkness pouring forth in even greater torrents. The air was thick with the stench of rot and decay, and Lyra could feel the cold tendrils of the shadow wrapping around her, trying to pull her down into the depths. Her heart raced as she struggled to maintain her footing, but the light of the crown held steady, pushing back against the tide. "You cannot fight me," the voice growled, its tone growing more frantic. "You do not understand what you are dealing with. This is not something that can be defeated. You cannot win." But Lyra did understand. She understood that this darkness was not something that could be destroyed. It was not a beast to be slain or a force to be banished. It was part of Eloria, part of its soul, its history. The darkness was a reflection of the kingdom itself, of the kings who had ruled with arrogance, of the greed and pride that had seeped into the land, and Lyra understood, now, that the only way to heal Eloria was not to rid it of the darkness, but to bring it into balance. The crown's light flared once more, brighter than it had ever been before. It was no longer just light. It was energy, raw and pure, a force that resonated with the very core of the kingdom. The darkness hesitated again, as if sensing the shift in the air. Lyra closed her eyes for a moment, drawing in a deep breath. She let the power of the crown flow through her, let it connect her to the land, to the people who had come before her. She felt their presence, felt the weight of their mistakes, their regrets, and their hopes. And she knew, in that moment, that she could not erase the past. She could not undo the damage that had been done, but she could change the future. With a shout, she lowered the crown, pointing it toward the chasm. The light that erupted from it was blinding, a burst of energy so pure and bright that it seemed to pierce the very heart of the darkness. The shadows screamed, writhing in agony as the light clashed with them, pushing them back, burning them away, but the darkness did not disappear. Instead, it seemed to shift, to move, as if it were finding a new place to reside. The light and the darkness, instead of fighting, began to dance together, a delicate balance that neither could completely dominate. The voice of the darkness, spoke once more, but this time, it was no longer a threat. It was a whisper, barely audible, but filled with something new, something like resignation. "You have done it," the voice said. You have found the balance. But remember this, there will always be darkness in the light, and light in the darkness. That is the nature of Eloria. Lyra nodded, understanding now what Kelder had meant. The darkness would never truly leave. It was a part of the land, a part of the kingdom's soul. But so, too, was the light. And in that balance, Eloria could be healed, not through domination, but through understanding, acceptance, and the courage to face both the light and the darkness within. The crown's light dimmed, and the shadows receded, no longer as threatening as they had once been. The chasm before her seemed to close, the darkness folding back into the earth, retreating into the very heart of Eloria. Lyra took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the crown ease slightly. She had done it. She had found the balance. And though the road ahead would still be difficult, she knew now that she could face whatever came next. Eloria had been healed, not by erasing the past, but by embracing it, and by learning to live with both the light and the darkness. Eloria had changed. The balance Lyra had forged between the light and the darkness had left its mark on the kingdom, transforming it into something different, but something better. It was a place of complexity, of contrasts, where the scars of the past were acknowledged but no longer held dominion over the future. The land was still healing, still adapting, but it no longer felt like a place doomed to an endless cycle of suffering and decay. For the first time in centuries, hope began to stir within the soil itself. Lyra stood atop the walls of the citadel, her gaze sweeping over the landscape. The once desolate kingdom, ravaged by the blight of unchecked power, now had a sense of quiet resilience about it. The forests, though dark and mysterious, no longer felt oppressive. They whispered secrets to those who listened closely, sharing the wisdom of ages past. The ruins of ancient castles and forgotten towns had become symbols of the kingdom's endurance, reminders that Eloria had weathered many storms, and would continue to do so. It was a new beginning, though Lyra knew the path ahead would not be without challenges. The balance she had achieved was delicate, fragile even. The darkness would never be fully gone. It would always be there, lurking in the corners of the world, waiting for an opportunity to rise again. But the light, too, had found a place in the world, a place where it could coexist with the shadows, bringing with it the promise of healing, of growth, of life. In the days following her confrontation with the darkness, Lyra had returned to the people of Eloria. She had stood before them, not as a conqueror, but as a guide. She had shared with them the knowledge she had gained, the understanding that both light and darkness were necessary parts of their world. They would no longer look to rulers who sought to control and dominate. Instead, they would look inward, to themselves, to the land, and to the lessons of the past. The Council of Eloria had been reformed, no longer a body of nobles and kings, but a gathering of voices from all walks of life. Farmers, scholars, warriors, healers, each had a place at the table. Together, they would rebuild the kingdom, not as it had been, but as it could be, a place of unity, of balance, where every individual had a voice, and every shadow was met with light. But even as she stood on the citadel walls, Lyra knew that the healing of Eloria was only just beginning. The road ahead would be long. The scars of the past ran deep, and the wounds were still fresh. The people would need time, guidance, and wisdom to rebuild, not just the land, but their hearts, their minds, and their spirits. And though Lyra had come to understand the balance of light and darkness, she also understood that she could not carry the weight of the kingdom alone. She would need allies, true allies, who were willing to walk beside her as they all moved forward. The wind stirred the air around her, the gentle breeze carrying with it the sense of the earth, fresh, vibrant, and alive. She could hear the faint sounds of life returning to the kingdom, the rustle of leaves in the trees, the distant murmur of rivers flowing through the land, the calls of birds soaring high above. Eloria was beginning to breathe again, to awaken from the long slumber of despair. It was in this moment, standing at the edge of a new dawn, that Lyra realized something important. Healing was not an event. It was a process, a journey that would take time, patience, and courage. It was something that had to be nurtured, cultivated. And though the shadows still lingered, Lyra knew that as long as the people of Eloria continued to walk in the light, the darkness would never again hold dominion over them. A familiar voice broke her reverie. She turned to find Kelder standing a few paces behind her, his features soft with the wisdom of years spent in service to the land. "You have done what few could even dream of, Lyra," he said, his voice rich with both respect and admiration. "You have given Eloria a future, a chance to reclaim what was lost." Lyra smiled, though her heart was heavy with the weight of all that had come before. "It's not just me, Kelder. It's all of us. Eloria's healing belongs to the people, to the land, to everyone who believes in what is possible. I may have found the balance between light and darkness, but it's their hearts, their hands, that will carry it forward." Kelder nodded slowly, his gaze turning toward the horizon. "You're right, of course. And yet, without your vision, without your courage, this new beginning would not have been possible. You've restored something that had been lost for so long, something that none of us thought we would see again." Lyra turned her gaze back to the land below, the sprawling fields and distant mountains that framed the kingdom. It was beautiful, in a way that was both gentle and haunting. She could feel the pulse of life in every breath, in every step she took. And for the first time in a long while, she felt at peace. "I'm not finished yet," she said quietly, more to herself than to Kelder. "There is still much to be done." Kelder smiled softly, his expression wise and knowing. "You've never been one to rest, have you?" Lyra chuckled, the sound light and free. "No, I suppose not." For a moment, there was silence between them, a comfortable silence that spoke volumes. The winds whispered softly through the trees, the kingdom alive with the promise of something new. And as Lyra stood there, at the precipice of this new beginning, she realized something else. The journey had never been about defeating the darkness. It had been about understanding it, about learning to live with it, and about embracing the light that could exist in even the darkest of places. The world would never be perfect. It would never be free of struggle, of hardship. But it would always have hope. And that, Lyra knew, was enough. She turned to Kelder, her resolve solidifying once more. "Let's go, Kelder. There's still much to be done. The kingdom needs its people, and they need us." And with that, Lyra descended from the citadel walls, her heart filled with purpose, her mind clear with determination. The healing of Eloria had only just begun, but with the light of lost kings guiding her, she knew that they would walk this path together. Toward a future they could all create. The dawn was breaking, casting a pale light over the lands of Eloria. The kingdom had been through so much darkness, chaos, and loss, but the first rays of sunlight hinted at something new, something worth fighting for. The land was healing, yes, but it had not forgotten the scars left by years of suffering. Lyra could feel that as she walked along the edge of the river, the water rushing past her feet in a constant reminder of the passage of time. The shadows still lingered, not just in the land but in the hearts of the people. And while the crown had brought balance, the healing was far from complete. She had seen the changes in the kingdom. The return of life to once barren fields, the renewed hope in the eyes of those who had endured so much. But there was more to be done. The shadows of the past had been momentarily quieted, but they had not disappeared. Lyra knew that the kingdom needed something deeper, a new foundation, a new way of thinking, a new way of being. And it was up to her, and to those who stood with her, to forge that future. As she walked, the faint sounds of footsteps echoed behind her. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Kelder's presence was a constant now, a reassuring weight beside her as they continued their journey to rebuild Eloria. The journey ahead was long, but Lyra was no longer alone in her quest. She had allies, people who had shared the burdens of the past and who were now ready to walk with her into the future. Do you ever wonder if we've done enough? Lyra asked, her voice soft, almost lost in the gentle murmur of the river. Kelder, ever steady, did not hesitate before responding. I think we've done more than anyone could have hoped for. But the work isn't over. The people of Eloria have begun to trust again, but trust takes time to rebuild fully. We've shown them the way forward, but it will be their choices, their actions, that will shape the future. Lyra nodded, her thoughts swirling. She had seen the cracks in the kingdom, the deep divisions that still existed. Trust had been shattered, and while the people now had hope, hope alone wasn't enough to heal the wounds. They needed something more. They needed to be reminded of the strength they had within themselves, of the power that came from unity, not just in the light, but in the shadows as well. Do you think they're ready? Lyra asked, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the sun was climbing higher in the sky. Ready to rebuild in the way that Eloria truly needs? Kelder paused for a long moment, his eyes on the same distant line where the sky met the land. Ready or not, the change is happening. The people have begun to see the kingdom in a new light. It's not a matter of being ready, Lyra. It's a matter of choosing to move forward. And those who are willing to walk that path will find their way. A silence stretched between them, not uncomfortable, but reflective. They had been through so much, faced so many trials together. The battle against the darkness had been won, but that victory was only the first step. There was still so much to be done. The people of Eloria had seen the darkness for what it was, but now they needed to understand the light, not just as a force of power, but as a force of responsibility. To wield light was to understand its cost, to honor its delicate balance with the shadows. Without that understanding, the kingdom risked falling back into old habits. Into the same patterns of pride and arrogance that had caused so much destruction in the first place. We need to bring them together, Lyra said, more to herself than to Kelder. All of them, the farmers, the scholars, the warriors, the healers. We need to build a kingdom where everyone has a place, where no one is forgotten. Kelder's gaze softened. And we will. One step at a time. They continued to walk along the riverbank, the sounds of the world around them growing louder as the day wore on. The river was a symbol of Eloria's journey, constant, flowing, never truly stopping. It had been scarred, its waters tainted by years of neglect, but now it was beginning to run clear again. Just like the land. Just like the people. But Lyra knew that clear waters didn't stay clear on their own. They had to be nurtured, protected, and cared for. The kingdom was in a fragile state, but it was still alive. And that was something worth fighting for. Later that day, Lyra gathered the council once more, the leaders of Eloria who had been chosen to help rebuild the kingdom. The hall, though not yet fully restored, stood as a symbol of the new order, an order where every voice would be heard, where no one would be left behind. The air was thick with anticipation as the council members filed in, each carrying the weight of their people's hopes and fears. Lyra took her place at the head of the table, the crown resting lightly on her brow. It was no longer just a symbol of authority, it had become a symbol of service, a reminder that her role was to guide, not to rule. She stood, her hands resting on the table, and looked around at the faces gathered before her. These were the people who would shape Eloria's future. The weight of her responsibility pressed heavily on her shoulders, but she knew she was not alone. They were all in this together. Eloria has been broken, she began, her voice carrying across the room. But it is not beyond repair. The land, the people, the very soul of this kingdom have been wounded, yes. But that does not mean we cannot rebuild. There was a murmur of agreement around the room. The faces of the council members reflecting a mix of hope, doubt, and determination. Lyra's gaze swept across them, knowing the road ahead would be difficult. The work they had to do would take years, even decades. But they had to begin somewhere. We cannot rebuild the kingdom of the past, she continued. The old ways were flawed. They were based on power, greed, and pride. But now, we must build a new kingdom, one based on trust, unity, and the understanding that light and darkness are not enemies to be destroyed, but forces to be embraced and balanced. The room fell silent. Lyra could see the weight of her words settling in, the understanding beginning to form. It was a difficult truth. One that would require everyone to let go of old beliefs and embrace a new way of thinking. It would not be easy. We will face challenges, yes, Lyra said. But we will face them together. And if we stay true to this new vision, if we stay true to each other, we will rebuild Eloria, not just as a kingdom, but as a place where every person can find their place, and where every shadow has a chance to be transformed into light. The council sat in silence, the weight of her words settling over them. Lyra could feel the uncertainty in the air, but also the beginning of something else, the spark of hope. It was fragile, but it was there, and that, she realized, was all that mattered. The days that followed were filled with relentless work, yet there was a quiet sense of purpose in every step. The kingdom was slowly, steadily changing, and Lyra could feel the pulse of that change in the very air she breathed. It was not just the land that was healing, but the people as well, though some would take longer than others to embrace the new ways. The old wounds ran deep, and the shadows of the past were stubborn, refusing to simply vanish. Lyra had spent much of her time in the council chambers, listening to the concerns of the people's representatives, those who had once been nothing more than voices in the crowd, now empowered to shape the future. The debates were long, often heated, but they were necessary. Every decision, every step forward was being carefully considered. They were building a kingdom from the ground up, not just physically, but ideologically. The task was monumental, but with each passing day, Lyra found herself more confident in their path. One evening, as the golden light of the setting sun spilled through the windows of the council hall, Lyra stood before the gathered council members, her fingers lightly resting on the worn wood of the table. She could feel their eyes on her, some filled with admiration, others with uncertainty. She had known it would take time, nothing could be rushed. But she also knew that the true test of their resolve was just beginning. "We've made progress," Lyra said, her voice steady but carrying a weight that was not easily ignored. "But we cannot forget that the heart of Eloria is its people. We've seen what happens when power is concentrated in the hands of the few. It breeds fear. It breeds division. If we are to rebuild this kingdom, we must ensure that every person has a voice. That every person has the opportunity to live in harmony with the land." A low murmur ran through the room, some nodding in agreement while others exchanged uneasy glances. Lyra's gaze swept across the room, settling on each of them in turn. She knew what she was asking. What she was proposing was a radical departure from everything they had known. But it was the only way forward. "We must begin the work of decentralizing power," she continued, her voice softening, yet firm. "Not just in government, but in every aspect of life. The land, the people, the very soul of Eloria, these must be the cornerstones upon which we build. No one, no matter their status, can stand above the needs of the many." There was a pause as the council members absorbed her words. Some of them had lived their entire lives in a system that rewarded the powerful, the influential, and the wealthy. The idea of true equality, of every person having a say, was foreign to many. But Lyra had made it clear from the beginning that her rule, if one could even call it that, was not about maintaining power. It was about restoring balance, bringing harmony between light and darkness, between the past and the future. Kelder, who had been silent through much of the conversation, finally spoke. His voice, though measured, carried a sense of resolve that Lyra recognized. "I agree with you, Lyra. But this will not be easy. We will face opposition. There are those who will resist the idea of giving up their power. They have tasted the sweetness of control, and they will not let go easily." Lyra nodded, understanding all too well the challenge that lay ahead. "We will not force anyone to change, Kelder. But we will give them the tools to do so. We will show them that the strength of a kingdom lies not in the hands of a few, but in the hearts of many. And we will work together, side by side, to create a future that belongs to all of us." There was a silence in the room, but it was not the kind of silence that spoke of doubt. It was the silence of contemplation, of consideration. The council members knew what was at stake. They could feel the weight of their responsibility. Lyra had given them a vision of a kingdom that could rise from the ashes of the past, but it was up to them to take the first steps. Over the next several weeks, Lyra and the council worked tirelessly. The people of Eloria began to take notice of the changes, both subtle and obvious. The old systems of power were slowly being dismantled, replaced by something more collaborative, more inclusive. Local councils were established in every region, allowing the people to have a direct say in the decisions that affected their lives. No longer would a small group of rulers decide the fate of the kingdom from their ivory towers. The decisions would come from the ground up, but as the changes took root, the shadows of the past grew more restless. There were whispers in the corners of the kingdom, dark whispers of rebellion, of those who would not accept the new order. These voices, though few, were powerful, and they spoke of returning to the old ways, to the old systems of control. They called for the return of the monarchy, for the return of the power that had once been wielded without mercy. Lyra knew that the true test of their efforts would come when these voices grew louder. There would be no easy solution, no simple answer. But she also knew that this was not a battle to be fought with swords or armies. This was a battle for hearts and minds, a battle for the soul of Eloria. One evening, as she walked through the streets of the capital, Lyra felt a sudden weight in the air. The people, who had once been cautious, were now more open. She saw children laughing in the streets, vendors offering their goods with pride, and families gathering together in the twilight. The streets were alive with energy, a far cry from the fearful silence that had once reigned. But it was in the eyes of the people that Lyra saw the true progress. They were no longer looking to her as a savior, but as a guide, someone who had shown them the way forward, but who now trusted them to walk that path on their own. And yet, in the distance, the whispers of rebellion still echoed. Lyra was no stranger to resistance. She had faced it before, and she would face it again. But this time, she would not face it alone. Eloria had changed. The people had changed. And together, they would find a way to overcome the darkness, no matter how it chose to manifest. As Lyra returned to the council hall that evening, she felt a sense of resolve settle over her. The work was far from over. But it was no longer a solitary journey. It was a journey they would all take together. The kingdom of Eloria had changed in many ways since Lyra had taken the crown. What was once a land torn by strife and darkness had begun to take on a new form, brighter, more hopeful, but not without its challenges. The seeds of unity that had been planted in the wake of the old regime's fall were beginning to sprout, and while the soil was fertile, it was still uncertain if the harvest would be bountiful or scarce. It was a time of great tension and anticipation. For the first time in years, the people of Eloria had a true voice. Yet, even as they embraced the new order, there were whispers of unrest. Of those who could not or would not let go of the old ways. In the far corners of the kingdom, in the places where the old regime had been strongest, shadows began to stir. They were small, hidden movements at first, but Lyra knew the danger they posed. This new Eloria was built on trust and cooperation, and it could easily crumble if those in power sought to take it all back. Lyra had long anticipated this. She knew the battle for Eloria's future was far from over. It would not be fought with weapons or armies alone, but with ideas, with hearts and minds. The shadows of the past were not content to fade into history. They wanted to drag Eloria back into the dark, to return to a time when one ruler's word was law. And power flowed from the top down, not the bottom up. The unrest had not yet reached the capital, but Lyra could feel it in the air. Her council had informed her of a growing group of dissidents, those who longed for the return of monarchy, for the re-establishment of the old order. They were a minority, but they were vocal, and in times of uncertainty, even the smallest voice could carry the greatest weight. It was late into the evening when Lyra sat in the council hall, her fingers tracing the cool stone of the table. The room was dim, the only light coming from the flickering hearth at the far end. Kelder stood beside her, his presence as steadfast as ever, but even he could sense the unease in the air. "You feel it too," Lyra said quietly, her gaze fixed on the flames. "The unrest." Kelder nodded slowly. It was inevitable. When people lose their sense of control, fear is quick to take its place. The old way of life is still fresh in their memories, and there are those who are not ready to embrace this new world. They will fight for what they know, even if it means tearing the kingdom apart. Lyra sighed, leaning back in her chair, her mind working through the complexity of the situation. "I know. But I believe in the people of Eloria. I believe that, given time, they will understand that this new path is the only way forward. We cannot afford to go backward." She paused, thinking of the people she had met along her journey, farmers, merchants, scholars, and children, all of them working together to create something new. The days of rulers who wielded power for their own gain were behind them. But Lyra also knew that a kingdom was not built by words alone. It required action, conviction, and the strength to stand firm when the storm threatened to undo everything. "The next steps we take must be deliberate," Lyra said. "We must prove to the people that this new Eloria is not just a dream, it is a reality. And we must root out the dissidents before it grows into something we cannot control." Kelder's expression softened. "You cannot carry this burden alone, Lyra. You've already done so much for this kingdom. Let those of us who stand with you take some of the weight." Lyra met his gaze, her heart warmed by his unwavering support. But she knew this was a journey she could not take lightly. She could not simply ignore the threat, nor could she act out of fear. Eloria's future would require patience and wisdom, qualities that she had learned to value more than any sword or shield. "I appreciate your loyalty, Kelder," Lyra replied. "And I will never take it for granted. But this is my kingdom, my responsibility. And I will not rest until I've ensured that it will stand strong, no matter what." Kelder remained silent, but his gaze was filled with understanding. He had seen Lyra grow from a girl who had never sought power into a leader who had proven time and time again that her heart was with the people. But even he knew that the true test of leadership came not in moments of calm, but in times of uncertainty, when the ground beneath one's feet threatened to give way. Days passed, and the unrest that Lyra had feared began to grow. Rumors spread from town to town, carried by those who resented the loss of the old ways. The old nobles, who had once held power over the kingdom, began to gather in secret, speaking of reclaiming what had been lost. They called themselves the sons and daughters of the crown, an echo of a time when monarchy had ruled the land, a time when power was measured by wealth and birthright. Lyra could no longer ignore the growing storm. It was time to act. She called for a gathering of her closest allies, a council of those who had stood beside her from the beginning. They needed a plan, a way to address the dissidents without resorting to violence, without further dividing the kingdom. Kelder was among those who answered the summons, his face grim as he entered the council hall. He took a seat beside Lyra, his expression hard but thoughtful. "The whispers are growing louder," he said. "We can no longer pretend that this will resolve itself. The time to act is now." Lyra nodded. "I know. But we must be careful. We cannot afford to make martyrs of them, nor can we allow their message to gain traction. We need to show the people of Eloria that the path we've chosen is the only one that will lead us forward." One of the other council members, a woman named Saran, spoke up. "We have no choice but to confront them directly. They have made their intentions clear. If we allow them to continue unchecked, they will weaken everything we've built." Lyra looked around at her council, feeling the weight of their collective gaze. She understood their concerns. The situation was delicate, but she was not willing to let fear dictate her choices. She had already faced darkness, and she would not let it take hold again. "We will confront them," she said, her voice unwavering. "But we will do so with the truth. We will show the people the cost of returning to the old ways, and we will remind them of what we've already built together. Eloria is no longer a kingdom of power and control. It is a kingdom of unity, of understanding, and of light. And we will defend that with everything we have." The council fell silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The path forward was uncertain, and the challenges ahead would be great. But there was no turning back. Lyra had chosen this path, and she would see it through, no matter the cost. The days grew heavy with tension as Lyra and her council prepared for the confrontation that loomed on the horizon. Eloria had always been a land of contradictions, beauty and decay, light and shadow, and now those forces seemed to be colliding with an intensity she had not anticipated. The growing unrest was not just about power or politics. It was about something far deeper, a battle for the very soul of the kingdom. As Lyra walked through the halls of the castle, her mind churned with the weight of the decisions ahead. She had already given so much, and yet it felt as if the kingdom's future was hanging by a thread. The people, the land, the very essence of Eloria, these were what she had fought for. But now, she was not only fighting for the future, but for the very ideals that had brought them this far. Kelder had been by her side through it all, a quiet but steadfast presence. He had never wavered in his loyalty, even as the winds of change grew more fierce. And now, as the time to act drew near, Lyra could feel the weight of their shared responsibility bearing down on them both. "We must act, Lyra," Kelder said one evening, as they stood together on the balcony overlooking the capital. The sun was setting in the distance, casting the city in a soft, golden glow. But despite the beauty of the scene, Lyra could feel the undercurrent of fear and uncertainty in the air. The longer we wait, the more power they gain. If we don't show the people we are united, we risk everything. Lyra nodded, her gaze lingering on the horizon. "I know. But I won't be the one to bring Eloria to war, Kelder. Not again." Her words were soft, but they carried a depth of conviction that resonated with him. Kelder had seen her struggle with the decision. He knew that Lyra was not a ruler driven by the thirst for power or glory. She was a protector, a healer of broken lands and broken hearts. She had always been driven by the desire to bring peace to a kingdom that had known only bloodshed and strife, and yet, the shadows of the past still lurked, waiting for their moment to strike. "We don't want war, Lyra," Kelder said quietly. "But there are times when a kingdom must defend itself. You've done everything you can to bring peace to Eloria. Now, you must show the people that the light you offer is stronger than the darkness they seek to bring." Lyra turned to face him, her eyes filled with a quiet determination. "I will not lose this kingdom. Not to those who would see it fall, and not to those who think the past can be rewritten." The time had come. The people had spoken, and their voices were clear. The path of unity, of collaboration, of light, was the only way forward. But there were still those who would seek to tear it all down, to return to the old ways of the crown and the monarchy. To them, the light of Eloria was a threat, a challenge to the power they had once held. The following days were filled with careful planning. Lyra's council worked tirelessly, gathering intelligence, preparing for every possible outcome. They knew that confrontation was inevitable, but they also knew that they could not simply meet force with force. This would be a battle of ideals, and it would require more than just strength. It would require wisdom, unity, and the unwavering belief in the future they had created together. As the day of reckoning drew near, Lyra found herself walking through the streets of the capital once more. The people had grown accustomed to her presence, no longer seeing her as a figurehead, but as one of them. The kingdom had changed in ways that were not always visible, but they were there, in the way the people spoke to each other, in the way they worked together to rebuild their homes and their lives. There was a certain peace in these moments, a fleeting sense of tranquility that Lyra knew she would have to hold on to in the days ahead. For no matter how hard they fought, the shadows would always be there, waiting for their moment. But for now, she allowed herself to walk among the people, to feel their hope, their belief in the future. It was these people who had given her the strength to keep going, to continue fighting for a better tomorrow. And it was for them that she would stand firm, no matter the cost. That night, as Lyra lay in her chambers, she reflected on the journey that had brought her here. She had never imagined herself as a ruler, as a leader of nations. But now, she could see how far she had come, not just in terms of power, but in terms of heart. She had always believed that the light of Eloria would guide them through the darkness. And now, it was time to prove that belief. The next morning, Lyra called for a public address. She would speak to the people, not as their ruler, but as one who had walked alongside them in the darkest of times. She would remind them of the journey they had undertaken together, of the strength they had shown, and of the promise of a future that was still within their reach. The people gathered in the square, their faces a mixture of hope and apprehension. They knew what was coming. The sons and daughters of the crown had been gathering in the outskirts, preparing for a final push. The time for words had passed. It was now time for action. Lyra stood on the balcony above the crowd, her voice carrying over the gathered masses. "Eloria," she began, her voice steady and strong, "we stand at a crossroads. The past has brought us to this point, but it is the future that will decide our fate. We have built this kingdom together, from the ground up. We have worked, we have fought, and we have sacrificed." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, seeing the faces of those who had stood beside her, those who had helped her heal the wounds of the land. But now, she continued, there are those who would tear it all down. They wish to return us to the darkness, to the ways of the past. They believe that power should lie in the hands of the few, not the many. They believe that Eloria is theirs to rule. The crowd murmured, and Lyra could feel the energy building in the air, the tension rising. But we know better, she said, her voice growing in strength. We know that Eloria belongs to all of us. That the power of this kingdom lies not in the hands of kings or queens, but in the hearts of its people. We will not go back. We will not return to the shadows. We are the light, and we will stand firm in that light. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices rising in unison, a chorus of defiance and hope. Lyra knew this was not the end, but the beginning of something even greater. The path would be hard, the battles fierce. But Eloria would stand, united in its resolve to embrace the light, and to never again let the darkness consume them. The days following Lyra's public address were filled with anticipation, tension, and a renewed sense of purpose. The kingdom of Eloria, though still fragile, had been given a voice, a clear declaration that their future would be shaped not by the forces of old, but by the unity of those who believed in something greater than themselves. The streets, once filled with whispers of doubt, now echoed with the sound of determined footsteps, but Lyra knew that the real test had only just begun. Words could rally a crowd, but actions would speak louder. The sons and daughters of the crown were no longer a shadowed threat, they were a visible force, moving closer to the capital, their intentions clearer with each passing day. They had taken refuge in the ancient fortresses that dotted Eloria's borderlands, waiting for the right moment to strike. As Lyra sat at her desk, reviewing the reports brought to her by her advisors, her mind was far from the documents before her. She could not afford to be distracted, but the weight of the coming storm hung heavily in her thoughts. It was only a matter of time before the forces of resistance would make their move, and she had to be ready, not only to defend the kingdom, but to ensure that Eloria's heart would remain whole. We must be swift, Kelder had said earlier, his voice grave. The longer we wait, the more entrenched they become. Their cause is growing, and they are rallying more to their banner. Lyra looked out the window at the city below, the sun hanging low in the sky. There was something beautiful about the sight, something that reminded her why she had taken up the mantle of leadership. Eloria was a kingdom of the people, of the land itself, and it had the strength to survive any storm. But would it survive this one? The thought gnawed at her, and she turned her attention back to the map before her, tracing the borders where the dissidents were most concentrated. The fortresses in the east and west were their strongholds, ancient keeps that had once been symbols of the monarchy's dominance. They were relics of the past. And yet they held a powerful grip over the minds of the people who still believed in the old order. She could not afford to let them stand. The battle that was coming would be about more than just territory, it would be about shaping the future of Eloria. The sons and daughters of the crown would not stop until they had torn down what she had built, until they had returned the kingdom to a place of darkness and division. She could not let that happen. Not again, but Lyra was not one to rush into battle without considering all angles. She gathered her closest advisors, including Kelder, Saran, and Talia, to discuss their next steps. We need to strike before they can organize a full-scale assault. Lyra began, her voice calm but firm. If we wait, we risk giving them the momentum they need to fracture the kingdom. We must show strength, but we must also show the people that we are not their enemies. We are their protectors. Kelder nodded. But we must also be strategic. If we push too hard, we risk alienating those who are still undecided. We cannot afford to be seen as oppressors. Saran, the sharp-minded strategist, interjected. We need to divide their forces, weaken their support. Eloria is not a kingdom of one, but of many. We must make it clear that their path is one of isolation, that they do not speak for the majority. Talia, always quiet but perceptive, added. And we must remind the people of what we've accomplished. The lands are healing, trade is flourishing, and the people are united as never before. We cannot let these insurgents undo everything. Lyra listened intently to each of them, taking in their counsel. She had always trusted these advisors, for they saw the kingdom not as a throne to be claimed, but as a living, breathing entity that required care and wisdom. Their words grounded her, reminding her that her mission was not one of destruction, but of preservation. We will not destroy them, Lyra said, her voice resolute. But we will show them that the old ways have no place in Eloria's future. We will protect the kingdom from those who seek to bring it back to darkness. We will win this through unity, not force. With a plan in place, the council began to move into action. The military forces were mobilized, but there would be no open war. Instead, Lyra focused on undermining the sons and daughters of the crown through diplomacy, intelligence, and strategic strikes that would dismantle their infrastructure. The key was not to give them the martyrdom they sought, but to expose the weaknesses in their cause. As the days passed, Lyra's resolve was tested time and time again. The first wave of resistance was swift, attacks on supply lines, ambushes on smaller settlements near the border. But the response from the kingdom was equally swift. Lyra's army, bolstered by those who had once been peasants or merchants, stood firm in their defense, and the tide of battle quickly turned in her favor. Still, the enemy was elusive. They moved in shadows, striking quickly and retreating before they could be caught. The people of Eloria watched with bated breath, unsure of what the outcome would be. Would Lyra's vision hold, or would the old order rise again? One night, as Lyra stood by the window of her chamber, watching the glow of distant fires in the horizon, Kelder joined her. "It's not over yet," he said softly. "I know," Lyra replied, her gaze distant. "But we are closer than we've ever been." Kelder turned to her, his eyes filled with concern. "What if the people are not as united as we think? What if they begin to question us?" Lyra turned to face him, her expression firm. "They will question us. It's only natural. But if we stand together, if we remind them of the unity we've built, of the future we've promised them, then we will overcome this. We will not let them destroy everything we've fought for." Kelder nodded, though there was still a shadow in his eyes. "And what of the old monarchs? The bloodline they seek to restore?" Lyra's heart ached at the thought. The old monarchs were a reminder of a time when power was inherited, not earned. They represented the very forces that had nearly destroyed Eloria, forces of greed, division, and control. "They are nothing but a memory," she said, her voice quiet but certain. A memory that will fade when Eloria's light burns bright enough to chase away the darkness. As the days stretched on, the tension in Eloria grew palpable. The air was thick with anticipation, and the quiet hum of activity in the capital only heightened the sense that a storm was brewing on the horizon. Lyra stood at the edge of her balcony once more, looking out over the kingdom she had sworn to protect. The streets were still filled with the movement of the people, merchants peddling their wares, children laughing in the marketplace, soldiers training in the courtyards, but there was a heaviness to it all. Everyone knew something was coming. The fight for the future of Eloria was far from over, and each passing day seemed to bring a new challenge. The sons and daughters of the crown, though still fractured, were becoming more organized, their attacks growing bolder. Lyra's forces were spread thin, and the once hopeful optimism of the people was beginning to fray at the edges. Whispers of doubt spread through the streets like wildfire. Could they trust Lyra to guide them through this? Was the kingdom's vision really one of unity, or was it just a fleeting dream? These questions weighed heavily on Lyra's heart. She had fought so hard to bring Eloria into the light, to pull it from the ashes of the past and into a future where its people could thrive. But the darkness of the old ways was persistent. It was patient, like a shadow that would not relinquish its grip. "Are you ready?" Kelder's voice broke through her thoughts. He had been watching her from the doorway, his gaze filled with concern. It had been a long while since they had shared a moment like this, one without the weight of looming decisions or the specter of battle hanging over them. Lyra nodded, though her heart was heavy. "I don't think I'll ever be ready," she admitted softly. "But I have to be." She turned to face him, taking in his familiar presence. Kelder had been her rock, the one who had stood by her when others faltered. But even he couldn't hide the unease that lingered in his eyes. The resistance had grown stronger. And while Lyra had faith in her vision, she could not ignore the harsh reality of the situation. The kingdom was at a crossroads, and the coming days would determine whether the people would remain united, or if the old divisions would once again tear them apart. "The people are beginning to question whether we can hold on," Kelder said, his voice low. "Not everyone sees the vision you've created. There are those who still long for the old monarchy, for the rule of the crown." Lyra exhaled slowly, her fingers curling around the stone railing of the balcony. "I know. It's hard for them to understand, Kelder. The old ways were all they knew. But that's why we must show them something different. We can't let them fall back into the shadows." Kelder stepped closer, his expression firm. "And what if they don't want to follow, even with all that you've done? What if they think you're just another ruler, just another monarch in disguise?" Lyra paused, looking out at the sprawling city beneath them. The question stung, but it was a valid one. How could she convince the people that she was different? That she wasn't simply another figurehead claiming power for herself? She had tried so hard to walk a different path, one of unity, of healing, but the shadow of the monarchy loomed large. The battle for their hearts was not just about strategy or military might, it was about belief. About trust. "We won't win this with force alone," she said finally. "We need the people to see that this kingdom isn't just for the powerful, it's for everyone. The monarchy sought to divide. We seek to unite. But we have to show them. We have to bring them together in the light." Kelder studied her for a long moment before nodding. Then we do it your way. But you'll need to show them more than just words, Lyra. You'll need to show them the strength of your vision. The conversation lingered between them, unspoken doubts hanging in the air. But neither spoke them aloud. There was no room for fear, not now, not when the kingdom's future was at stake. The following days brought more skirmishes along the borders. And the resistance, though disorganized, began to pick up momentum. Small pockets of rebellion sprung up across the land, disjointed at first, but their numbers were swelling. It became clear that Lyra's forces would need to take more drastic measures to counter the growing threat. They had to act, and act fast, or risk losing everything they had worked so hard to build. Lyra convened her council in the war room. The tension was palpable, the air thick with the weight of impending decisions. Kelder, Saran, and Talia were all present, each one reflecting the same exhaustion Lyra felt within herself. They had been planning for days, analyzing their options and trying to predict the next moves of their enemies. It's not enough to just defend the borders anymore, Saran said, her voice cold with the clarity of a strategist. The sons and daughters of the crown are rallying their supporters. We must strike before they have the chance to consolidate their forces. Lyra nodded slowly, her fingers tapping the map spread out before them. The locations of the resistance were marked in red, and the borders were dotted with the positions of their own troops. They were at a crossroads, and each move would have far-reaching consequences. What if we instead seek to disarm them, not with force, but with diplomacy? We need to break their support base, cut off their supply lines, and show the people that this war is one they need not fight. Talia frowned, clearly skeptical. Diplomacy? You're proposing we talk to those who have been trying to tear this kingdom apart? We cannot afford to waste time with such idealism, Lyra. I'm not suggesting we appease them, Lyra replied firmly. But we need to make them realize that they do not have the support they think they do. Many of these rebels are driven by fear, by desperation, not loyalty. We can offer them an alternative to violence. Kelder spoke up, his voice filled with conviction. You're right. But diplomacy takes time, and time is a luxury we don't have. We need to make them see that there is no turning back. The tension in the room was thick, each advisor offering a different perspective. But Lyra knew one thing above all else: the heart of the kingdom, the soul of Eloria, was not built on conflict. It was built on hope. And if she could remind the people of that hope, they would stand with her. They would stand with the future. She stood from the table, her heart burning with a quiet, unshakable resolve. We will not let fear decide our future, she said softly. We will show Eloria what it means to stand in the light, to be a kingdom for all. The days bled together like the thickening clouds of an impending storm. Lyra had not slept in what seemed like days, her mind a whirlwind of strategy and doubts. She paced the halls of the castle, trying to shake off the weight that had settled deep in her bones. Every decision, every word she spoke, carried the lives of thousands on its back. She couldn't afford to make the wrong choice, but every choice felt heavy with uncertainty. In the war room, the flickering light of oil lamps cast long shadows on the walls as the council gathered. Lyra's heart was heavy, but she knew this was the moment they had been building toward. The plan had been set into motion, and now there was no turning back. "We've done everything we can," Kelder said, breaking the silence as he looked at the map spread out before them. His voice was steady, but his eyes betrayed the weight of the moment. "Our forces are in position. The border holds. But the sons and daughters of the crown will not stand idly by. They will fight." Lyra looked at the map, her eyes tracing the lines that marked the kingdom's borders, lines that would soon be tested. The fortresses of the east and west, where the rebels had gathered, were fortified and well protected. Her strategy was clear: strike before they could mobilize fully. But there were risks. "So many risks, I know," Lyra said quietly, her gaze unwavering. "But we cannot wait. The longer we hesitate, the more we risk losing the hearts of the people. We need to show them that the old ways are gone, that they are gone for good." Saran, her face hard with determination, spoke up. "The rebels will not fall easily. They have the support of many who believe in the old crown. The monarchy. They will rally, especially if they believe they are fighting for something greater than themselves. Which is why we must act decisively," Talia added, her voice clipped. "If we do not make our move now, we risk losing more ground. The enemy will not wait for us to negotiate." Lyra nodded, taking in the counsel. Each advisor brought a piece of the puzzle, but it was up to her to decide how to fit it all together. Time was slipping through their fingers, and she could feel the weight of history pressing down on her shoulders. The future of Eloria hung in the balance. Her mind wandered back to the vision she had shared with the people, the vision of a united kingdom. One where the people were free to shape their own destiny, where the monarchy was nothing more than a memory. The old bloodlines, the old ways of ruling, were an illusion. She knew this in her heart. The future of Eloria lay not in the hands of kings and queens, but in the hands of its people. What if we offer them a chance to surrender? Lyra said suddenly, her voice sharp with an idea that had just come to her. What if we appeal to their hearts, show them that they do not need to fight for a kingdom that no longer exists? Kelder raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by her suggestion. A chance to surrender? They'd been fighting for years to reclaim the crown. To ask them to surrender would be seen as weakness. "I don't mean weakness," Lyra said, her voice firm. "I mean mercy. A chance for them to see that the past is gone, and that the future can be different. We offer them an alternative to endless conflict." Saran looked skeptical. "And if they refuse? What then?" "Then we fight," Lyra said simply. "But we fight with the knowledge that we have given them a choice." The room fell silent as her words sank in. It was a risky strategy, one that could backfire if the rebels refused to see reason. But it was the only choice Lyra could make. She had seen the devastation that came from war, from the endless cycles of bloodshed and vengeance. If she could avoid that, even by a small chance, then it was worth the risk. "We move tomorrow," Lyra said, her voice decisive. "Prepare the forces. But send a messenger to the rebels, offering them one last chance to lay down their arms. We will not make the same mistakes the old monarchs made. We will show them that Eloria is a kingdom of peace, not of bloodshed. The room was filled with quiet murmurs of agreement, though none of the advisors seemed entirely convinced. But Lyra knew this was the right course of action. She had to lead with courage, not just with strength. The old way would not save Eloria, but perhaps mercy could. The sun was just beginning to rise the following morning as the messenger set out for the enemy strongholds. His mission was clear: deliver Lyra's message to the leaders of the sons and daughters of the crown, and offer them a chance to surrender. It was a risky move, one that could easily be seen as a sign of weakness, but it was the only way to avoid a bloodbath. Lyra stood at the gates of the castle, watching the rider disappear into the distance. The breeze stirred the banners above her head, the light catching the symbols of the new Eloria, symbols of unity, of hope. She could feel the weight of the moment settling over her like a storm cloud. This was a turning point. It was now or never. Hours passed, each minute stretching longer than the last. Lyra spent the time in her chambers, pacing and considering every possible outcome. Would the rebels see reason? Or would they take this as a sign of weakness and strike harder? Finally, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, a rider returned, a different messenger, this one from the rebel camp. Lyra's heart skipped a beat as he dismounted and approached her. They refuse, the messenger said, his voice tight with exhaustion. They will not surrender. They say the crown is their birthright, and they will fight until the last drop of blood is spilled. Lyra's stomach tightened. The hope she had carried so carefully, the hope of peace, shattered in that moment. The rebellion would not be swayed by words. They had already made their choice. So be it, Lyra said softly, her voice steady despite the storm brewing within her. Prepare the forces. Tomorrow, we fight for Eloria's future. The battlefield was set beneath the rising moon, the air thick with the tension of impending conflict. Lyra stood at the front lines, her armor glinting under the pale light, her heart heavy with the knowledge of what was about to unfold. The message of mercy had been rejected, and now there was no more time for second chances. The winds of war were blowing strong, and Eloria's future would be decided here, tonight. The forces of the sons and daughters of the crown stood in opposition, a sea of soldiers clad in the dark armor of the old monarchy. They, too, were ready for war. The ground between the two armies was marked with the scent of wet earth, as if the very land itself could sense the weight of the battle to come. The distant sounds of drums echoed through the valley, a steady rhythm that matched the beating of Lyra's heart. The time for diplomacy had passed. Now, it was time to fight for the kingdom she had worked so hard to build. Kelder stood beside her, his expression grim but resolute. His sword was drawn, the blade catching the light of the moon as he scanned the enemy lines. Beside him, Saran and Talia were preparing their own troops, their faces etched with the same determination. There would be no turning back now. Are you sure about this? Kelder asked, his voice low but filled with concern. He looked at her, the weight of their friendship and shared history heavy between them. We could still pull back. There's always time for one more attempt at peace. Lyra shook her head, her gaze fixed on the enemy lines. She could feel the pulse of the army behind her, their loyalty unwavering despite the risks they faced. I've given them every chance, she said, her voice steady despite the storm inside her. They made their choice. I can't allow them to drag Eloria back into the past. We've come too far. Kelder sighed but nodded, respect in his eyes. Then we fight. For Eloria. For the future. With a final glance at the enemy forces, Lyra turned to her own soldiers, raising her sword high. The signal was given, and the first wave of troops surged forward, their boots pounding the earth in unison. The battle had begun, the clash was immediate and brutal. The sound of steel against steel rang out across the battlefield, drowning out the cries of the wounded and the roars of the fighters. Lyra led the charge, her sword cutting through the chaos, her eyes focused on the task at hand. She fought with everything she had, each strike, each move, was for the kingdom she had pledged to protect, but even as she fought, a part of her heart broke with each passing moment. This was not the world she had dreamed of. This was not the future she had envisioned for Eloria. The streets of the capital had been filled with hope, with dreams of unity. Now, those dreams were being torn apart by the harsh reality of war. The bloodshed, the violence, it was all so familiar, yet so foreign. She had hoped to avoid this. But hope alone could not change the world. Sometimes, action was the only thing that mattered. Hours passed in a blur of violence and chaos, the once quiet battlefield now a place of destruction and despair. Lyra fought with a focus that bordered on the ferocious, her every action driven by the knowledge that the stakes were higher than ever before. The men and women she had once called allies now stood on opposite sides. Their loyalties to different causes. It was a tragedy that neither side had ever wanted, yet neither could avoid. Kelder and Saran fought side by side, their movements fluid and precise. Talia, too, led her troops with a fierce determination, her voice carrying across the battlefield as she commanded the units to press forward. The sound of their forces clashing against the rebels rang in the air, each blow a testament to the struggle for a future neither side seemed willing to give up. Through the chaos, Lyra caught sight of the leader of the sons and daughters of the crown, a figure dressed in the regal colors of the old monarchy, his armor gleaming in the moonlight. His presence was commanding. His eyes filled with the same fiery determination she had seen in the faces of her own soldiers. He was a king in his own right, and he fought with the same relentless passion that had once defined Eloria's rulers. It was then that Lyra realized the true cost of this war. The battle was not just about land or power. It was about two visions of the future, two ideologies clashing with devastating consequences. And in the end, it was the people of Eloria who would suffer the most. As the battle raged on, Lyra's thoughts turned to the people she had sworn to protect. She had tried to offer them a future of peace, but peace had proved elusive. War, it seemed, was always lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the smallest crack to break through. The dream of a united Eloria, one built on the ideals of equality and shared purpose, seemed so distant now. And yet, in the midst of the carnage, Lyra held on to that dream. She couldn't let it die, not now, not when everything was at stake. The fighting was intense, the losses mounting on both sides. Lyra's forces were beginning to gain the upper hand, but the victory came at a heavy cost. She could see the toll the battle was taking on her soldiers, their faces grim with fatigue, their bodies bruised and bloodied. And yet, they pressed on, driven by the belief that their cause was just, that the future of Eloria depended on them. In the midst of the chaos, Lyra found herself face to face with the leader of the rebel forces. His sword was raised, his eyes locked onto hers with a mixture of defiance and sorrow. For a moment, time seemed to slow, and Lyra saw in his eyes the same thing she had seen in her own heart, a deep, unshakable belief that his cause was right. "You're wrong," she shouted over the noise of the battle, her voice hoarse with exhaustion. "This isn't the way. We can rebuild Eloria without bloodshed. We can create a future together." The rebel leader's eyes hardened. "Your vision is a fantasy, Lyra," he spat. "You cannot erase the past. You cannot erase what is in the blood of the people." He lunged forward, and the clash of their swords rang through the night. Lyra parried, her mind racing as she fought for her life, and for Eloria's future. Every strike, every movement, felt like a test of everything she had fought for. The battle was a reflection of the kingdom itself, fractured, torn between past and future, between the desire for power and the hope for peace. The fight continued, neither side willing to yield. But as the moon rose higher in the sky, casting its cold light over the battlefield, it became clear, this war would not end with the fall of one leader or another. It would end when the people of Eloria realized that the true enemy was not the rebel forces or the monarchy, it was the division that had taken root in their hearts. And only then, when the dust settled and the last echoes of battle faded into the night, would the real work of rebuilding begin. The first light of dawn crept over the battlefield, casting long, eerie shadows across the blood-soaked ground. The clash of steel and the cries of the wounded had ceased, replaced by an unsettling silence that hung in the air like a thick fog. The battlefield was strewn with the fallen, a grim testament to the cost of the war. It was over. The conflict that had raged for so long, that had torn Eloria apart, had come to an end, but at what cost? Lyra stood in the center of the chaos, her armor battered and stained with the blood of those she had fought beside and those she had fought against. The weight of the sword in her hand felt heavy, as if the blade itself were a burden she could no longer bear. The vision of a united kingdom, of a peaceful future, seemed like a distant memory now, something unreachable, forever out of her grasp. She had won the battle, yes. But had she won the war? Had she truly given Eloria the future it deserved, or had she only replaced one kind of tyranny with another? The rebel leader lay at her feet, his body still lifeless. His sword, the weapon he had fought with until his last breath, was now just another broken tool of war. The last remnants of his forces had fled, their morale shattered, their resolve broken. But even in their defeat, there was something mournful in the air, a deep sadness that could not be ignored. Lyra had fought for a better future, but the cost of that future had been written in the blood of those who had stood against her. Kelder approached, his face drawn with exhaustion, but there was something else in his eyes, a quiet, solemn recognition of the truth they had both known for some time. The cost of leadership, of sacrifice, had come home to roost. "It's over," Kelder said quietly, his voice carrying a weight of finality. He glanced at the fallen, his gaze lingering on the faces of those who had given their lives for a cause they believed in. But at what cost? Lyra didn't answer immediately. She couldn't. What was there to say? The victory felt hollow, a bitter pill that refused to go down smoothly. She had won, yes, but the people who had fought for the old monarchy, who had believed in a different future, were not her enemies in the way she had once thought. They were simply people, people caught in the same currents of history that had swept her own people along. They were not the monsters she had once painted them to be. "We've done what we had to do," Lyra said finally, her voice thick with emotion. "We've secured Eloria's future. But we've also lost something along the way." Kelder nodded, understanding her words in a way no one else could. He had been with her from the very beginning, had seen the toll the journey had taken on her spirit. He had seen the hope in her eyes when she first began her quest to unite the kingdom, and now, he saw something else, something that had replaced the light of idealism with the shadow of reality. "We have to rebuild," Lyra continued, her voice growing firmer as she turned to face the battlefield once more. "We have to heal the wounds of this land. And we will. But not through force, not through violence. We will rebuild with compassion, with understanding." Talia approached, her face weary but resolute. She had fought fiercely by Lyra's side, and though the battle had taken its toll, there was a strength in her eyes that had not wavered. "We will need time," Talia said softly, her voice betraying the deep sadness that lingered in her heart. "But we can rebuild. We must." Lyra nodded, her heart heavy with the weight of what lay ahead. "We will need everyone," she said. "We will need every last person who believes in Eloria, who believes that a kingdom built on the blood of its people can still rise from the ashes." The sun rose higher in the sky, casting a golden light over the battlefield. The fighting had ended, but the true work was just beginning. Lyra knew that the scars of war would never fully fade, but perhaps, just perhaps, in the hearts of the people, they could find the strength to heal. The future was still unwritten, still uncertain. But in that moment, Lyra made a vow, to herself, to Eloria, and to the people who had placed their trust in her. She would not let them down, they would rebuild. They would rebuild a kingdom where no throne would rule with fear, where no crown would be worn by blood alone. They would build a kingdom where hope was not a distant dream, but a living, breathing reality, and it would not be easy, but they would rise. The light of the dawn seemed to spread across the land like a promise, casting away the darkness that had haunted the kingdom for so long. The battle was over. The kings and queens of old had fallen, their light extinguished by the hands of those who had chosen a new path. And as Lyra stood in the midst of the carnage, she knew one thing above all else: the light of lost kings was not truly gone. It lived on in the hearts of those who had fought for a better future. It lived on in her, and it would shine brighter than ever before. The echoing void, the stars had always held a strange allure for Alicia. She had spent countless nights gazing up at the night sky, her mind drifting into the vast expanse of space, imagining the worlds beyond her own. For her, the stars weren't just distant balls of fire, they were markers of something greater, a reminder of the mysteries that lay just beyond the reach of human understanding. But tonight, as the moon hung low and heavy in the sky, casting long shadows over the sleeping world, she felt a weight pressing upon her chest. The stars no longer seemed like distant friends, whispering secrets of the universe. Instead, they felt cold, unforgiving, and the darkness that stretched beyond them seemed to echo in the quiet of the night. Something was wrong. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but the sense of unease gnawed at her, the same way a storm gathers on the horizon before it bursts forth. Alicia shifted uneasily on the balcony of her small cottage, the stone railing cold beneath her fingers. The village below her, usually so vibrant and alive with the sounds of children playing and the hum of distant conversations, now felt eerily still. A silence had descended that seemed to stretch endlessly, and in the distance, faint wisps of fog curled around the edges of the trees, as though the land itself was holding its breath. It wasn't normal. The nights had always been quiet, yes, but this was different. The stillness had an edge to it, a palpable sense of waiting, as if the world were bracing itself for something it could not escape. Her thoughts turned to the recent happenings in the village. People had been speaking in hushed tones, casting fearful glances toward the forest at the edge of town. Some said it was just the wind playing tricks on them, others claimed it was an omen, a sign that the spirits of the land were restless. But Alicia knew better. She had felt the stirrings of something ancient in her bones. Something was coming, something that had been waiting, hidden in the shadows, until now. Another dream, she murmured to herself, though she had not yet spoken aloud. The vision she had experienced the previous night was still fresh in her mind, the vast emptiness, a void that seemed to stretch on forever, dark and cold. And at the center of it, a figure, tall and impossibly distant, standing alone in the silence. Its form had been blurred, shifting like smoke, but the feeling it left in her was unmistakable. It was calling to her. Alicia closed her eyes, trying to push away the memory of the dream, but it clung to her, refusing to be forgotten. She had seen these visions before, brief flashes of something beyond the veil of this world, but this one felt different. It was darker, stronger, and it was getting closer. A cold wind swept across the balcony, making her shiver despite the warmth of her cloak. She wrapped her arms tighter around herself, the strange sensation growing stronger. The emptiness of the night seemed to press in around her, suffocating her in its unyielding grip. "Why now?" she whispered. "What do you want from me?" As if in answer, a distant sound echoed from the forest. It was a soft hum at first, almost imperceptible against the backdrop of the wind. But then it grew louder, resonating deep in her chest, vibrating through the stone of the balcony beneath her feet. The sound was not like anything she had ever heard before. It was a chorus of voices, faint and distant, yet somehow familiar, like a memory she couldn't quite place. Alicia's heart skipped a beat. She had heard that sound before, in her dreams, in the fleeting moments when she touched the edge of the unknown. It was the same hum, the same rhythm that had pulsed through her when the figure in her dream had stood before her. She didn't need to think twice. Without hesitation, Alicia turned and dashed through the small cottage, grabbing her cloak and sword as she went. Her heart pounded in her chest, urgency rising within her as she moved toward the door. She couldn't ignore it anymore. The call had come, and she had to answer. The villagers wouldn't understand. They would try to stop her, tell her it was madness to venture into the forest at this hour, to chase after whispers in the night. But Alicia knew something they didn't. The echoes were real. The void was real. And she was the only one who could stand against it. She threw open the door and stepped into the night. The village was still, the flickering lanterns casting long shadows along the cobblestone streets. Alicia's footsteps were soft against the ground as she made her way toward the edge of the village, her eyes scanning the tree line. The trees loomed like dark sentinels, their twisted branches reaching out like fingers grasping for the sky. The fog had thickened, curling through the trunks and wrapping itself around the path, obscuring everything beyond a few paces. As she approached the forest, the sound grew louder, clearer. It wasn't just a hum now. It was a song, a chant, low and mournful. And with each step Alicia took, the feeling of dread in her chest grew. She wasn't sure what she was walking toward, but deep within her, a part of her knew this was a journey she could not turn back from. The forest seemed to close in around her, the air growing colder with each passing moment. She tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, though she wasn't sure what threat she was preparing for. The hum was now a low vibration in the very air, like a heartbeat, steady and unyielding. It filled her senses, drowning out everything else, and then, as though from nowhere, the world fell silent. The hum stopped, Alicia froze, her breath catching in her throat. The stillness was unnatural. It wasn't the same kind of silence she had known before, the peaceful quiet of the night. No, this was a heavy, suffocating silence that pressed in from all sides. "Is anyone there?" she called into the darkness, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to remain calm. Nothing answered. But she felt it, just beneath the surface, a presence, like a shadow lurking at the edges of her perception, watching her every move. She took another step forward, deeper into the forest. The ground was soft beneath her boots, the damp earth squelching slightly with each movement. And then, through the trees, she saw it, a faint light, pulsing like a heartbeat in the distance. It was small at first, barely visible, but as she drew closer, it grew brighter. No, not brighter, but more intense. The light seemed to draw her in, pulling her toward it with an irresistible force, and there, in the clearing ahead, she saw the figure, tall and shadowed, standing at the center of the light. The air seemed to shimmer around it, as though reality itself bent and warped under its presence. The figure was cloaked in black, its face hidden beneath a hood. And though she could not see its eyes, she felt them, piercing, cold, unblinking, locked onto her as though it had been waiting for her arrival. The hum returned, louder now, a deep, resonant vibration that filled her chest and rattled her bones. The figure stepped forward, its movements slow and deliberate, and Alicia felt her heart beat faster, the air growing thicker, colder. "You came," the figure spoke, its voice low and hollow, like an echo of something long lost. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. "You have answered the call." Alicia's hand tightened on the hilt of her sword. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her. "What is this place?" The figure tilted its head slightly, its hooded gaze never leaving hers. "I am the echo," it said, its voice a whisper of something ancient. "And you, Alicia, are the one who will silence the void." Before she could ask another question, the world around her began to fade, twisting, dissolving into a swirling mist that seemed to swallow the trees, the earth, and the very sky itself. The last thing she heard was the figure's voice, faint but clear, as it echoed through the darkness, "Welcome to the echoing void." And then, the world was gone. Alicia awoke with a sharp inhale, gasping for breath as though she had been drowning in the depths of the void itself. Her heart raced, and her body was drenched in sweat, her limbs trembling as she lay on the cold, damp ground. The sensation of weightlessness and cold had lingered with her even in her dreams. Like a tether dragging her to an abyss that refused to release its grip, for a long moment, she remained on the ground, struggling to regain her bearings. The world around her was quiet, save for the distant rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional distant call of a night creature. She blinked several times, disoriented, trying to make sense of her surroundings. She was no longer in the clearing. The forest was gone, replaced by a strange, unfamiliar landscape that stretched endlessly before her. The ground beneath her was soft and uneven, made of a dark, almost obsidian stone that shimmered faintly under the eerie light of an unseen moon. The sky above was a swirling mass of deep violet and black, with stars flickering like distant fires. It was as though the very fabric of reality had been altered, bent and twisted by forces beyond comprehension. "Where am I?" Alicia whispered, her voice hoarse and shaky. The words seemed to hang in the air, swallowed by the vast emptiness that surrounded her. She slowly rose to her feet, her legs unsteady beneath her. Her hand instinctively went to the hilt of her sword, though she knew it would offer little protection in this strange, distorted realm. The air around her was thick and heavy, and the oppressive stillness felt like a physical weight pressing down on her chest. She wasn't alone. The sense of being watched had never left her. The moment she opened her eyes, she could feel it, like invisible eyes tracing her every movement, studying her from the shadows. The figure, the one who had spoken to her in the clearing, had mentioned the void. But now that she was here, standing in the heart of this strange place, Alicia wasn't sure if she had truly entered the void or if something far worse had opened its doors to her. The hum from earlier, the vibration in her bones, began to return, slowly at first, like a distant murmur, but growing louder with each passing second. The ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse in rhythm with the sound, sending waves of unease through her body. She forced herself to breathe deeply, trying to steady her nerves, but it was difficult to ignore the growing sense of dread that clawed at her insides. "Who are you?" she called into the emptiness, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to stay strong. "Why have you brought me here?" For a moment, there was no response, just the silence, thick and all-encompassing. Then, from the shadows ahead, a figure emerged. It was the same cloaked being she had seen in the clearing, its silhouette dark against the strange, swirling sky. The figure moved slowly, its long, flowing robes trailing behind it like tendrils of smoke. As it approached, Alicia instinctively drew her sword, the blade gleaming with a faint, silver light. But her hand was shaky, her heart thumping in her chest. "Why are you here?" she demanded, trying to force her voice to remain steady. "What do you want from me?" The figure did not answer immediately. Instead, it raised its head slightly, though its face remained hidden beneath its hood. It felt as though it were studying her, examining her with a gaze that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of her being. The air around her seemed to grow colder, the temperature dropping with every passing second until Alicia's breath turned to mist. "You have come," the figure spoke, its voice low and reverberating, like a distant echo from another world. "You have been called, as I knew you would be. You are the one." The words sent a shiver down Alicia's spine, but she didn't flinch. She squared her shoulders, raising her chin in defiance. "The one for what?" What do you mean? I don't understand. The figure remained silent for a long time, its form still as a statue. Alicia could feel her heart pounding in her chest, the weight of its gaze pressing upon her. The void around her seemed to grow heavier, the silence suffocating, as if the very space itself were waiting for something to happen. Finally, the figure spoke again, its voice almost a whisper now, as though it were afraid of being heard by something far more powerful than itself. You have been chosen to silence the echo. To close the void, Alicia's brows furrowed in confusion. The echo? The void? What are you talking about? The figure did not answer immediately. Instead, it slowly raised one hand, and as it did, the air around them shimmered with a strange, otherworldly energy. The ground beneath Alicia's feet trembled slightly, and the distant stars in the sky flickered as though responding to some unseen force. Then, the figure spoke again, its voice carrying a weight of ancient knowledge. Long ago, before the stars were born, there existed a force that sought to unravel the very fabric of reality. It is called the void. It is a place of endless nothingness, where time does not exist, and where even the light cannot reach. But the void is not content to remain in its eternal darkness. It reaches out, it stretches, it calls to those who are susceptible to its whispers, to those who have the strength to hear its call. Alicia's grip tightened on her sword, the hilt warmed beneath her fingers. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end as she listened, her heart racing. What does this have to do with me? Why did it call to me? The figure's form seemed to shift slightly, as though it were struggling to find the right words. When it spoke again, its voice was tinged with a deep sorrow. You are a child of the void, Alicia. Born of its echo, and bound to its will. You have the power to close it, but you must first understand the darkness that lies within you. You must face the shadows of your past, the things you have buried deep within your soul. Alicia's knees nearly gave out at the words. The void. A child of the void. The thought sent a cold chill through her, and for a moment, she felt like she might lose herself to the enormity of what she was hearing. She had always known that there was something different about her, something that set her apart from the others, but she had never imagined this. Never imagined that she was connected to the very darkness she had always feared. No, she whispered, shaking her head in disbelief. That's not possible. I don't understand. The figure took a step forward, its presence overwhelming. You must understand, Alicia. The void is not an external force. It is within you, just as it is within all who are touched by it. You have always carried its echo, its darkness. And now, you must confront it, if you are to stop it from consuming everything. Alicia's mind reeled. The weight of the figure's words pressed upon her like a crushing weight. She had always believed that her greatest fear was the world around her, the dangers she faced in the forests and the villages. But now, she understood that her true enemy was not something outside of her, it was something deep inside her, something that had always been there. Lurking in the shadows. How? She asked, her voice barely audible. How can I stop it? How can I silence the void when it's part of me? The figure's form seemed to flicker, and for a moment, Alicia thought she saw something else beneath its hood, something dark and terrible, a shadow that seemed to reach out toward her. But then it was gone, and the figure's voice returned, softer this time, almost mournful, you must journey through the echo. Face the darkness within you, and learn to silence it. Only then can you close the void and stop it from consuming this world. Alicia swallowed hard, the reality of the task ahead of her beginning to sink in. She had no choice. She had been chosen. And there was no turning back. She had to face whatever lay ahead, whether it was the darkness within her or the unimaginable forces of the void itself, and so, with a heavy heart, Alicia took her first step into the unknown, the echo of the void calling to her as she moved deeper into the endless night. Alicia's breath caught in her throat as she stepped deeper into the swirling darkness, each movement feeling heavier than the last. The weight of the figure's words, the unsettling revelation about the void, pressed on her chest, squeezing the air from her lungs. Her feet felt as though they were sinking into the obsidian stone beneath her, as though the very ground was rejecting her presence. The cold had intensified as she ventured further into the void, seeping into her bones, numbing her fingers and toes. She wrapped her cloak tighter around her, but it did little to stave off the chill that seemed to grow more oppressive with each passing moment. The stars above no longer flickered. They were now distant pinpricks of light, scattered across a void that stretched into infinity, as if the universe itself had unraveled. Behind her, the figure, its form barely visible in the encroaching shadows, watched her, its eyes hidden beneath the hood. It hadn't moved since its cryptic words had left its lips, and yet she could feel it there, watching her every move. The silence was deafening, stretching on without end. For the first time since she had entered this place, Alicia felt truly alone. With a final, shaky breath, she pushed forward, each step becoming harder, more deliberate. The ground trembled beneath her as if it was alive, as if the very landscape were shifting in response to her presence. Her sword, though she had no desire to use it, hummed softly at her side. The faintest vibration, almost imperceptible, yet constant. It was as though the weapon itself was attuned to the strange energy that permeated the air around her. Alicia thought of the figure's words, about facing the darkness within her. She had no idea what that meant. All she had known of the darkness was the fear that had always plagued her. The fear of the unknown, the fear of failing those who depended on her. But this was something different. This was an ancient power, something that transcended even her own understanding. She could feel its presence, like an unseen weight pressing down on her, threatening to crush her spirit. Her mind flashed back to the village she had left behind, the faces of the people she had sworn to protect. She had been a simple warrior, a protector, a fighter, someone who knew only the path of the sword. But now, standing at the edge of the void, it seemed like those skills might be useless. She wasn't here to fight. She wasn't here to protect. She was here to confront something far darker. Something far more insidious than anything she had ever faced. The ground before her suddenly shifted, breaking her from her thoughts. The obsidian stone cracked open, revealing a narrow fissure, a black abyss that seemed to stretch down into the earth. A cold wind rose from the crack, carrying with it a strange, mournful sound, a whisper. It was almost imperceptible at first, but as the wind howled louder, the whisper became a voice, soft but distinct, Alicia. It called, her name like a sigh in the wind. Her heart skipped a beat, and her grip on her sword tightened. The voice felt familiar, yet alien at the same time. It was not the figure's voice, it was something older, something far more ancient. Echoing through the fabric of the void itself, the whisper came again, this time closer, more urgent. Alicia. You are not alone. Alicia hesitated, her mind racing. What was this voice? And why did it call to her? She had come here to face the void, to confront the darkness that she carried within herself, but this? This was something else entirely. Something older. Who are you? She demanded, her voice louder now, more commanding. Show yourself. There was a long pause, a thick silence that hung in the air like the calm before a storm. Then, from the crack in the earth, a shape began to emerge, a shadow, dark and formless, rising from the depths of the fissure. It was not solid, not human, but something more primal, a swirling mass of tendrils and shadows that seemed to warp the space around it. Are you the one who called me? Alicia asked, stepping forward, her sword held ready. She was no longer afraid, not of the darkness, not of the voice. She was a warrior, trained to face the unknown, to stand firm in the face of danger. The shadow did not answer with words. Instead, it swirled around her, moving like smoke, but there was a strange sensation of pressure as it passed by, as though it were testing her, probing her mind. Alicia stood firm, refusing to flinch or back down, though every instinct in her screamed to run. She felt it then, the weight of its presence. The power that it wielded, ancient and unfathomable. This was not something she could fight with a sword. This was not something that could be killed. You carry the mark of the void, Alicia. The shadow finally spoke, its voice reverberating in her mind rather than her ears. It pulses within you, beating like a second heart, calling to me. You are not the first to be drawn here, but you are the one who will decide its fate. The words sent a chill through her, though her exterior remained calm. The mark of the void. What did it mean? She had always known that she was different, that something deep inside her was connected to this darkness. But she had never understood the depth of it, never imagined that she might be a part of the void itself. As the figure had said, "Why me?" she asked, her voice steady, though the question burned within her. Why was I chosen? The shadow paused, and for a long moment, there was nothing but the howling wind and the distant flicker of the stars overhead. Then it spoke again, its voice softer this time, almost sorrowful. You were chosen because you carry the echo. The sound of 1,000 voices, the echo of the past. You were born of this place, Alicia. Your soul is bound to the fabric of the void itself. And so, you are the only one who can silence it. Alicia's heart began to race, the weight of its words sinking in like a stone dropped into a dark well. The void was inside her. She had always known she was different. But to learn that she was bound to this place, that she was part of it, it was almost too much to bear. How could she fight something that was inside her, that was a part of her very being? The shadow seemed to sense her inner turmoil, for it spoke again, its voice less threatening now, more contemplative. The void calls to you because it recognizes you. It has always known you. But it is not your enemy, Alicia. Not yet. Then what is? She asked, her voice barely a whisper, the shadow's form seemed to shimmer and pulse, as though it were considering her question. Finally, it spoke again. The enemy is the echo. The voices that call from the past, the ones that will awaken and consume all if not silenced. They are the ones who will bring the void into this world. A deep, cold silence followed, and Alicia could feel the weight of the shadow's presence pressing in on her. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting its words settle within her. She had come here to confront the darkness. But what if the true darkness was not outside of her? What if it had always been within her, waiting for the right moment to awaken? The question burned in her mind as she prepared to take the next step. There was no turning back. She had been chosen for a reason, and she would face whatever lay ahead, no matter the cost. With a final breath, Alicia stepped forward, toward the darkness, toward the unknown. Her heart steady, her sword at her side, Alicia's footsteps echoed through the hollow, expansive void around her, each one reverberating in the emptiness like the heartbeat of a dead world. The black abyss stretched endlessly before her, a vast expanse of swirling shadows and faint, shifting light that made it difficult to discern the boundaries of the place. It was as though reality itself had fractured here, split apart like a shattered mirror. The air was heavy, thick with an otherworldly presence that made her skin crawl. She could feel it everywhere, the weight of the void, pressing down on her, whispering to her in a language she could almost understand. The air itself felt wrong. As if it didn't belong to this world, but to something far older, far darker. She tightened her grip on her sword, its familiar weight offering a sliver of comfort in the overwhelming isolation. The shadow, if it could even be called that, had not followed her as she moved deeper into the void. It had faded back into the crack from which it emerged, leaving her alone in this desolate place. Yet, she could still feel its presence, like a distant echo, a vibration that lingered in the air. She wasn't sure if it was still watching her or if it had simply become one with the shadows, but its words echoed in her mind, relentless and unyielding. The void calls to you because you are its child. The enemy is the echo. The voices that call from the past. The weight of its words pressed on her chest, but she couldn't stop moving forward. There was no going back now. The path had already been set, and she had no choice but to see it through. Alicia's thoughts were interrupted as the world around her seemed to shift. The air vibrated with an intense hum, a low, rumbling sound that seemed to come from all directions. It was as if the very fabric of the void were alive, breathing with a life of its own. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and she felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere, a pull, as if the void itself were drawing her closer to something. Something that was waiting. She stopped, her instincts screaming at her to be cautious, to keep her guard up. Her eyes darted around, but there was nothing to see, only the swirling blackness and the distorted stars that hung high in the sky. And yet, she could feel it. The presence. The force that was pulling her forward. A shape materialized before her, a flicker of movement in the distance. At first, it was nothing more than a shadow, indistinct and vague, but as it grew closer, it became clearer. A figure, humanoid in shape, its edges blurry, as if it were made of smoke or mist. It moved toward her with slow, deliberate steps, its form stretching and warping as it crossed the void. Alicia's heart skipped a beat. This was no mere illusion. The figure was real. Or perhaps, real in the way that things were in this strange world. It was like something out of a dream, unsettling, haunting, yet undeniably present. She drew her sword once again, holding it in front of her with both hands, its cold steel glinting faintly in the dim light. The figure paused before her, its features hidden beneath a shroud of darkness. It had no face, only a void where eyes should be, an endless expanse that seemed to swallow any light that dared to approach. Its form was fluid, ever-changing, as though it were not truly solid, but a reflection of the void itself. "Who are you?" Alicia demanded, her voice steady, though the tremor in her chest betrayed her. "What do you want from me?" The figure remained silent for a moment, its presence like a weight pressing down on her very soul. Then, it spoke, its voice low and hollow, as though it came from the deepest recesses of the void. "You seek to silence the echo," the voice murmured, each word carrying an ancient resonance. "But to do so, you must first hear it. Hear the voices that call from the past. Only then will you understand the true nature of the void." Alicia narrowed her eyes, her grip tightening around the sword's hilt. "What are you talking about?" "I don't understand." The figure tilted its head slightly, as if considering her words. It reached out a hand, and Alicia instinctively stepped back, her heart pounding in her chest. The hand was not like a human's, it was a shadow, shifting and swirling, like smoke in the wind. As it reached forward, the air around her seemed to warp, bending in response to its presence. "You cannot silence what you do not understand," it said, its voice echoing with a cold, empty certainty. "The echo is not merely a sound. It is a force, a current that runs through the very fabric of existence. The void is its birthplace, its cradle. And you, Alicia, are bound to it." Alicia swallowed hard, her mind reeling. Bound to it? She had known that the void was part of her, that there was something dark inside her. But this? This felt different. The echo was not just a part of her, it was something deeper, something that had shaped her very existence. The figure continued, its voice rising in intensity, as though it were speaking through the void itself. "The echo is the remnants of what once was, the voices of those who fell before you. They are the lost souls, the forgotten ones, whose cries have never been heard. They wander the void, trapped in its endless expanse, and they call to you, Alicia, because you are the key to their release." Alicia felt a cold shiver run down her spine. The voices, those lost souls, were calling to her. But why? What did they want from her? She had no answers. Only questions, and the uncertainty gnawed at her. "You have heard them, haven't you?" the figure asked, its voice a soft whisper now. "The whispers in your dreams, the soft voices that echo in the silence of your mind. They are not your own. They are the echo." She froze, her heart hammering in her chest. The whispers. The ones she had heard since childhood, the faint murmurs in the darkness of her room. She had always dismissed them as figments of her imagination, the product of a troubled mind. But now, standing here, in the heart of the void, she understood. They weren't just dreams. They were something else. Something far darker, far older. "You cannot silence them, Alicia." The figure continued, its voice growing softer. "Not until you confront them. Until you face the truth of who you are, Alicia shook her head, her mind spinning. She wanted to run, to escape, but she knew there was no escape from the truth. The echo was part of her. The voices were part of her. And to silence them, she would have to face the darkest part of herself. The figure lowered its hand, and for a moment, there was silence, an empty, suffocating silence that hung in the air between them. Alicia stood motionless, her sword still raised, though she no longer knew what she was fighting. The figure spoke one final time, its voice soft and distant. "You are not alone, Alicia. The echo is within you, but so too is the power to silence it. The choice is yours. Will you face it, or will you let it consume you?" The words reverberated in her mind, echoing like the whispers she had always heard. But this time, there was a new truth to them, a truth that she could no longer deny. She had been chosen to face the echo, to confront the darkness within herself, and to silence the void that threatened to consume everything. With a final breath, Alicia lowered her sword and turned toward the darkness, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The path before her was uncertain, but she had no choice but to walk it. The echo was calling to her. And this time, she would answer. Alicia moved forward, the weight of her resolve heavier than ever. The shadowed figure had vanished, leaving only the lingering resonance of its voice in her mind. The swirling blackness around her seemed to pulse, its rhythm mirroring the frantic beat of her heart. The deeper she ventured, the more she realized that she was not merely walking through the void. She was becoming part of it. The boundaries between herself and the darkness blurred with every step. The air felt suffocating, thick with something ancient and oppressive. The further she went, the more the silence grew, stretching into something that felt unnatural. She could still hear the faint whispers in the distance, the echo that had called to her, beckoning her forward. It was a pull that she could not ignore, not if she hoped to understand her place in this unfathomable world. Her mind was filled with questions, doubts that gnawed at her from every angle. "The echo is part of you," the figure had said. "You are bound to the void, Alicia." How could that be? She had always known there was something dark within her, something that haunted her dreams and made her heart race in the stillness of the night. But to hear that the echo, the voices that she had always thought were just fleeting shadows of her mind, were real, that they were part of her essence, was more than she could process. The whispers swirled around her like a storm, maddening in their intensity. She tried to focus, to push them away, but it was as though they were everywhere, clawing at her thoughts. "Alicia," they murmured. "We are waiting for you." She closed her eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath, trying to calm herself. This was what she had come for, wasn't it? To confront the darkness, to understand it, to silence the echo that had haunted her since childhood. But the weight of it all felt like too much to bear. How could she, one person, stand against the flood of voices, the overwhelming pull of the void? Then she felt it, something shifting beneath her feet. The ground trembled once more, but this time, it wasn't just a tremor. It was a sudden, violent shake that sent her stumbling forward. Her hands shot out to steady herself, but the ground cracked open beneath her, splitting apart like a wound in the earth. From the gap, a cold wind rushed up, carrying with it the faint scent of decay. The world seemed to shift, as though the void itself was awakening, responding to her presence. The crack grew wider, and out of it, something began to emerge. A figure. But this time, it wasn't just an ephemeral shadow. This one was different. More solid. More real. It was a woman, or at least, she appeared to be. Her form was tall and graceful, draped in tattered robes that seemed to shimmer with a strange, ethereal light. Her face was obscured, hidden beneath a veil of darkness, but her presence radiated an unsettling power. She stood at the edge of the crack, her figure illuminated by the faint, otherworldly glow that came from the void around them. Alicia instinctively reached for her sword, but before she could draw it, the woman's voice rang out, a soft, melodic whisper that carried an eerie weight. "You have come far, Alicia," the voice said. It was both soothing and unsettling, like the sound of a distant lullaby sung by a ghost. But the path ahead is not one that can be walked with steel alone. Alicia stood frozen, her sword half drawn. The woman's voice seemed to reverberate in her chest, vibrating deep within her. She felt the weight of her presence, the pull of something ancient and unknowable. The woman's words echoed in her mind, mingling with the persistent whispers of the echo that had called to her since the beginning. "What are you?" Alicia managed to ask, her voice strained but steady. "What is this place?" The woman tilted her head, the veil of darkness that obscured her face shifting, revealing a faint glimmer of eyes that shone with an otherworldly light. "I am a reflection of the void," she said, her voice a soft hum, like a breeze through the trees. "A fragment of its infinite silence. But I am not the void itself." Alicia's pulse quickened, her grip tightening on her sword. The weight of the woman's words sunk in, and with it came the terrifying realization. She wasn't just here to face a single enemy, nor was this a battle between light and darkness. This was a confrontation with the very essence of existence. The void wasn't just a place, it was a force. An entity. And Alicia was tied to it in ways she had yet to understand. "You are a part of it," Alicia said, her voice barely a whisper. "A manifestation of the void." The woman's lips curved into a smile, though it was a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "In a sense. But I am also something else. I am the bridge between the echo and the void, a voice of those who came before you. And I have been waiting for you, Alicia." The words chilled Alicia to the core. "Waiting for me?" "Yes." The woman's form seemed to shimmer, her presence growing stronger, more defined. "You are the one who must face the echo. You are the one who must confront the voices of the past, the ones who are bound to the void. Only then can you understand the truth of your existence." Alicia's heart pounded in her chest. The truth of your existence. What was the truth? Was she truly a part of the void? Was she the key to silencing the echo, as the shadowed figure had said? Or was she being led deeper into a trap she couldn't escape? "Why?" Alicia demanded, her voice rising. "Why me? Why am I the one who must face this?" The woman's eyes, if they could even be called eyes, locked onto hers. They were deep pools of darkness, reflecting nothing but the infinite emptiness of the void. "Because you carry the echo within you," she said. "And the echo is not just a voice. It is a power. It is the key to the fate of this world." The words hit Alicia like a physical blow. The echo is the key. The key to what? To saving the world, or destroying it. The woman took a step forward, her presence so overwhelming that it seemed to suffocate the very air around them. You are not the first to come here, Alicia. Many before you have faced the same choice. Many have tried to silence the echo, but none have succeeded. They were lost, consumed by the void. Alicia took a step back, her eyes narrowing. What happened to them? They became part of the void, the woman replied, her voice still soft, but filled with a sorrow that seemed to reverberate through the very fabric of the realm. Their voices joined the echo, and now they wander, lost in the darkness, unable to escape. Alicia's heart sank as the weight of her mission grew clearer. The path before her was one that would require everything she had, her strength, her will, her very soul. She had come here seeking answers, seeking to confront the darkness inside her, but now she realized that the answers might come at a terrible cost. The woman extended her hand, her fingers elongated and translucent. Come, Alicia. You must face what you are. You must hear the echo and embrace the void. Only then will you understand. Alicia hesitated, her breath coming in shallow gasps. She had known there was no easy path, but this was more than she had bargained for. Still, she knew there was no turning back now. The whispers of the echo were growing louder, more insistent, and the darkness was closing in. With a final breath, she stepped forward, toward the woman, toward the heart of the void. The echo was waiting for her, and it would not be silenced until she had heard its truth. Alicia stepped forward, her mind swirling with confusion, fear, and an odd, inevitable sense of purpose. The air around her seemed to grow heavier with every step, pressing against her chest, making it harder to breathe. The woman, with her otherworldly presence, stood motionless, waiting. The figure was the embodiment of the void, and somehow, it felt like the very center of everything, like the heart of the darkness itself. Alicia's hand instinctively tightened around her sword, its cold steel offering a faint sense of comfort. But deep down, she knew that no weapon, no matter how sharp, could protect her from what lay ahead. This was not a battle of strength. This was a battle of will, of understanding, of confronting the very essence of the echo and what it meant for her. The woman's outstretched hand was almost an invitation, a beckoning towards something ancient and unknown. Alicia could feel its pull, like a gravity that was both seductive and dangerous. The whispers were growing louder, swirling around her like a storm, their voices overlapping, their meanings slipping between words she could not quite grasp. Come, the woman's voice purred, soft and insistent. It is time for you to listen, Alicia. The echo has been calling you, and now you must answer. Alicia hesitated for a moment longer, the unease gnawing at her from within. The words she had spoken earlier, "The echo is the key to the fate of this world," still reverberated in her mind. The gravity of that statement weighed heavily on her. If the echo was truly the key, then what would happen if she failed? Could she bear the consequences of unleashing whatever was locked away in the darkness? Or would the very fabric of reality unravel at her touch? With a deep breath, she forced herself to take another step forward. She couldn't afford to hesitate, couldn't afford to turn back. The voices, her voices, were waiting. There was no escape from this path. She had to understand, the moment her foot touched the ground near the woman, the world around her shifted once again. The swirling blackness seemed to bend and fold, the edges of reality warping, twisting in strange, unnatural patterns. The very air crackled with energy, and the temperature dropped sharply. It was as though the void itself was alive, breathing around her, reacting to her presence. "Do you understand now?" The woman asked, her voice softer, but no less commanding. Her eyes, those dark, unblinking voids, seemed to pierce through Alicia's very soul. "I don't understand anything," Alicia said, her voice strained but defiant. "But I need to." The woman smiled, a thin, almost imperceptible curve of her lips. It was a smile that carried no warmth, only the cold weight of inevitability. "Then listen, child. Listen to the echo." The darkness around them seemed to hum with energy. And Alicia felt it, deep within her bones, beneath her skin. A ripple ran through the void, like a sudden disturbance in the force of nature itself. And then, slowly, the whispers grew clearer, no longer just distant murmurs but voices, distinct and haunting, calling to her, beckoning her closer. "Alicia, Alicia, we are waiting, you are one of us now." The voices seemed to come from all directions, surrounding her, filling her mind. They were ancient, timeless, their tone both mournful and urgent. Each word they spoke seemed to send a shiver down her spine, but there was something else in their sound, a familiarity, a recognition, as if these voices knew her in a way that no one ever had. "You cannot escape what you are." The voice was different now. It wasn't just a whisper. It was a command, sharp and demanding. Alicia gasped, her heart racing. She could feel the weight of the words, the truth in them. The darkness was inside her, and it had always been. The echo was not just something outside of her, it was woven into her very being, into the core of who she was. "You see?" The woman murmured, her voice distant yet near, as if it emanated from the void itself. "The echo is not a separate thing. It is you. It has always been a part of you, Alicia. The voices you hear are not from the past. They are from within." Alicia's knees buckled, her breath coming in short gasps as the full weight of the realization slammed into her. She had thought the voices were remnants, fragments of lost souls crying out in the dark. But now, standing in the heart of the void, she understood. The echo was not just the cries of the lost. It was the reflection of herself, the parts of her that had been hidden, locked away, waiting to be acknowledged. "You are the echo," the woman whispered, her voice filling the space between them. "And you are the key." The words echoed in Alicia's mind, reverberating with a terrible truth. She had always felt it, this part of her that she couldn't explain, this darkness that seemed to follow her, to haunt her. It had shaped her, driven her, yet she had never understood it. The voices in her dreams, the shadows in her thoughts, they were all pieces of the same thing, and now, the void had awakened them. "No," Alicia breathed, shaking her head, trying to deny the reality before her. "I'm not the echo." "I'm not, you are," the woman insisted, her tone unyielding. "You are the vessel. You are the one who holds the echo within you, the one who can either silence it, or let it consume you." Alicia's hand tightened around the hilt of her sword. The weight of the blade was a reminder of the only thing she knew: fighting, defending. But what good was a sword against something so deep, so intrinsic to her being? This wasn't something she could strike down with force. This was a battle within herself. The echo was not an enemy she could defeat. It was a part of her that she had to face. The woman raised her hand, and the void seemed to pulse around them, growing even more oppressive. You are not alone in this, Alicia. The echo calls to you because it knows what you are capable of. You are the one who can silence it. You are the one who can shape the future. The future? Alicia asked, her voice trembling. What future? The future of everything, the woman replied, her voice almost a whisper now. The echo is not just a force of destruction. It is a force of creation. It is the balance between life and death, between the past and the future. The void seeks to merge with the echo, to give it form, to make it whole. Alicia shook her head again, trying to make sense of the words, trying to push through the fog of confusion that surrounded her. What does that mean for me? What do you want from me? The woman's gaze softened slightly, as if pitying her. We want you to accept it. To embrace the echo. Only then will you have the power to change everything. But if you reject it, if you fight it, the void will consume you. The woman's words were heavy with finality. The choice was clear, and yet, it was anything but simple. The echo was part of her. It was a force inside her, a power that could either save or destroy. Alicia's heart raced as she stood on the precipice of her fate. To embrace the echo was to accept a part of herself she had always feared. To reject it was to risk losing everything. But what would she be if she allowed the echo to consume her? Would she still be Alicia? Or would she become something else entirely? The voices swirled around her once more, calling her name, begging her to listen. And in the depth of the void, she could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on her. There was no turning back now. The echo was calling, and this time, she would answer. Alicia stood at the edge of the abyss, her heart pounding in her chest, the oppressive silence of the void pressing in on her from all sides. The woman's words lingered in the air like a haunting melody. Embrace the echo. Accept it, or be consumed by it. They echoed in her mind, reverberating like the final toll of a bell, a call to destiny she could not ignore. The blackness around her pulsed, alive with a rhythm that seemed to match the beating of her own heart. She could feel it now, the weight of the echo, thrumming beneath her skin, swirling through her thoughts, tugging at her soul. It wasn't just a voice anymore. It was a presence, a force, growing stronger with every passing moment. The woman before her stood motionless, watching with an unreadable expression, her dark eyes gleaming with an unsettling sense of expectation. This is your moment, Alicia, she said softly. Do you accept what you are? Do you accept the echo? The question hung in the air, thick with the weight of its implications. Alicia took a shaky breath, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. What did it mean to accept the echo? To give in to the darkness that had been a part of her all her life? Could she really embrace the power that seemed to lurk beneath the surface of her being, ready to consume her if she allowed it? For as long as she could remember, Alicia had struggled with the strange whispers in her mind, the sensations of being watched, of something just beyond her reach. It had been a source of fear, something she tried to bury deep within herself, thinking it was a curse. But now, standing in the heart of the void, she realized that the echo wasn't something that could be silenced. It was a part of her, something that had always been there, waiting for this moment. The woman took a slow step toward her, her movements graceful and deliberate. "The echo is not evil, Alicia," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "It is not something to fear, but something to understand. You are the vessel, the one who holds its power. If you can learn to control it, you will be able to shape the world. You will be the one who decides its fate." The weight of her words pressed against Alicia's chest, suffocating her with the enormity of what was being asked of her. Could she really do this? Could she really control the echo? Wield it as the woman suggested? Or would it consume her, drag her into the very darkness she had spent so long trying to escape? Her mind raced, memories flashing before her eyes, memories of her childhood, of the dreams that had always felt so real, of the darkness that had always clung to her. The echo had always been there, whispering to her in the quiet moments of her life, urging her to listen, to understand. It was a part of her, and now she knew that it had always been calling her, waiting for her to acknowledge it. A sudden rush of emotion flooded her chest, fear, uncertainty, but also something else. A spark of curiosity, of longing, to understand what this power truly was. To understand herself, she turned her gaze back to the woman, meeting her dark eyes. "What happens if I accept?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The woman's smile was faint, almost imperceptible. "If you accept, you will become one with the echo. You will hear the voices of those who came before you, the ones who are lost in the void, but you will also gain the power to shape the future. You will be able to bend the fabric of reality itself." The words sank deep into Alicia's soul. The future. Reality. Power. It was everything she had ever wanted, yet the price was unimaginable. She would become a part of the echo, would merge with it completely, and that meant she would never be the same again. Could she truly handle that? Could she live with the consequences? The darkness around her seemed to breathe in time with her thoughts, waiting, watching. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if they, too, were waiting for her decision. "Alicia, you are one of us. Accept us." Alicia closed her eyes, feeling the pull of the voices in her mind. They weren't just whispers anymore. They were memories, fragments of lives, of people who had come before her, who had been lost to the void. They were calling to her, urging her to embrace her fate, to understand the truth of who she was. In the silence of the void, a strange calm washed over her. For the first time in her life, she didn't feel alone. She didn't feel lost. The echo was a part of her, and maybe, just maybe, it had always been a part of her destiny. It wasn't something to fear. It was something to be understood, to be controlled. She had always been on this path, whether she had known it or not. With a deep breath, Alicia opened her eyes, meeting the woman's gaze once more. "I accept," she said, her voice steady, unwavering. The words felt strange, foreign, but they rang with a truth that she couldn't ignore. She accepted what she was. She accepted the echo. And she would learn to control it. The woman's smile deepened, a flash of satisfaction in her eyes. Good. Then you are ready. In that moment, the void seemed to shift. The air around them rippled with energy, the ground beneath Alicia's feet trembling as though the very fabric of reality was bending around her. The voices of the echo rose to a deafening crescendo, filling her mind, her soul, with their endless whispers. She could hear them clearly now, as if they were her own thoughts, her own memories. They weren't just distant echoes of the past, they were a part of her, and she was a part of them. You are one of us now, Alicia, we are the echo. The world around her began to dissolve, the boundaries between herself and the void blurring. She could feel the power surging through her, a raw, untamed energy that pulsed with the rhythm of the universe itself. The voices of the echo, the memories of the lost, were now a part of her, and in that moment, she understood something profound. She wasn't just in the void. She was of it. She was the bridge between the past and the future, the keeper of its power, the vessel that would carry its burden. The woman before her stepped back, her form dissolving into the darkness, leaving Alicia standing alone in the heart of the void. But she wasn't truly alone. The echo was with her, inside her, and together, they would shape the world. Remember, Alicia, the woman's voice echoed one final time, fading into the distance. You control the echo, but it also controls you. Never forget that. Alicia nodded. Her heart steady, her mind clear. The future was uncertain, but for the first time, she felt ready to face it. The path ahead was hers to walk. She had embraced the echo, and now she would shape her own destiny. With a final breath, she stepped forward, deeper into the void. And as she walked, the echo whispered in her mind, its voice no longer foreign, but familiar, "Welcome home, Alicia." Alicia walked deeper into the void, her footsteps muffled against the soft, shifting fabric of darkness that stretched endlessly in all directions. The weight of the echo inside her was no longer a burden. It was as if she had finally stepped into a part of herself that had always existed but had been hidden away. Locked behind doors she hadn't even known were there. Now that those doors were open, the flood of knowledge, of power, was almost overwhelming, but she embraced it. Her mind raced, spinning with the implications of what she had just agreed to. She had accepted the echo. The voices, the memories, the forgotten souls that had cried out for centuries, were now part of her. The realization was both exhilarating and terrifying. She had become something more than human, yet in that moment, she wasn't sure what that even meant anymore. Would she still be the person she was before this? Or had she, like the void itself, become something else entirely? The woman's words echoed in her thoughts, "You control the echo. But it also controls you." A warning, a truth. Alicia knew that no matter how much control she thought she had, the echo was a force beyond her understanding, a force that had shaped the world for millennia. She could feel its weight pressing on her, the slow but steady hum of its power vibrating beneath her skin, yet, for all that power, there was an emptiness. The void wasn't just a place of darkness. It was the absence of everything, the absence of meaning and purpose. It was a place where nothing was real, and yet, everything could be. The echo had no beginning, no end. It was an endless cycle of creation and destruction, of life and death, of time and timelessness. Her eyes moved to the horizon, or what passed for a horizon in the void. There was no sun, no stars, no markers to guide her way. But still, she walked, driven forward by an instinct she didn't fully understand. It wasn't fear that propelled her, nor was it curiosity. It was something deeper. A part of her, something ancient, something locked within the very core of her being, was pulling her forward. As she continued to walk, the air around her began to shimmer, faint outlines of figures emerging from the darkness, only to fade away as quickly as they appeared. The figures were human, ghost-like, their faces obscured by shadow, their bodies translucent. Each of them seemed to be walking, as she was, but they never seemed to move closer. They simply existed in the space around her. Passing by like echoes of a forgotten time, the whispers were louder now, the voices of those who had come before her. She could hear them clearly, not just in her mind, but in the air around her. Their words were unintelligible at first, like fragmented pieces of forgotten conversations, but as she focused, the words began to form into something coherent. Alicia. We waited. We waited for you, the echo. It calls to you, will you save us? The voices were fragmented, overlapping, yet they carried a weight that pulled at her heart. They weren't just memories, they were lives, lost souls caught in the perpetual cycle of the echo, never able to find peace. Their cries for salvation stirred something within her. A deep well of empathy she didn't even know she had. These were the voices of those who had once lived, who had once walked the same earth as her. Now they were nothing more than echoes in the void, their existence tethered to the very force that she had just merged with. The sound of their voices reverberated through her, deep within her chest, and she felt a strange connection to them, as if they were calling to her from the depths of her own soul. She didn't understand it, but she could feel the urgency in their cries, a plea for release, for redemption. Will you set us free? The question echoed in her mind like a drumbeat, steady and unrelenting. The echo had brought her here, had called her to this place of darkness, and now, it was demanding something from her. She could feel the weight of the promise, the responsibility, pressing on her shoulders. The echo had given her power, but it had also given her a purpose. These souls, these lost voices, were waiting for her to make a choice. Alicia stopped in her tracks, her heart pounding in her chest. The decision that had once seemed so distant, so abstract, was now before her. These voices, the lost souls, the forgotten ones, were tied to the echo. They were part of it, as much a part of it as she was. And yet, in their whispers, she could hear the pain, the sorrow, the longing for something more. Something beyond the void. She closed her eyes, trying to block out the overwhelming chorus of voices, but they wouldn't go away. They were a part of her now, a part of the echo. She could feel their emotions, their desperation, their fear, their hope. And in that moment, she understood what they were asking of her. They didn't just want release. They didn't just want to escape the endless cycle of the echo. They wanted something else. They wanted to be heard. They wanted to be remembered. They wanted to matter. The echo had given her the power to shape the world, but it had also given her the power to shape the souls of the forgotten. To free them, or to keep them bound in the endless cycle of the void. She was their only hope, their only chance for salvation. A shiver ran down her spine as the gravity of her situation settled in. She wasn't just walking through the void anymore, she was walking through the lives of the lost, the remnants of the past. She had to make a choice. Before her, the figures of the lost souls began to take shape more clearly. They were no longer just shadows, they were people, once alive, once full of life. But now, they were caught in the web of the echo, trapped in its endless cycle. Their eyes, filled with a mixture of fear and hope, met hers. "Please." They whispered. "Set us free." Alicia's heart tightened in her chest. She could feel the weight of their plea, the desperation in their voices. They weren't asking for her to defeat the echo, they were asking her to understand it, to give it a new purpose, a new direction. The woman's voice, the one who had guided her here, echoed in her mind. "You are the vessel, Alicia. The echo is yours to command, but it is also a force beyond your understanding. You must choose whether to use it for destruction or for salvation." Alicia's grip on her sword tightened as she looked at the lost souls, their eyes pleading with her. She had the power to release them, to give them peace. But what would that mean for the echo? What would it mean for the world? The weight of the decision was suffocating, and yet it was the only choice she could make. She could not let these souls linger in the darkness any longer. She would find a way to release them. She would reshape the echo, not as a force of destruction, but as a force of salvation. Alicia took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. She raised her hand toward the lost souls, feeling the power of the echo surge within her, its raw energy pulsing through her veins, and with a single word, she began to speak, "Release." The word hung in the air, heavy and full of purpose. Release. It was a command, not just to the lost souls around her, but to the very echo itself. Alicia could feel the pulse of power surge through her as the word left her lips, its resonance vibrating in the fabric of the void. The darkness around her seemed to tremble, as if the very core of the echo had heard her plea and was responding. At first, nothing happened. The souls continued to float around her, their eyes filled with the same haunting mixture of hope and sorrow. But then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, the atmosphere began to shift. The darkness that had once felt oppressive and suffocating began to loosen, like the release of a long-held breath. The air around her grew lighter, the oppressive weight of the echo beginning to dissipate. Alicia closed her eyes, focusing on the connection she had formed with the echo. It was there, deep inside her. A vast well of power that she had only begun to understand. She could feel its currents, its ebb and flow, like a vast ocean that stretched endlessly before her. And within that ocean, she could feel the lost souls, their voices blending into one, their sorrow and fear mixing with her own resolve. "You can do this, Alicia. You can save us." The voices were clearer now, no longer distant echoes, but a chorus of beings all calling out in unison. They were waiting for her. She could feel their desperation, but also their trust. They were trusting her to give them the freedom they had been denied for so long. Her fingers twitched as the echo responded, its energy flowing through her like a storm that had been gathering for years. Finally released. The power surged within her, and she felt it. She could feel the souls of the lost, their forms pulsing, their existence vibrating against her. They were trapped in a cycle, a loop that had no end, no escape. But now, she could feel it starting to break, the cycle beginning to unravel as the echo loosened its grip. The void seemed to shift around her, the darkness becoming less oppressive, less suffocating. It was as though the very walls of this realm were being rewritten, the fabric of the echo being restructured. She was no longer fighting against it. She was reshaping it. "You can set us free." Alicia took a deep breath, centering herself. She had always feared the echo. She had feared its power, its relentless pull. But now, for the first time, she felt connected to it, not as a force to be feared, but as something she could control. It was a part of her, and she was a part of it. She had the power to bend it, to guide it, to reshape it. The voices grew louder, their cries of hope now blending with a sense of peace. Alicia's heart swelled, and a single tear escaped her eye as she felt the weight of the soul's release. It was as though a dam had broken inside her, the flood of emotions overwhelming her all at once. With a final surge of energy, Alicia extended her hand toward the lost souls. Her fingers glowed with the raw power of the echo, and as she reached out, the souls slowly began to rise, their forms becoming brighter, more solid. The shadows that had once obscured their faces lifted, and she saw them clearly for the first time, figures of men and women, old and young, their expressions filled with gratitude, with peace. They were free. The air around her crackled with energy as the souls began to ascend, rising up into the darkness above her, their forms glowing with an ethereal light. As they left, their voices faded, becoming whispers on the wind, their cries of desperation now replaced by soft, relieved sighs. They had been released from the echo, freed from its endless cycle. Alicia stood in the center of the void, her chest heaving with exhaustion. Her mind reeling from the magnitude of what had just transpired. The souls were gone, but the echo remained, still pulsing within her, still a part of her. But now, it was different. It had changed. The darkness that had once seemed so oppressive was no longer a threat. It was simply a part of the vast, infinite tapestry of existence. She had done it. She had reshaped the echo, not as a force of destruction, but as a force of release. And in doing so, she had found a part of herself that she had long buried, the part that understood the balance between power and mercy, between creation and destruction. But even as the last remnants of the lost souls faded into the distance, a new presence stirred within the void. It was subtle at first, a whisper in the back of her mind, but it grew louder, clearer, until it filled her thoughts completely. "Well done, Alicia. You have freed them. But in doing so, you have taken their place." Alicia froze, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. The voice was familiar, but it wasn't one she recognized. It wasn't the voice of the woman who had guided her, nor was it the voice of the soul she had just freed. This voice. It was something else. A figure appeared in the distance, barely visible in the fading darkness. It was a shadow at first, a silhouette against the empty void, but it slowly began to take shape. The figure was tall, cloaked in a flowing black garment that seemed to blend into the surrounding darkness. The figure's face was obscured, but Alicia could feel its presence. It was the embodiment of the void itself, a being that existed beyond the boundaries of time and space. "You have changed the balance, Alicia." The voice was cold, emotionless, yet filled with an unmistakable power. "You have freed the souls, But now, the echo demands payment. Alicia's heart skipped a beat. Payment? The figure stepped forward, and as it did, the void seemed to tremble, as if responding to its presence. The darkness thickened, becoming more oppressive, more suffocating. You have altered the echo, Alicia. You have reshaped its purpose. But now, the price must be paid. The balance must be restored. Alicia's mind raced. She had known there would be consequences. She had known that the echo would demand something in return. But she had hoped, prayed, that the cost wouldn't be too high. Now, standing before this unknown entity, she realized that she had only scratched the surface of the power that resided in the void. The figure raised a hand, and the darkness seemed to swirl around it, like a storm that was gathering strength. You have freed the lost, but you have also taken their place. Now, you must answer for your actions. You must face the echo's wrath. Alicia stepped back, her heart racing. She had been so focused on saving the souls, on reshaping the echo, that she hadn't considered the consequences. Now, it seemed, the price for her actions was about to become all too clear, and in the distance, the echo responded, a low, rumbling sound that vibrated through the very fabric of the void. It was a call for her to pay the price. Alicia's breath hitched in her chest as the air around her grew colder, the darkness closing in with an almost tangible weight. The figure before her, a shadow against the endless expanse of the void, loomed larger, its presence suffocating in its power. She could feel Alicia's world had become a blur of shadows and whispers. The weight of the echo pressed down on her chest, suffocating her, pulling her deeper into its grasp. It was as if her very soul was entwined with the vastness of the void, and every thought, every breath she took, echoed with the weight of eternity. The figure before her, the embodiment of the void, watched her with cold, impassive eyes. It stood still, its presence unwavering, like a monolith that had existed long before time began and would persist long after it ended. Alicia's heart hammered in her chest, but the figure said nothing more, its silence heavy and foreboding. I can't do this, she thought, her mind racing in a panic. I can't bear this. I wasn't meant for this. This isn't my fate. But even as the words formed in her mind, she felt the echo stir within her. The deep hum of the void reverberated through her, a constant presence in her mind, her body, her very soul. The feeling was overwhelming, like a tide that would never recede, a storm that would never calm. You have no choice, the figure's voice echoed in her mind, though its lips did not move. The echo is a part of you now. It is in you. You are its keeper, its heart. And you are bound to it for eternity. Her breath hitched, her hands trembling at her sides. She couldn't deny the truth in the words. She had taken the place of the lost souls she had freed. And now, the echo pulsed within her as it had once pulsed within them. It was an unrelenting force, a never-ending tide, and there was no escape. No way to undo what she had done. Her eyes searched the void around her, desperately looking for something, anything, that could provide a solution, an escape, but the darkness stretched endlessly, broken only by the flicker of distant, faded lights, like stars on the edge of the universe. There was no path forward, no clear way out. There is no escape, the voice whispered again, almost pitying, though Alicia could hear no compassion in its tone. This is your fate, Alicia. The echo is yours to carry. And in time, you will come to understand. You will come to embrace it. She shook her head fiercely, willing herself to think, to fight against the crushing weight of the truth. I refuse. I will find a way to free myself. There has to be a way. The figure seemed to sense her resistance, for it stepped forward, its form growing darker, its presence more oppressive. You cannot resist the echo. You cannot fight it. You are a part of it now. You are the keeper of the void. And with it comes your purpose. Alicia closed her eyes, trying to center herself, trying to block out the suffocating presence of the figure and the voice. Her mind was reeling, but she couldn't afford to lose herself in the chaos. She had to think. There had to be something, some hidden truth. Some forgotten knowledge that could break this cycle. She thought back to the moment she had freed the souls, the instant she had released them from the echo. In that moment, she had felt the power surge through her, the energy of the void flowing into her as though she were the vessel for all the souls she had freed. The weight of their pain, their memories, and their hopes had flooded into her, and she had become something more, something different, perhaps. She thought, her mind grasping at the fragments of memory, perhaps there is a way to reshape the echo from within. It was a fleeting thought, a whisper in the back of her mind, but it gave her a sliver of hope. She didn't know how, or even if it was possible, but if she was now the keeper of the echo, then maybe, just maybe, she could alter its nature. Maybe she could change it from the inside out. Her heart pounded in her chest as the possibility began to form in her mind. If I can control it, if I can reshape it, then maybe I can break the cycle. The figure before her tilted its head, as if sensing the shift in her thoughts. You are beginning to understand, it said, its voice both approving and chilling. The echo is not a force to be bent or broken. It is a cycle, a force of nature. And it is within you now, Alicia. It is you. Alicia's hands clenched into fists at her sides. I won't become a prisoner to it. She thought fiercely. I won't let it define me. For the first time since she had been cast into the void, a spark of defiance flared within her. She was no longer just the keeper of the echo. She was Alicia, a person with thoughts, emotions, and a will that could fight. She would not let this entity, this force, consume her. She would find a way to break free from its grasp. The figure's voice once again filled her mind. You cannot escape it, child. You are the echo. You will always be the echo, but Alicia was no longer listening. She closed her eyes and turned inward, feeling the pulse of the void within her, the power that flowed through her veins. She could feel the souls of the lost. Their whispers blending with the echo itself, the energy of the void wrapping around her like a cloak. She focused, pushing against the pressure, willing herself to find the center of the power within her. She reached for it, the core of the echo, the place where all its threads converged. She could feel it there, deep inside her, a swirling, chaotic mass of energy and voices. Focus, Alicia, she whispered to herself, her voice trembling but determined. You have to find the heart of it. You have to reshape it. Her mind reached deeper into the void within her, touching the very core of the echo. It was vast, overwhelming, and ancient. But she was no longer afraid. She was no longer a victim of the echo. She was its keeper, its heart, and she would shape it to her will. The energy surged around her, a maelstrom of power that threatened to consume her. But she held fast, holding on to the center, focusing her mind on it, pushing against the forces that sought to overwhelm her. Slowly, inch by inch, she began to shape it, to mold it, bending the very fabric of the echo to her will, and then, with a sudden surge of power, she felt it, the moment when the echo shifted, when the balance began to change. The darkness around her trembled, the void itself rippling as if responding to her thoughts, to her desires. It's working, she thought, her heart racing. I'm changing it, but just as quickly as the shift had come, it began to resist. The void surged around her, the echo pushing back against her efforts. She could feel the resistance, the weight of eternity pressing down on her, but she would not give up. She would not let the echo control her. The figure before her spoke once again, its voice now full of warning. You cannot change it, Alicia. The echo is beyond your comprehension. It is not yours to command, but Alicia was beyond fear now. She reached deeper, feeling the pull of the echo, using it, bending it to her will. I will not become a prisoner to you, she whispered. I will reshape the echo. I will rewrite the cycle. The void trembled once more, the echo's resistance growing stronger. But Alicia held firm. She had become the echo, but she would not let the echo become her. She would change it, reshape it, and, in doing so, rewrite her own fate, and as the darkness swirled around her, Alicia knew that this was only the beginning. The darkness pulsed around Alicia, a living thing, thrumming with an energy that was both alien and familiar. She could feel it resisting her, pushing back against the very fabric of her being. The echo, her burden, her prison, her power, was not going to let go easily. It was as though the void itself had teeth, sharp and relentless, ready to devour her if she faltered, but Alicia was no longer afraid. Fear had become a distant memory, replaced by an all-consuming determination. The echo was hers now, whether it wanted to be or not. She had taken the first step in reshaping it, in bending it to her will. She had seen the flicker of change, a brief but powerful shift that had shaken the very foundations of the void. I can do this, she thought, her resolve hardening. I will break the cycle. Her body trembled from the sheer force of the energy she was wielding, but she did not give in. The echo was alive inside her, swirling with the memories of the lost souls, the weight of the past, and the endless pull of the void. But now, it was hers to command. She could feel its currents, its rhythm, and she knew that if she focused, if she truly harnessed the energy, she could shape it. Focus, she reminded herself, her breath shallow but steady. You are not just a vessel. You are the heart of the echo. You are its keeper, its creator, its destroyer. With a deep breath, she reached once more into the core of the echo. The pulse of energy was stronger this time, more chaotic, more volatile. She could feel the souls within it, lost, yearning, endless, and with them came the pressure, the weight of their endless wandering. They pulled at her, each one demanding something different, each one desperate to be heard, to be freed, but she could not let them dictate the course. She had a plan. She would reshape the echo, give it new purpose, a new balance. One where souls could be freed, yes, but not at the cost of everything else. The cycle needed to be rewritten, not destroyed. The echo was not inherently evil. It was simply misunderstood, its true nature distorted by time, by misuse, by those who sought to control it. I will be the change it needs, she thought fiercely. The void trembled beneath her feet, the energy swirling in chaotic spirals. She could feel the figure, the embodiment of the void, watching her, its presence looming like a storm cloud, silent but ever present. You think you can rewrite it, the figure's voice echoed through her mind, cool and distant. You cannot change what is older than time itself. The echo is an unshakable force. It will consume you, just as it consumes all who try to master it. Alicia clenched her fists, her body glowing with the raw power of the echo. She could feel the figure's words, the weight of its doubt, but she would not let them control her. She had come too far, sacrificed too much, to let herself be cowed now. I am not afraid, she whispered, her voice firm and unyielding. You are wrong. I can change it. And I will. The figure did not respond, but the pressure within the void intensified. The darkness shifted, becoming more oppressive, as if the very fabric of the echo was pushing back against her efforts. She could feel it, a great force rising to meet her. The full weight of the void gathering like a tidal wave, ready to crash over her, but she did not flinch. Instead, she leaned into it, letting the energy of the echo course through her, letting it flood her veins and settle into her core. She could feel the resistance, the rebellion of the void, but she could also feel something else, a flicker of something new, something stronger. You are not alone, she whispered, her mind reaching out to the souls trapped within the echo. We are one now. We can rewrite this together, and slowly, hesitantly at first, she felt the stirrings of an answer. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. A subtle shift, a soft hum of unity, of understanding. The souls that had once been lost began to stir, their voices joining hers, their energy melding with her own. Yes, she thought, feeling a surge of power. Together, we can rewrite the echo. With a single, powerful thought, she reached deeper into the echo, letting the souls guide her, letting their collective energy flow through her. It was a delicate dance, balancing the force of the void with the desires of the souls. She could feel their yearning for release, for peace, but she knew that peace could not come through destruction. It had to come through balance. The figure's presence loomed ever closer, its shadow stretching over her like a dark cloud. But Alicia was undeterred. She could feel the figure's power, its ancient weight pressing against her, but she would not let it break her. You cannot change it, the figure said again, its voice now a low, menacing whisper. You are part of the void now. You are one with the echo. There is no going back. Alicia turned her mind inward once more, focusing on the souls around her, on the energy that flowed through her. She could feel the echo's pulse, steady and unyielding, but now, she felt it in a new way. It was no longer a force to be feared, but a force to be understood. A force that could be shaped, molded. I am not part of the void, Alicia thought, her resolve unshaken. I am its keeper. I am its creator. And I will shape the echo. With that thought, the void trembled once again, but this time, it did not resist. Instead, it bent, shifted, and for the briefest moment, Alicia could feel the balance shift. The souls around her, their voices now clear and harmonious, began to fade into the background, their presence no longer a burden but a guiding force. They were no longer lost, no longer trapped in the endless cycle. They had been freed, released from the echo's grasp, but the figure, the embodiment of the void, still stood before her, its shadowy form undisturbed by the change. Its eyes, hidden behind an impenetrable veil of darkness, fixed on her with an unwavering gaze. "You think you have won?" it said, its voice cold and detached. "But the echo is eternal. You may have reshaped it for now, but the cycle will always find a way to begin again." Alicia's heart clenched. She could feel the weight of those words. The echo was a force older than time itself. But she knew now that she had not failed. The cycle would continue, but it would not be the same. She had altered it. She had made it her own. "I may not have destroyed the echo," she thought, her voice filled with quiet strength, "but I have freed the souls, and I have given them a new path. One that leads to peace." And for the first time since she had entered the void, she felt the pressure lift. The darkness around her seemed to recede. The weight of the echo no longer an oppressive force. Instead, there was a strange sense of calm, a quiet understanding that stretched out into the infinity of the void. The figure's shadowy form began to dissipate, its presence fading into the background, as though it had never truly been there. The echo was hers now, and though it was not perfect, it was hers to shape. She was no longer a prisoner, and in the distance, she heard it, the soft hum of peace, the whisper of souls moving on to their next journey, the gentle pulse of the new echo. It was not the end. But it was a new beginning. The calm that followed the shift in the echo was almost disorienting. Alicia stood amidst the remnants of the void, feeling the weight of the transition settle around her like a blanket. The once overpowering presence of the echo had softened, its pulsing rhythm now more like a steady heartbeat, one that seemed in sync with her own. There was still power in it, an ancient energy that thrummed beneath her skin, but it no longer felt like a looming threat. It was more like a river flowing beside her, steady, potent, and now, under her control. For the first time since she had entered this realm, she felt a sense of peace, a fragile tranquility that made her wonder if she had truly reshaped the echo, or if it was merely the calm before the storm. She took a deep breath, her fingers trembling slightly as she flexed them, still adjusting to the power that now flowed freely through her. It was a strange sensation, like wielding something that was both a part of her and completely separate, as if the echo was a distant, yet integral part of her own soul. The world around her shimmered, as though the void itself was shifting, adjusting to the new reality she had created. The blackness, once oppressive and endless, now seemed to recede in places, revealing glimpses of distant lights, faint, like stars caught in a faraway sky. The spirits, the lost souls that had once crowded the echo, were quieter now, their voices no longer desperate and fragmented, but calm, even peaceful. Alicia closed her eyes, feeling a new sense of connection to them. A deep understanding that transcended language. She could feel their gratitude, their quiet relief as they moved forward, guided by the new rhythm of the echo. It was not freedom in the purest sense, but it was a release, a passage from the eternal suffering they had once endured. But this is just the beginning, she reminded herself. There is more to be done. She couldn't shake the feeling that her journey wasn't over. Yes, she had reshaped the echo, had given it a new form. But it was still a force, still a cycle that would continue, in one form or another. And as the guardian, the keeper of this new order, it was her responsibility to ensure its balance. She couldn't rest, not yet. She opened her eyes, scanning the vastness of the void once more. The changes she had made were subtle, but they were there. The pulse of the echo, though calmer, still resonated through the air, like a heartbeat that was never fully still. And the darkness, the inky blackness that had once swallowed everything in its path, had begun to recede in some places, revealing the raw, infinite emptiness of the void. But where do I go from here? She wondered. What is my role in all of this now? As if in answer to her unspoken question, a figure began to emerge from the shifting shadows. It was not the same figure that had loomed over her before, but a different presence altogether. This figure was not as imposing, not as ancient. It was smaller, more humanoid, but just as unsettling in its own way. Its face was hidden by a hood, its features shrouded in shadow, but Alicia could sense the weight of its gaze. She tensed, preparing herself for another confrontation, another test of her resolve. But the figure did not speak, did not advance. It merely stood there, watching her from the edges of the void. Who are you? She thought, her voice steady but curious. The figure tilted its head, as though considering her question. And then, it stepped forward, its movements graceful, almost deliberate. It seemed to glide over the floor of the void, its presence strangely calming, as if it were a part of the echo's new balance rather than a force to be resisted. When it finally spoke, its voice was not loud, but clear, like a whisper that echoed through the fabric of the void itself. I am the Watcher, the figure said. The one who oversees the balance of the echo. I have watched for eons, observing the flow of souls, the cycles that spin within the void. And I have seen what you have done. Alicia's brow furrowed. The Watcher, the figure nodded, its head moving slowly beneath the hood. Yes. I have seen the creation of the echo, its rise and its fall. I have witnessed countless guardians come and go, each one believing they could control it, reshape it, but none have succeeded as you have. You have altered the very fabric of the echo, Alicia. You have forged a new path for the souls that pass through it. Alicia swallowed, unsure of how to respond. The Watcher's words felt like a mixture of approval and forewarning. But is it enough? The Watcher seemed to consider her question for a moment before speaking again. What you have done is significant. The echo is no longer what it once was. But it is not yet perfect. It will never be perfect. There will always be those who are lost, those who stray from the path you've forged. And the balance will shift, always. Alicia felt a knot form in her stomach. She had known, deep down, that reshaping the echo wasn't a permanent solution. Nothing in the void ever stayed the same. So what am I supposed to do now? The Watcher's gaze softened, if only slightly. You must continue to guide the echo, Alicia. You must ensure that it remains in balance. For even though you have changed its course, it is still a force of nature. The souls that pass through it will still need a guide, a keeper. And you, now, are that keeper. Alicia felt the weight of those words settle over her like a mantle. She had thought she had reshaped the echo, made it her own, but now she realized that she had only just begun to understand its true nature. She was not the master of it, nor the destroyer of it. She was its steward, its guardian. I can't do this alone, she thought, her mind filled with the gravity of the task ahead. The watcher seemed to sense her hesitation. You are not alone, Alicia. You never were. You have the souls that pass through the echo, their energy, their voices, their guidance. You have the echo itself, which flows through you, and you have the balance that you've created. You are not the first to hold this responsibility. But you are the first to reshape it. Alicia closed her eyes, taking in the magnitude of the watcher's words. She was no longer just a vessel for the echo. She was its guardian, its creator, its keeper. And with that role came the knowledge that there would always be more to do, always more to learn, and always more to shape. The watcher took another step forward. Its presence filling the void with a quiet, unspoken understanding. The echo will never be still, Alicia. But it will not be as it was. The path you've carved will echo through the ages. And in time, you will come to understand what it means to be both its keeper and its creator. Alicia nodded, her heart steadying in her chest. She had reshaped the echo. She had created something new. And now, it was her duty to guide it, to ensure that it remained balanced. She was the keeper of the echo. And in that role, she would find her purpose. Alicia stood at the edge of the void, feeling the weight of her new responsibility pressing against her chest. The watcher's words echoed in her mind, reverberating like the soft hum of the echo itself. The task ahead was daunting, no, it was monumental. To be the keeper of the echo, to ensure its balance, was not something that could be taken lightly. There was a power in the void, an ancient and untamable force, and now, it was hers to guide. She had thought reshaping the echo was the end of her journey, but it was clear now that it was only the beginning. The cycle of souls, the ebb and flow of the echo's pulse, would continue. And with it came the knowledge that she, Alicia, was the one who had to oversee it all. There would be no end, no rest, but as the weight of her role sank deeper into her bones, something inside her shifted. She had come to the void not as a conqueror, but as a prisoner. She had been lost, desperate to find a way out, and she had found that exit. Now, she had transformed, just as the echo had. She was no longer a passive participant. She was an active force in this endless, shifting dance. The watcher stood nearby, his presence a silent reminder of the ancient nature of the echo. He had been watching for eons, and now, he would watch her. You are not alone, he had said. But you will always be the one to keep it balanced. The words had stuck with her. He had not said she was the only one who could do it, nor had he claimed that she would always succeed. What he had said was that the echo would continue to shift. And she would have to remain vigilant, guiding it in its constant ebb and flow. It was a humbling truth, but also a freeing one. There was no finality in her task, only the ever-present call to action. The balance was fragile, and it would need constant care. As the days passed, Alicia spent more and more time within the void, learning its rhythms, its subtle motions. She explored the depths, familiarized herself with the currents of the echo. She felt the souls passing through it, sensed the subtle threads of their existence. There was an ebb and flow to them now, a graceful motion that she had helped establish, but it was not yet perfect. She could feel the pockets of resistance. The souls that still lingered, trapped by the weight of their pasts or their own desires. It was up to her to guide them, and yet, as she navigated the vast, shifting space, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. It was not the watcher. His presence was constant but distant. No, this feeling was different. It was a presence that hovered just outside her reach, a whisper on the edge of her consciousness, a shadow in the periphery of her vision. One day, as she stood at the center of the void, trying to sense the movement of the souls around her, the feeling intensified. Her heart quickened, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. She turned slowly, scanning the endless expanse of darkness for any sign of what was watching her. But there was nothing except the swirling, ever-shifting shadows of the echo itself. Am I imagining this? She wondered, her thoughts racing. Or is something truly here? A flicker of movement caught her eye. It was brief, a fleeting image in the corner of her vision, but it was enough to send a jolt of unease through her. She whirled around, but again, there was nothing. Just the void, endless and still. Focus, she reminded herself. Don't let your mind play tricks on you. But no matter how much she tried to center herself, the feeling didn't go away. It was as if the void was alive. And it was watching her. A sudden, sharp sound broke through her concentration, a low, guttural hum that seemed to come from deep within the echo itself. Alicia's pulse quickened as she instinctively reached for the energy of the echo, her fingers tingling with the familiar power. The sound grew louder, a deep vibration that reverberated through the fabric of the void, and then, a voice, low and haunting, like the sound of wind howling through a forgotten canyon. You cannot escape me. Alicia's heart skipped a beat, her blood running cold at the words. She felt them in her bones, their meaning sinking deep into her soul. Who are you? She demanded, her voice stronger than she felt. What do you want from me? For a moment, there was nothing but silence, the hum of the echo the only sound in the void. But then, the voice spoke again, this time with an eerie calmness. I am the shadow within the echo. The part that you cannot change. The part that has always been there. And you, Alicia, are the one who will awaken me. Alicia recoiled, her mind racing. The shadow within the echo. The phrase felt ancient, heavy with a meaning she couldn't quite grasp. She had thought she had reshaped the echo, that she had freed it from its cycles of endless suffering. But now, she realized there was something more. Something deeper, something hidden, that had been lying dormant all along. You have freed the souls. The voice continued, its tone almost mocking. But there are others, darker, forgotten. The ones who feed the echo. And they will never be freed. They are the true power that lies within it. Alicia's breath caught in her throat. What are you talking about? She asked, her voice trembling despite her attempts to stay steady. Who are these souls you speak of? The ones who have been lost for too long, the voice replied. The ones who have fed on the echo, who have become part of its cycle. They are the darkness within the light, the hunger that keeps the balance. And now, Alicia, you will awaken them, A chill ran down her spine as the void seemed to shift around her, the very air growing thick with an unnatural weight. She could feel it now, the presence of something ancient, something powerful, stirring within the echo. It was as though she had cracked open a door that had been sealed for millennia, and now, something was pushing to escape. No, she thought, her mind racing. I will not let this happen. The watcher's voice, soft but steady, seemed to echo in the recesses of her mind. The balance must remain. Be careful, Alicia. Not all that you awaken will be as you hope, but it was too late. The shadow was already stirring, its presence growing stronger, more palpable. Alicia could feel it, like a pull in the center of her chest, tugging at her very soul. The void was alive, and it was calling to her. The darkness was awakening. And she was the one who had to face it. The void had always been an enigma, a place of endless shadows and light, of silent whispers and deep echoes that resonated through every fiber of her being. But now, as the shadow within the echo stirred and made its presence known, the world around her seemed to collapse into something darker, more oppressive. The weight of it pressed down on her chest like a physical force, as if the very air itself was thickening, suffocating. Alicia stood frozen, her heart pounding in her chest, every instinct telling her to run, to flee from whatever ancient force had just been awakened. But there was nowhere to go. The echo surrounded her. Its pulse now erratic, like the beat of a heart that had been wounded, a rhythm that couldn't be trusted. Who are you? She demanded again, her voice stronger this time, despite the tremor in her hands. What do you want from me? The voice that answered was not the watcher's, nor was it anything she had encountered before. It was deep, like the sound of distant thunder, and it echoed through the very marrow of her bones. You have awakened me, Alicia. You have disturbed the balance, and now you will face the consequences. The words sent a shiver down her spine, and for a moment, she could feel her breath catching in her throat. The balance? She thought, her mind scrambling for answers. She had thought she had reshaped the echo, given it a new purpose. She had sought to give the lost souls peace, to guide them through the endless cycle of the void. But now, she realized the truth. The echo was never meant to be fully shaped, not by her, not by anyone. It was a force of nature, too ancient, too vast, to be controlled. Who are you really? She pressed, her voice more firm this time, though her fear simmered beneath. What is your true nature? The shadow seemed to take its time responding, the void around her pulsing in a slow, rhythmic motion, as if it were breathing in sync with the deep vibrations of its voice. I am the hunger that feeds the echo, the voice said. I am the part of the void that cannot be tamed. I am the essence of all that has been lost, all that has been forgotten. And you, Alicia, are the one who has invited me back into the world. You cannot escape me, Alicia's thoughts whirled. She had thought the echo was a place for the lost souls to find their way, to be reborn in some way. But now, she understood, the echo was not just a realm of transition. It was a place of consumption, a dark undercurrent where all things were eventually devoured. And this shadow, this hunger, had been its keeper. No, she thought, shaking her head, trying to steady herself. I will not allow this. I've already changed it. I've already reshaped the echo. I won't let it fall back into darkness. Her resolve firmed. her heart steadying as the power of the echo surged through her once again. She could feel its pulse, its steady rhythm beneath the surface, just as she had when she had first entered the void. She had the echo within her. She had shaped it before, and she could do so again. The shadow's influence could not be allowed to consume it, to twist it back into the void of despair that it once had been. "You are wrong," she said, her voice clear, cutting through the oppressive silence. "I've already changed this place. It will not return to what it was." The shadow's laughter echoed through the void, a low, rumbling sound that reverberated deep within her chest. "You think you can stop me, Alicia?" it mocked. "You think you can control the very heart of the echo? The balance has already been disturbed. It is too late. I am a part of the echo. I am the darkness you cannot banish. I am the void you cannot fill. And now, you will see the true power of the echo." Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet trembled, a deep vibration that seemed to ripple through the very fabric of the void. The air grew colder, the light dimming as a thick, swirling darkness began to coalesce in front of her. It was a shape, vast, shapeless, a swirling mass of tendrils that seemed to writhe with an insatiable hunger. The void pulsed with its presence, as if it were feeding off her fear. Feeding off the disturbance in the balance she had tried so hard to create. The darkness seemed to reach out toward her, tendrils extending, curling toward her like the fingers of some ancient beast. It was too much. The weight of the echo, of the shadow, pressed down on her until it felt as though the air itself was crushing her. It was a force too strong, too ancient, to face alone. Alicia could feel her knees buckling, her strength faltering. She had already reshaped the echo once, but she had not known the true depths of its darkness. She had not known that the echo itself harbored such hunger, such rage. It was a force that could not be tamed, a cycle that could not be broken. It would continue, forever, until it consumed everything. "I cannot stop it," she thought, the words heavy in her mind. "I can't do this alone." But then, in the midst of the darkness, a flicker of light. A spark of hope. The Watcher's presence, though distant, seemed to reach out to her, like a guiding hand in the darkness. "You are not alone," the Watcher's voice echoed in her mind. "The balance is not solely your responsibility. You have the power to shape it, but you do not bear it alone." Her breath caught in her throat as she realized what he meant. She was not the only one who had changed the echo. The souls she had guided, the spirits that had passed through, they were with her too. She could feel their presence now, a whisper on the edge of her consciousness, their energy like a steady current beneath the chaos. She was not alone. She never had been. With a surge of will, Alicia reached deep into the echo, tapping into the collective energy of the souls that had found their peace. She felt their power, their support, flowing into her like a steady stream. The shadow recoiled, its form shifting and faltering as the energy of the souls around her began to push back against its consuming presence. "You are not alone," Alicia whispered, her voice steady, full of newfound strength. "And you will never be again," the shadow screeched in fury, its form writhing, fighting against the surge of energy that now flooded the void. But it was weakening, its influence dissipating like smoke in the wind. The balance had been restored, not by her alone, but by the collective power of all those who had passed through the echo. and as the shadow faded into the depths, Alicia stood tall, her heart steady. The battle was not over, but it had been won, for now. And in that moment, she knew one thing: the echo was hers to shape, hers to guard. And she would never face it alone again. The air in the void was still, almost too still. The absence of the shadow's oppressive presence left a strange silence in its wake, one that Alicia wasn't sure how to navigate. For so long, she had been trapped in the dance of light and dark, the push and pull of the echo, that now, in the aftermath, she found herself wondering if she had truly won or simply delayed an inevitable reckoning. The light of the echo seemed dimmer, as if it too had been affected by the battle she had just fought. The once smooth rhythm of the void's pulse had fractured, and now, it throbbed irregularly, like the heartbeat of something still recovering from a wound. Alicia could feel it, deep in her bones, a strange ache that told her the balance, though temporarily restored, was still fragile. She took a slow breath, focusing her energy once again. The echo was still there, still calling to her, still alive in a way that felt both beautiful and dangerous. The light around her flickered, as if uncertain of its purpose, its shape. It was almost as if the void itself had been transformed by her confrontation with the shadow, but what had she truly accomplished? The shadow had been driven back, yes, but its hunger remained. It wasn't gone. It would return, she knew. And when it did, it would be stronger. Alicia stepped forward, letting the pulse of the echo guide her movements, her feet barely making a sound on the shifting ground beneath her. The void had never felt so vast before, as if it had expanded in the wake of the battle. Or perhaps it was her perception that had changed, stretched by the weight of the responsibility she now carried. The Watcher had been quiet since the shadow's retreat, and for a moment, Alicia wondered where he was, what he was thinking. But she knew better than to expect answers from him. The Watcher was a being of few words, and those words were often cryptic, laden with meaning that only revealed itself in time. He had warned her that the balance would be delicate, and that even the smallest disruption could tip the scale in either direction. Yet, she had no choice but to move forward, as she walked deeper into the void. Her mind replayed the conversation she had had with the shadow, its voice still lingering in her thoughts. I am the hunger that feeds the echo. I am the part of the void that cannot be tamed. Those words haunted her, because Alicia understood them now. The echo was a place of consumption, not just for souls, but for the very essence of existence. The shadow had been a part of that hunger, a force that had fed on the emptiness of the void itself. And she had awakened it, but there was more to the echo than just hunger. There was the light, the souls, the quiet serenity that could be found in its deeper reaches. The balance had to remain. She had to keep that delicate harmony intact. The silence stretched, becoming a presence all its own, and Alicia stopped walking, allowing herself to listen to it fully. In the stillness, she could feel the pulse of the echo again, slow but steady, like the heartbeat of a world holding its breath. She reached out, letting her fingertips brush against the currents of the void. Her connection to it was stronger now, more rooted. It wasn't just a place she had entered, it was part of her, a part of her soul that she couldn't sever. Suddenly, the pulse shifted, like a ripple on the surface of a pond, distorting the light for a brief moment. Alicia's heart skipped a beat, her senses heightened. The ripple was small, almost imperceptible. But it was there. Something had disturbed the void again. No, she thought, clenching her fists. Not again. She could feel it, the shift in the balance. Something had happened, something new, something she hadn't anticipated. Her mind raced, and for a moment, she doubted herself. Was she truly able to control the echo? Was her strength enough to keep it in check? A low hum vibrated through the air, and Alicia's body tensed. The hum was familiar now, though its tone was different, darker, more insistent. It was the voice of the echo, the heart of the void calling out to her. But this time, it felt like a warning. It was as if the echo was sending her a message that was clear. Something was coming. She couldn't ignore it. She had to find out what it was, and quickly. As she moved through the void, the pulsations grew more erratic, like the beating of a heart under strain. The light flickered again, casting long, jagged shadows across the swirling depths. Alicia's instincts screamed at her to move faster, to find the source of the disturbance before it could fully manifest. The tension in the air was palpable now, thickening with each step. The Watcher appeared before her, his form materializing from the swirling mist like a ghost. His eyes, usually calm and distant, were narrowed in focus. He studied her with an intensity that she hadn't seen before. The echo is shifting, he said, his voice low and urgent. Something has changed. Alicia nodded, her gaze unwavering. I know. I felt it. The Watcher's eyes flicked toward the darkness that loomed around them. The very fabric of the void seemed to be unraveling, the edges fraying like an ancient tapestry being torn apart. It's not the shadow. Not directly. But it's a consequence of what you've done. Alicia's chest tightened. What do you mean? The balance was disturbed, the Watcher said, his tone heavy with meaning. Not by the shadow itself, but by your act of shaping the echo. You've altered its natural flow, and now, it is beginning to unravel. The hunger is not gone, it is simply dormant. And while it sleeps, something else grows. What is it? Alicia asked, the words slipping from her lips before she could stop them. The Watcher's gaze hardened, his expression unreadable. A new force, something born of the void's own energy. You've awakened it in your attempt to reshape the echo. It is not a shadow. It is the emptiness that was once the echo's true nature. And it is coming for you. Alicia's blood ran cold. The void wasn't just a space, it was a force, a primordial energy. And now, it was fighting back. A crack appeared in the fabric of the void, a jagged line that split the air like a scar. And from within that crack, a dark energy began to seep out, swirling around her, wrapping her in its embrace. It was like the air had turned to liquid, thick and suffocating, pulling her toward the fracture. It's here. Alicia reached out, her energy surging, trying to hold it back, but the darkness was overwhelming. The force growing within the crack was too powerful, too ancient. She could feel it, its hunger, its insatiable need to devour everything in its path, and in that moment, she realized the truth of the Watcher's warning. This was the void's original hunger, the hunger that could not be tamed. And now, it was no longer a shadow. It was a force unto itself. Alicia's heart raced as she braced for the oncoming storm. The darkness that poured from the crack in the fabric of the void was unlike anything Alicia had encountered before. It was not merely an absence, but an active force, an entity that sought to consume everything, to erase not just the echo, but all that existed within the realm. Its presence was cold, terrifyingly vast, and its energy rippled outward like the pulse of a collapsing star. It felt as though the entire void were warping in its wake, bending toward its insatiable hunger. Alicia's breath hitched as the crack widened, the tendrils of the dark energy snaking outward, twisting and turning as they reached for her. She could feel the void around her shuddering, the rhythm of its pulse broken by the intrusion. The hum of the echo was now a distant, feeble sound, drowned out by the overwhelming force that grew stronger with each passing moment. The watcher stood by her side, silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the growing crack. His usual calm demeanor was gone, replaced by something deeper, something she hadn't seen before: fear. Not fear for himself, but for the echo, for the realm that was slowly being consumed by this new force. "It's too late to stop it now," he said softly, his voice edged with regret. "The balance has been shattered beyond repair." Alicia's heart clenched at the weight of his words. She had never felt so powerless, so utterly helpless. The force that had broken through the void's surface was not something she could control. It was older, more primal, and far more dangerous than anything she had ever faced. She had tried to reshape the echo, to guide it to a new purpose, but this was something else entirely. The crack continued to grow, its jagged edges pulsing with dark energy. Alicia could feel it in her very bones, the emptiness that it exuded, a vast, suffocating void that threatened to consume everything in its path. She could no longer tell where the crack ended and the void began. They had become one, a singular force of chaos and destruction. "You said it was born of the void's own energy," she said, her voice hoarse, but determined. "What is it? What is this force?" The watcher hesitated before answering, his eyes flickering with an emotion Alicia couldn't quite place. "It is the echo's true nature. The void was never meant to be shaped, never meant to be given form. It was always a place of endless hunger, a realm where nothing could survive without being consumed. What you have unleashed is the very essence of that hunger." Alicia's mind reeled as she tried to comprehend what the watcher was telling her. The echo, this place she had come to know and understand, was not a realm of peace or transition. It was a place of consumption, of emptiness. Her attempts to change it had only awakened the true force that had always lurked beneath the surface, a force that would now stop at nothing to consume everything in its path. The void was never meant to be peaceful. She whispered, more to herself than to the watcher. "But you changed it," the watcher interrupted gently, but his voice held no judgment, only the weight of truth. "You made it more than what it was, and now the true nature of the void fights back. You've disturbed the delicate balance, and what you see before you is the result." Alicia swallowed hard, trying to steady her breathing, but the weight of the watcher's words hung heavy in the air. She had tried so hard to bring peace, to help the lost souls find their way, but in doing so, she had awakened a force she couldn't control. Now, that force was threatening to unravel everything. A pulse of darkness surged from the crack, and Alicia felt it tear through the very fabric of the void. The energy crackled, snapping and shifting like the breath of a beast awakening from a long slumber. The ground beneath her trembled, and she could feel the air thickening, suffocating her. It was as though the echo itself was rejecting her presence, its very essence recoiling from the disruption she had caused. The watcher moved to stand in front of her, his eyes narrowing. "You must understand, Alicia," he said, his voice firm now. "The echo is not just a place, it is a force, a primal energy that is tied to the very fabric of existence. It cannot be fully controlled or shaped by anyone. It will always return to its natural state." Alicia's chest tightened as the realization sank in. The echo is a force, not just a place. It had always been more than she had understood, something deeper, more ancient than she could have known. And now, she was caught in the middle of a war between the forces of creation and destruction, struggling to hold on to a delicate thread of balance. The crack before her continued to widen, and the darkness within it seemed to swell, growing more violent, more unpredictable with each passing moment. The air was thick with the pull of the void, its presence wrapping around her, pressing down on her chest, making it difficult to breathe. "Can't we stop it?" she asked, her voice almost desperate now. "Is there no way to repair the balance?" The watcher's gaze softened, though it was clear that even he had no easy answer. "The balance cannot be restored by force," he said slowly, his eyes distant as if contemplating something far beyond her reach. "The only way to stop this is to understand the nature of the echo, to embrace its true form. You must learn to live with it, not control it." Alicia shook her head, her hands trembling. "But I don't know how. I can't just let it destroy everything." "The destruction is not the end," the watcher said quietly. "Sometimes, things must break before they can be remade. You must trust in the echo, in its power to regenerate. But you cannot fight it directly. You must learn to live within its rhythm. To accept that it will never be fully shaped." Alicia felt a rush of conflicting emotions. She had never wanted to simply accept the void for what it was. She had wanted to transform it, to guide it into something that could bring peace, something that could give meaning to the souls who passed through. But now, the truth was clear, the echo was not something she could shape. It was something she had to coexist with, something she had to learn to understand. The darkness continued to swell in the crack, a steady rhythm of hunger that pulsed against her senses. Alicia could feel it now, the weight of the echo's true nature pressing in on her, and she knew that this was only the beginning. The battle was not over. The forces within the void were still at war. And Alicia had to find a way to live within that conflict, to survive in a realm that would never be still, never be at peace. As she stood there, facing the growing darkness, the watcher's words echoed in her mind. "You cannot control the echo. You can only learn to coexist with it," and with that knowledge, Alicia knew she had no choice but to move forward into the unknown, ready to face whatever would come next. The darkness continued to swell, but it no longer felt like an opponent to be defeated. Instead, it felt like a force of nature, vast, overwhelming, and relentless in its hunger. Alicia stood at the edge of the chasm. Her body drawn taut with uncertainty, her breath shallow as she grappled with the reality of what she had unleashed. The watcher, silent by her side, didn't seem to be moved by the growing chaos around them. He had seen the forces of the void at work for millennia, had witnessed the patterns of its unpredictable pulse. But this? This was something different. Something ancient, something primal that even he, in all his wisdom, didn't fully understand. The void is no longer what it once was, the watcher said, his voice low, almost as though he were speaking to himself. You've done what no one before you has dared to do. You've reached into the core of the echo and altered its flow. Alicia turned to face him, her gaze sharp, her fists clenched in frustration. And now I've made it worse. I've awoken something I can't control. The watcher's eyes softened slightly, but the shadow of sorrow that lingered there was unmistakable. What you have awakened is not easily controlled, but that does not mean it cannot be understood. The balance has shifted, yes, but not beyond hope. The crack in the void pulsed again, and a tremor shook the ground beneath them. The air grew heavier, the darkness seeping outward like ink spilled into water, spreading, engulfing the realm with its suffocating presence. It wasn't just a lack of light, it was a void of meaning, a place where nothing could exist without being consumed. Then what do I do? Alicia's voice was strained, the words escaping her like a desperate plea. How can I possibly understand something so vast, so empty? The watcher turned his gaze back to the expanding darkness, his expression distant. You must go deeper, deeper into the echo's heart. You must confront the void not as an enemy, but as a part of yourself. Only then can you hope to understand its true nature. Alicia frowned. But if I go deeper, won't it consume me, too? The void does not consume those who understand it, the watcher said softly. It consumes those who fight it, those who try to shape it to their will without accepting its essence. You have to see beyond the darkness. You must learn to listen to the rhythm, the pulse of the void, without trying to alter it. Alicia's chest tightened at his words, but something deep within her stirred, a faint, almost imperceptible thread of hope. She had felt the pulse of the void before, had heard its rhythm in the depths of her soul. It had always been there, just out of reach, a constant presence beneath the surface of her mind. She had been too focused on controlling it, bending it to her will. But the watcher was right. Perhaps she needed to feel it, not fight it. Her eyes fell on the growing crack, the rift in the void that now threatened to consume everything. She could hear the faint echo of its hunger. A distant rumble like the growl of an unseen beast. It was almost as though the very air was alive with it, its presence vibrating in her bones. Alicia closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. The watcher didn't stop her. He watched her, but didn't intervene. There was a quiet understanding in his gaze, as though he had always known this moment would come. As she approached the crack, the air grew colder, the darkness pressing in on her from all sides. She could feel the weight of it, the crushing emptiness that seemed to stretch into infinity. The darkness wasn't a void, it was a hunger. A need that demanded to be fed. And Alicia realized, with a pang of understanding, that this hunger was not simply destructive. It was part of the cycle of existence. It was the void between creation and destruction, the space between birth and death, where everything that existed was drawn into the depths, only to rise again in a new form. The pulse of the void grew stronger as she stepped closer to the rift. Her heart beat in time with it, a rhythmic thrum that resonated deep within her chest. The light of the echo seemed to flicker, dimming in the presence of the dark force that surged from the crack. But Alicia wasn't afraid. In this moment, she felt no fear. There was only the deep, overwhelming connection to the void, the realization that this was where she belonged. That the void was not just a place of destruction, but of rebirth. Her fingers brushed the edge of the crack, and the darkness flared, a brilliant, blinding wave of energy that surged through her body. For a moment, she felt as though she were being pulled into the depths of the rift, dragged into the heart of the void itself. The force was overwhelming, but she did not resist. Instead, she allowed herself to sink deeper into the rhythm, to feel the pulse of the echo without the need to control it. It was then that she heard it, a voice, distant but clear, echoing through the darkness. It was a sound without words, a vibration that carried with it meaning beyond understanding. The voice wasn't speaking to her, it was speaking through her. It was the pulse of the void, the echo of all that had ever existed and all that would ever come to be. She could feel its age, its wisdom, and its hunger. It was both frightening and comforting at once, as though she had finally found the source of all things, the heart of the void itself. And as she stood there, her fingers tracing the edges of the crack, she felt the energy shift, the void itself responding to her presence, to her acceptance of its rhythm. The crack began to close, its jagged edges slowly knitting together, the darkness receding, though not entirely. The rift was not destroyed, it was simply accepted. Alicia had not fought the darkness, had not tried to force it back. She had simply embraced it, allowed it to flow through her without resistance. As the rift sealed, the air around her shifted, becoming lighter, the pulse of the void steady once more. It was a calm rhythm, a gentle hum that echoed in her soul. The hunger was still there, but it no longer felt like an enemy. It felt like a part of her, a part of the echo that she had finally come to understand. The watcher stepped forward, his gaze steady. "You've done it," he said, his voice soft, yet filled with something akin to pride. "You've learned to live with the void, to coexist with its rhythm." Alicia nodded, her heart still racing, but filled with a strange peace. The void had not consumed her. It had not broken her. Instead, it had shown her its true nature. And she had embraced it. The darkness still lingered, a presence in the corner of her mind, but it no longer controlled her. She had learned to listen to it, to feel its pulse, and in doing so, she had found a deeper understanding of herself and the echo, but the battle was far from over. The void was not something that could be mastered, not something that could be fully tamed. It was a force of nature, a cycle that would continue to shift and change, always moving forward. And Alicia knew that, in time, she would be tested again, but for now, she had found her place within the rhythm. And that was enough. The days that followed were a blur. Alicia found herself no longer fighting the darkness, but rather existing alongside it, beneath it, within it. The void had not consumed her, and yet, it had altered her in ways that she could not fully comprehend. She had become part of the rhythm, part of the hum that resonated throughout the echo. It was a strange comfort, an unsettling calm, that settled deep within her soul. She could feel the pulse of the void beneath the surface of her thoughts, like the beat of a distant drum. It was always there, always in the background, steady and relentless. She had once feared it, had once seen it as a force of destruction. Now, it was something she could understand, something she could feel within herself. It was a force of creation and destruction, of life and death, and it was as much a part of the echo as she was. Yet, despite the peace that had settled over her, Alicia knew the void was not done with her. It had not yet shown her everything it could. It was as though it was waiting, watching, testing her resolve. And she could feel it in the air, a tension that lingered just beyond the edges of her perception, a pull that threatened to draw her deeper into the darkness. She spent her days wandering the void, her mind ever seeking the edges of the unknown, the boundaries of the realm. The Watcher was still with her, but he had grown quieter in the wake of the rift's closure. He watched her from a distance, as though waiting for something, but he said little. He no longer offered guidance, no longer tried to teach her the ways of the echo. Instead, he seemed content to let her find her own path. Alicia had come to realize that the Watcher was not a mentor, but a guide, a presence that would only intervene when necessary. His role was to show her the way, but it was her choice whether or not to follow. And, more than ever, she felt the weight of that choice, but it was not just the Watcher that lingered in the background of her mind. There was something else, something darker. The force that had broken through the void had not disappeared. It had retreated, yes, but only to wait, to grow stronger. Alicia could feel its presence just beyond the edge of her consciousness, like a shadow that was always there, waiting for the moment to strike. It was then that she realized something crucial. She had not simply changed the void. The void had changed her. She had come to understand its rhythm, but that did not mean she could control it. The hunger that had once been a threat was now a part of her, a part of the echo that she had embraced. And yet, that hunger was not satisfied. It would never be satisfied. Alicia's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden, sharp tremor beneath her feet. The ground shook violently, and the air around her seemed to crackle with static. It was as if the void itself was reacting to something, something that had triggered a response deep within its core. Her heart pounded in her chest as she searched the endless expanse of the void, trying to pinpoint the source of the disturbance. The Watcher appeared beside her, his gaze fixed on the shifting landscape. "It has begun," he said quietly, his voice tense with something unspoken. "Has begun." Alicia repeated, her voice trembling with uncertainty. "What do you mean?" The Watcher did not answer immediately. He simply continued to watch, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Alicia followed his gaze, and it was then that she saw it, a flicker in the distance, a pulse of dark energy that rippled outward like a wave crashing through the void. It was small at first, but it grew quickly, expanding outward in all directions, swallowing the light around it. "What is that?" Alicia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The force you awakened," the Watcher replied, his tone grave. "It is not satisfied. It is not content to remain in the depths of the void. It is reaching for more." Alicia's heart sank as the gravity of his words hit her. The darkness she had once embraced was not merely a passive force. It was an active, living entity, a presence that sought to consume and grow. And now, it was reaching out, its hunger extending beyond the boundaries of the void. "What can we do?" Alicia asked, her voice tinged with desperation. "Can we stop it?" The Watcher's gaze hardened. "We cannot stop it," he said, his voice filled with the weight of inevitability. "We can only try to contain it. But we must act quickly, or it will consume everything. Alicia's mind raced as she tried to process his words. Contain it? How could she possibly contain something that had no form, no shape, no limits? The darkness was a force of nature, an ancient hunger that could not be tamed. It was not a creature to be fought, it was a part of the void itself, a manifestation of the emptiness that existed between creation and destruction. But despite the overwhelming odds, Alicia knew one thing with certainty: she could not allow the void to consume everything. She had already seen what the darkness was capable of, how it could twist and distort, how it could erase all that existed in an instant. She had felt its pull, its hunger, and she knew that if left unchecked, it would destroy everything, leaving nothing but an endless, empty void. "We have to stop it," Alicia said, her voice firm with resolve. "We have to find a way." The Watcher nodded slowly, his gaze meeting hers. "You have already begun the work. You must go deeper, deeper into the void's heart. Only there can you hope to confront the force you have awakened. You must face it, not as an enemy, but as a part of yourself." Alicia's heart raced at the thought. The idea of facing the darkness again, of confronting the force she had once embraced, filled her with fear. But she had no choice. The force that had awakened was a part of her now, a part of the echo, and it would continue to grow until it consumed everything in its path. She had to find a way to stop it, to contain it, before it was too late. With a final glance at the Watcher, Alicia turned toward the flickering pulse of dark energy in the distance. The rhythm of the void called to her, its steady hum growing louder in her mind. She stepped forward, her resolve firm, knowing that this was the path she had to walk. There was no turning back now, the darkness awaited her. And she would face it, as she always had, head on, with everything she had. Alicia's footsteps echoed in the hollow vastness of the void as she ventured deeper into its heart. The air around her vibrated with a strange tension, the dark pulse that had once been a subtle hum and now a constant, rhythmic thrum, a presence that filled her mind and soul. She could feel it in her bones. This was not just a place, not merely an environment. The void was alive, and it was watching her. It had been waiting for her. Her heart raced, but there was no turning back now. She had awakened the darkness. She had embraced it, and now, she had to face it, confront it in its rawest, most primal form. She was no longer just a witness to its power, she was a part of it. The path ahead was uncertain. The Watcher's words echoed in her mind: "You must face it as a part of yourself." But how could she face the darkness when it had already consumed so much of her? How could she confront something that was now so deeply entwined with her essence, her very being? She didn't have the answers. But she couldn't afford to hesitate. The force that she had set in motion was not content to remain dormant any longer. It had grown, evolved, and now it sought to break free, to spill out beyond the boundaries of the void and into the world beyond. She had felt its hunger, its insatiable need, and she knew what would happen if it was not stopped. The void seemed to respond to her thoughts, its energy thickening, pulsing with an intensity that made the very air shimmer. Alicia could feel the ground beneath her feet quiver. A tremor that ran through her entire body. It was as though the void was alive with anticipation, waiting for her to make the next move. As she moved deeper, the darkness around her began to change. The familiar, Oppressive blackness that had once surrounded her like a cloak began to shift, to swirl, as though it were alive, breathing. Tendrils of shadow curled around her, reaching out, brushing against her skin like cold fingers. She shivered but did not stop. She couldn't. The path ahead was narrowing, the walls of darkness closing in on her from all sides. She was moving toward the center of the void, toward the epicenter of the pulse she had felt, the source of the force she had unleashed. It was both terrifying and exhilarating, this sense of being drawn toward the unknown, toward something far greater than herself. She felt like a moth drawn to a flame, but this flame was not a source of light. It was a consuming fire, an eternal hunger that could swallow everything in its path. Ahead, she saw it, a flickering, shifting mass of shadow, a dark presence that seemed to coalesce at the center of the void. It was like nothing she had ever seen before. It was not a creature, not a being in the traditional sense. It was a force. A manifestation of the hunger she had unleashed. The air around it shimmered with dark energy, twisting and warping, the very fabric of the void bending in response to its power. Alicia could feel it, the pull of its gravity, the weight of its presence. It was as though this force was not just a part of the void but the very heart of it. It was the source of all things, the beginning and the end, the creator and the destroyer. She took a step forward, her breath catching in her throat as the shadows seemed to writhe around her. The force pulsed, a deep, resonant beat that matched the rhythm of her own heart. It was so close now. She could feel it, its hunger, its longing. She knew what it wanted her. Alicia's body tensed, her mind racing as she tried to make sense of what she was feeling. The force was reaching out to her, calling to her, trying to pull her into its depths. It was as if it were waiting for her to surrender, to give herself completely to the darkness. It was both terrifying and intoxicating, but Alicia knew she could not give in. She had come this far, and she could not allow herself to be consumed. She had already become a part of the void. But she was not its prisoner. She was its equal. Taking a deep breath, Alicia reached out, her fingers brushing against the swirling darkness. The force reacted immediately, a sharp pulse of energy that ran through her, vibrating deep within her core. It was as though the void itself had recognized her touch, had acknowledged her presence. The shadows around her seemed to retreat, drawing back as if reluctant to let her go. She felt a surge of power, a rush of energy that coursed through her veins, a recognition of her place within the void. She was not just a part of it. She was its equal, and yet, even as she felt this power, she knew that she could not wield it blindly. The hunger of the void was still there, a gnawing presence that would never be satisfied. It was a force that could never be fully controlled. It could only be understood. Alicia closed her eyes, centering herself, trying to connect with the rhythm of the void. She had felt its pulse before, had heard its deep, resonant beat. Now, she focused on that rhythm, on the steady thrum that echoed through her mind and soul. The force at the center of the void pulsed again. Its hunger still there, but now Alicia could feel it differently. It was not an enemy to be defeated. It was not a thing to be conquered. It was simply a part of the cycle, a part of the balance between creation and destruction. It was neither good nor evil. It simply was. Alicia breathed deeply, letting the rhythm of the void flow through her, letting it guide her. The shadows around her seemed to settle, the oppressive weight lifting slightly as she reached out, not with force, but with understanding. The darkness, the hunger, the force she had awakened, they were all a part of her now, just as they were a part of the echo. And as she embraced that truth, she felt the void respond. Not with resistance, but with acceptance. For a moment, everything seemed to still. The pulse of the void softened, the shadows receding, the darkness drawing back. Alicia opened her eyes to see the mass of shadow before her, no longer an overwhelming force, but a presence that seemed to regard her with an odd sense of curiosity. And then, just as suddenly, it was gone. The void around her had quieted, the pulse of its hunger now a distant thrum. The rift, the force she had unleashed, had not been vanquished. But it had been tempered. Contained, for now, Alicia stood alone in the stillness, her heart pounding with the aftermath of what had just occurred. She had faced the void, had confronted the force she had unleashed, and had not been consumed. She had not been broken, but she knew this was only the beginning. The void was not a force that could ever truly be defeated. It was a part of the cycle, a part of the echo. And while she had tempered its hunger for now, she knew that it would return, that it would always return, and when it did, she would be ready. Alicia stood in the aftermath of the encounter, the ripples of her actions still vibrating in the air around her. The void, for the moment, had quieted, its insatiable hunger restrained, but not eradicated. The echoes of its power lingered in the vast expanse, a soft hum that seemed to reverberate through her very being. She was no longer a mere observer of the void, she was an integral part of it, just as it had become an integral part of her. The weight of this realization settled over her like a heavy cloak. She had faced the darkness and emerged from it, not unscathed, but stronger. The hunger that had once seemed like an overwhelming force was now something she understood, something she could feel in the very core of her existence. It was as if a door had been opened, and behind it lay an understanding of the echo that few could ever grasp, but understanding was not enough. The balance between creation and destruction, life and death, was delicate, and she knew that the void could never be fully controlled. It was not meant to be controlled. It was a force that existed outside the boundaries of comprehension, a force that was both a part of the universe and beyond it. It could never be truly tamed, only embraced and respected. Alicia closed her eyes, taking a slow, steady breath, trying to center herself. The rhythm of the void still pulsed in her chest, a constant reminder of the power she now wielded, the responsibility that had been thrust upon her. She could feel the watcher's presence nearby, a silent observer in the vast emptiness of the void, but he had not spoken. Perhaps, in his infinite wisdom, he understood that this was something she had to face alone. The silence stretched, the void around her still and silent, as though waiting for her next move. She knew that the force she had confronted, the darkness she had once embraced, would not remain passive for long. It had retreated, yes, but only to gather strength, to prepare for the next phase of its existence. And when it returned, as it inevitably would, she would need to be ready. The path ahead was unclear, the future uncertain. But Alicia had learned one thing in her time within the void: she could not wait for answers to come to her. She had to seek them out, to search for understanding in the darkness. The echo was a vast, ever-shifting landscape, full of hidden truths and forgotten realms. If she was to truly understand the void, to find a way to balance its hunger with the light, she would need to go deeper. She turned toward the horizon, the faint glow of distant stars barely visible against the backdrop of the swirling darkness. There was a direction, a pull, deep within her that urged her forward. It was the same pull that had brought her here, to the heart of the void, and it was calling her to continue her journey. As she walked, her thoughts turned inward. The void had shown her many things, things about herself, about the nature of the universe, about the balance between life and death. But there were still questions left unanswered, mysteries left unsolved. The force she had awakened was only one piece of a much larger puzzle, and she knew that if she was to truly understand the echo, she would have to uncover the rest. The darkness around her shifted, responding to her thoughts, as though it were alive, aware of her every movement. The pulse of the void quickened, a soft thrum that vibrated in her chest, urging her to continue. She had come so far, and yet, she knew that this was only the beginning. The journey was far from over. Ahead, she saw a flicker of light, distant and faint, like a star just beyond the reach of her sight. It was not much, but it was enough to guide her forward. She knew that the answers she sought lay beyond that light, just out of reach, waiting to be discovered. She quickened her pace, her mind focused on the path ahead. The darkness parted around her, like the opening of a door, revealing a new realm. The air grew heavier, thicker with energy, and the ground beneath her feet pulsed with a strange, steady rhythm. The void had given way to something else, something unfamiliar yet strangely familiar, as though it were a part of the same endless cycle. The watcher had fallen silent, his presence still lingering but no longer guiding. She was on her own now, in a place where the rules were not clear, where the very fabric of reality seemed to bend and twist in ways that defied comprehension. But Alicia was not afraid. She had faced the darkness and had emerged stronger for it. She had learned to listen to the rhythm of the void, to understand its pulse. And now, she would listen to the new beat that echoed in the distance. The landscape shifted again, the darkness giving way to a vast, open expanse. The ground was soft beneath her feet, as though she were walking on the edge of a dream. There was no sky here, no horizon, just an endless stretch of glowing energy that pulsed with life. It was as if she had entered another realm, one that existed outside of time and space, where the boundaries of reality were blurred and distorted. She stopped, her heart racing as she took in the strange beauty of the place. It was both serene and unsettling, a place of quiet calm that seemed to hum with power. There were no creatures here, no sounds, no life, just the steady pulse of energy that filled the air, and then, she saw it, a figure, standing at the edge of the expanse, bathed in a soft, golden light. It was not a figure she recognized, but there was something familiar about it, something that called to her. The figure was tall, draped in flowing robes that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. The face was obscured, hidden beneath a hood, but there was no mistaking the sense of presence that emanated from the figure. Alicia hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do. She had come this far, had faced the darkness, but this was different. This was something beyond her understanding, something that defied explanation. The figure turned, and though its face remained hidden, Alicia could feel its gaze upon her. It was as though the very essence of the figure was focused entirely on her, as though it had been waiting for her arrival. For a moment, everything was still. The pulse of the void seemed to quiet, the air heavy with anticipation. And then, the figure spoke. "You have come far, Alicia." The voice was soft, yet carried a weight of wisdom and age. "But the journey is not over. The void is not the end. It is only the beginning." Alicia's heart skipped a beat. The words were not a warning but a promise, a statement of truth that settled deep within her soul. She had come far, yes, but there was so much more to uncover, so much more to learn. The void was only a part of the greater tapestry, and she was only at the beginning of her journey. The answers she sought lay beyond, waiting for her to find them. She stepped forward, her resolve unwavering. The path ahead was uncertain, but she would walk it, as she always had, with purpose, with determination, and with the knowledge that the darkness could not consume her, for she was not alone. The figure raised a hand, and the landscape shifted again. The expanse opening up before her, revealing the next step in her journey, and so, with the steady pulse of the void still in her heart, Alicia walked forward into the unknown, ready to uncover the mysteries that lay ahead. Alicia's journey had taken her into realms beyond anything she had imagined. The soft, golden light that bathed the figure ahead was not merely illumination, it was knowledge, an energy that pulsed with wisdom. The figure, draped in robes that shimmered as if woven from the very essence of the void itself, watched her with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. Their presence was ancient and profound, as if they had existed long before the creation of time. "You have come far, Alicia," the figure's voice resonated in her mind, soft yet unyielding. It was not simply a sound but a vibration that hummed through her entire being. "But you are not yet ready." Alicia swallowed hard, her pulse quickening. Her journey through the void had brought her to this moment, this figure, this being, who now stood in her path. She had faced darkness, confronted hunger, and emerged, but now she stood on the precipice of something greater, more elusive than anything she had encountered before. "I've faced the void," she replied, her voice steady, though uncertainty still coiled in her chest. "I've tempered its hunger, and I've learned its pulse. What else is there?" The figure's head tilted, and though its face remained hidden beneath the hood, Alicia felt an overwhelming sense of being understood. The weight of centuries of knowledge seemed to press upon her, as if the figure had seen the rise and fall of countless worlds, the ebb and flow of creation itself. "There is more, much more," the figure responded, their tone carrying a quiet but undeniable authority. "The void is not just hunger, it is a mirror, reflecting what you cannot yet see. You stand at the threshold of understanding, but there are forces at play that even you cannot yet fathom." Alicia narrowed her eyes. She had felt it, the strange, shifting energy that seemed to pulse from beyond the horizon. An undercurrent of something deeper, more elusive than the void itself. It had called to her when she first entered this realm, but the pull had become more distinct as she walked further, urging her towards something more. The figure continued, their words now floating through her mind like a slow, deliberate tide. "You have seen the void. You have seen the hunger. But you have yet to confront the origin of that hunger, the source of the echoes that ripple through every corner of this place. You have not yet met the echo itself." Alicia's breath caught in her throat. The echo? She had heard whispers of it, ancient words passed down through fragmented fragments of her vision. but she had never understood its true significance. The echo was more than just a pulse within the void. It was something ancient, something primordial, and now it seemed to be calling her. "You are the one who awakened it," the figure continued, stepping closer, though its movements were fluid and almost imperceptible. "And now, you must face it. But you cannot do so alone." Alicia hesitated, the weight of the figure's words sinking into her like stones dropping into the depths of a river. She had awakened the hunger, yes, but the echo, this entity, this force, was something else entirely. She had felt its distant call before, in the recesses of her mind, but never had she thought it would require her to confront it head-on. "How do I face it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The figure extended a hand, its fingertips brushing against the air as though tracing an invisible line in the fabric of reality itself. "You must look within, Alicia. The echo resides not only in the void but in the hearts of all things. It is a part of you as much as it is a part of this place. You will find it when you understand the very essence of what binds you to this realm." The words hung in the air like a promise and a threat. Alicia felt her pulse quicken as the landscape around her seemed to shift. The soft, glowing expanse stretched out further, the colors shifting from golden light to a deeper, more somber hue. A reflection of the darkness that had always existed alongside the void. A ripple of energy passed through her, not from the figure, but from something deeper, something ancient, as though the land itself were awakening. She could feel it then, an insistent whisper, a pulse deep inside her chest, calling her forward. The echo was not some external force. It was something within her, something that had always been there, lying dormant until she had touched the void. She had awakened it, but now, she had to face it, as if in response to her realization, the world around her began to shift. The glowing expanse before her fractured into countless shards of light, each one reflecting a different aspect of herself. Faces she had never seen before, landscapes she had never visited, and memories that were not her own. All these things flashed before her eyes in a dizzying array of images and sounds. Alicia stumbled, but the figure's voice steadied her. "Look, Alicia. Look at what you have already become." The shards of light coalesced, and for a brief moment, Alicia saw herself, not as she was now, but as she had once been. The memories played out like a silent film, showing her past, before the void, before she had embraced its darkness. She had been a simple traveler then, wandering through life without purpose, searching for meaning. And then the void had found her, had beckoned her with its promises of power and understanding. The memories shifted, and now she saw the turning point, the moment when she had awakened the hunger within the void, the moment when everything had changed. The darkness had whispered to her, had offered her its secrets, and in her desperation for answers, she had accepted. She had opened the door to something greater, something beyond her control. And now, she could feel the consequences of that choice in every fiber of her being, but it wasn't just the void that had shaped her. She saw, now, that there were other forces at play, forces that had guided her without her knowledge. The Watcher, the presence that had observed her journey, was but one of many such beings, each with their own purpose. And the echo, the true source of the hunger, was far more ancient than any of them. It had been waiting, watching, just as she had been. "You have always been a part of this, Alicia," the figure's voice echoed again. "You are both the cause and the solution." You must find the balance within yourself, for it is only then that you will understand the echo. The shards of light faded, and Alicia found herself standing once again in the expanse, the figure before her now more solid, more real. The golden light had faded, replaced by a shadow that pulsed with an unfamiliar energy. You are the key, the figure continued. But to understand the echo, you must first understand yourself. The darkness you have embraced is not your enemy. It is a reflection of your own soul. You must come to terms with it before you can confront what lies beyond. Alicia stood motionless, the weight of the figure's words pressing upon her. The path ahead was no longer about defeating the void or controlling its hunger. It was about confronting the darkness within herself, understanding what it meant to carry the echo, and accepting the consequences of her choices. She took a deep breath, the pulsing rhythm of the void echoing in her mind, and for the first time, she felt the darkness inside her not as an enemy, but as a part of herself. The journey had only just begun, and the next step would be the most difficult yet. But she was ready. The figure extended its hand once more, a gesture of both guidance and challenge. "Are you ready, Alicia?" it asked, its voice quiet but firm. Alicia nodded, her heart steady, her mind clear. "Yes. I am ready," and with that, the figure turned, the path before her shifting once again, pulling her toward the next chapter of her journey. The echo waited, and so did the answers. The path before Alicia stretched out endlessly, yet for the first time in her journey, the emptiness did not feel cold. It did not feel like a void. Instead, it seemed to hum with the promise of something deeper, something vital. The ground beneath her feet was solid, but the air around her vibrated with the energy of the unseen. It was as if the very fabric of existence was holding its breath, waiting for her to move. With each step, the presence of the echo grew stronger, its pull unyielding, as if the very space she walked through was shaped by it. She had become attuned to its rhythm, a distant but constant thrum that resonated within her chest, beneath her skin. It had always been there, lying dormant, waiting for her to notice. But now, it was undeniable. The echo was a part of her. She could feel it in her bones, in the beating of her heart, in the rhythm of her breath. Ahead of her, the figure, the one who had guided her thus far, stood silent, watching her with eyes that seemed to see through everything. Through the fabric of space, through time itself. She had grown accustomed to their presence, but today, their silence felt different. The weight of the unspoken hung heavily in the air, pressing down on her as if it was meant to be a test. "You've come far," the figure spoke at last, its voice reverberating softly, like a whisper carried by the wind. "But the next part of your journey is not something I can guide you through. It is a path you must walk alone." Alicia's throat tightened. She had always walked alone, in a sense, since the void had found her. But this was different. She had always had the figure's presence, their words, their cryptic guidance. To walk without them now felt like a vast leap into the unknown. "Am I ready?" she asked, the question lingering in the air, uncertain. The figure did not answer immediately. They simply stood there, watching her with an expression that seemed both calm and filled with unspoken knowledge. After a moment, they finally spoke again, their words soft but clear. "You are ready, but that doesn't mean it will be easy. The echo you seek to confront is not something external, it is the reflection of your own soul, the deepest parts of you that you have yet to face. Only by understanding it will you find the peace you seek. Alicia's breath caught in her throat. The weight of the figure's words pressed upon her, suffusing her with a deep understanding that she was now standing at the edge of something vast, something that would challenge her in ways she could not yet comprehend. "I don't know if I can do it," she admitted, her voice quiet, tinged with vulnerability. "You can," the figure replied, their tone gentle yet unwavering. "Because you already have." Alicia stared at them, the truth of those words sinking deep within her. She had already faced countless trials, each one harder than the last, but this was something entirely different. The echo was not just a force in the void, it was a force within her, something that had been dormant, something that had shaped her choices, her actions. She had to face that darkness, confront it, and accept it as part of herself. The figure stepped aside, allowing the path to open up before her. It stretched out in front of her, disappearing into the horizon. The void loomed in the distance, but it no longer seemed threatening. It was a presence, yes, but not an enemy. The echo was not something she could escape, it was a part of her journey, and there was no running from it. "You are the key, Alicia," the figure reminded her. "But you must unlock the door within yourself." The figure's form began to fade, dissolving into the shimmering light that now surrounded her. The air was heavy with the energy of the void, but it no longer felt suffocating. It was as if the very atmosphere was holding its breath, waiting for her to make the next move. Alicia took a step forward, her feet moving with purpose, her heart steady despite the uncertainty. The path before her seemed endless, but she knew that she could not turn back now. The echo was within her, and she had to face it. There was no more running, no more hiding. She had to confront the source of the hunger, the darkness that had always been a part of her. As she walked, the world around her shifted. The landscape seemed to bend and twist, reality warping and stretching in ways that defied logic. The path was no longer just a stretch of land, it was a living thing, pulsating with energy, alive with the presence of the void. It was as if the very essence of the realm was trying to communicate with her, to guide her, to show her the way forward. And then, as she reached the heart of the void, the air grew still. The vibrations in the air became more intense, the thrum of the echo reverberating through her entire being. It was as if the void itself had come alive, responding to her presence. The ground beneath her feet rippled, and the air around her hummed with the promise of something greater. Alicia paused, her breath steadying. She could feel it now, the echo, not just a distant force, but something alive within her, something ancient. It called to her, a whisper in the back of her mind, urging her to listen, to understand. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath and let the void wash over her. The darkness was no longer an enemy, it was a part of her, a part of her journey. She had awakened it, but now she had to understand it. She had to accept the echo as a part of her own soul. The world around her shifted again, the air thick with the energy of the void. And then, in the distance, she saw it, an image, a figure standing at the edge of the horizon. It was tall, cloaked in shadow, and emanated a powerful presence. The echo, it was not a monster, not a thing to be fought. It was a mirror, a reflection of all that she had been, all that she had become. The figure was not external, it was her own reflection, her own darkness made manifest, and then she understood, the echo was not something to be feared, it was something to be embraced. It was a part of her, a part of the void, and together, they formed the essence of who she was. The hunger was not a curse, it was a gift, a part of her journey, a catalyst for growth. Alicia stepped forward, her heart steady, her mind clear. The path ahead was no longer filled with fear. The echo was not something to conquer, it was something to understand, to become one with. And in that understanding, she would find the peace she had been searching for. As she drew closer to the figure in the distance, the void began to pulse with a soft light, the darkness receding, replaced by a warmth that filled her chest. The echo was not a force to be controlled, it was a force to be understood, and in that moment, Alicia knew that she had finally found her place within the void. She was not just a wanderer, lost in the shadows, she was a part of the very fabric of existence. The echo was not something she could escape, it was her, and she was it. The journey had only just begun, but now, she knew she was ready to face whatever came next. With a final step, Alicia embraced the echo, and the void embraced her. Alicia stood still at the edge of the horizon, the vast emptiness of the void stretching endlessly before her. She could feel the presence of the echo surrounding her, a presence that had once felt alien and hostile now felt like an extension of her own self. It was as though the boundaries between her and the void had dissolved, and she had become one with the landscape that had haunted her for so long. The figure in the distance, the one she had come to understand as the echo, remained silent, unmoving. It was no longer an adversary or a mystery. It was simply there, waiting, as if inviting her to step into the final phase of her journey. But there was no more fear. There was only a quiet certainty. She had already understood its purpose. It was not a force to be feared, but one to be accepted. The air around her buzzed with the faint, rhythmic pulse of the echo, and it was as though the void itself was breathing in time with her heartbeat. Each pulse reverberated through her chest, deep within her bones, reminding her that this space, this void, was not a nothingness. It was alive. It was aware. It was hers. A soft voice echoed through the air, reverberating like a distant whisper, though it did not come from the figure before her. No, this voice was within her, rising from deep inside her soul. Do you see now? Alicia closed her eyes and took a slow breath. The voice, the echo's voice, was her voice. She had always been searching for answers outside of herself, believing that the void and its vast emptiness held the key to everything. But now, as the reality of her journey settled in, she understood. The answers were never outside her, they were within her all along, hidden beneath layers of doubt and fear. I see, she whispered, her voice trembling with the weight of the realization. She was not separate from the echo, she was a part of it. It had always been inside her, just as much as her own heartbeat and breath. The hunger, the emptiness she had longed to fill, was not something external. It was an internal process, an evolution of self. With her eyes still closed, Alicia reached out her hand, her fingertips brushing against the cool air of the void. For the first time, she didn't feel a disconnect. She felt the pulse of the void in her skin, in the air, in the space around her. It was not an enemy. It was a reflection of her soul, an echo of her deepest truths. The world around her shifted. The colors of the void, once an endless, oppressive darkness, began to change. A soft, muted glow emanated from the edges of the horizon, casting light where there had been none. The emptiness no longer felt cold, but warm, alive. It was as if the echo had been waiting for her to understand, for her to finally see the connection between them. The figure before her moved then, slowly, deliberately, as if it were part of the very landscape itself. With each step, the echo seemed to shimmer, its form becoming more distinct, yet still maintaining that elusive quality. Alicia stepped forward, her feet light on the ground, as if the very air beneath her was buoying her up. "You have walked far." "Alicia," the figure's voice spoke, now resonating more clearly. "And you have found what was always yours to claim." She nodded, the understanding settling deeper within her. It was not just about the journey, nor about the external force that had guided her. It was about reclaiming her own power, her own connection to the vastness of the void. She was no longer just a wanderer in a world of shadows. She was a creator, a force of nature in her own right. With that realization, the echo's form rippled and dissolved, its presence merging with the landscape. The void no longer seemed like an empty space. It was a canvas, waiting for her to shape it. She could feel the energy of creation, of transformation, flowing through her veins. The figure's voice, now a soft murmur in the back of her mind, echoed once more. "The echo you seek to understand is not something to control, but something to be. You are part of this vastness, just as it is part of you." Alicia's eyes opened, and the world before her had changed. The void was no longer a place of emptiness and isolation, but a realm of endless possibilities. It was a place where creation was born, where everything was interconnected. She was not lost in the void, she was a part of it. The path ahead of her stretched on, but now, it no longer felt uncertain. The darkness was not to be feared, it was to be embraced. She had discovered the key to understanding the echo, to understanding herself. She was no longer simply a soul wandering through the void. She was the void itself. Stepping forward, she moved through the endless landscape with a newfound purpose. The echo's pulse continued to reverberate in the air, but now, it felt like a rhythm, a heartbeat in time with her own. She was in tune with the vast expanse that surrounded her, no longer a stranger to its power, but an integral part of its unfolding. In the distance, there was no longer just darkness. There were shapes, shimmering outlines forming from the void itself. They shifted and swirled in patterns that felt familiar, yet indescribable. They were fragments of her own journey, pieces of the soul she had yet to reconcile. With each step, Alicia felt herself growing stronger, more attuned to the forces around her. The emptiness was no longer a void, it was a space of potential, a space where anything was possible. She was the echo, and the echo was her. The journey was far from over, but now, Alicia knew that she was no longer walking alone. She was walking with the very essence of the void itself, and together, they would create something new. The path ahead shimmered with endless possibilities. The void had become her canvas, and she was ready to paint her future upon it. Alicia stood at the precipice, the vastness of the void unfolding before her like a sea of stars that stretched beyond comprehension. It was no longer a place of shadows or isolation, it was alive, and she was part of it. The stillness that once weighed heavily upon her now seemed like the calm before a storm of possibility. the quiet hum of creation at its core. Her mind buzzed with the resonance of the echo, that soft thrum that had become as familiar to her as the beating of her heart. It wasn't just a force, a distant presence that she had to confront, it was a part of her now, woven into her very being. She felt it in every breath she took, in every thought that passed through her mind. The echo was the voice of the void, yes, but more than that, it was the voice of herself, a reflection of everything she had been. Everything she was becoming. As she moved forward, the landscape shifted again. The air around her pulsed with energy, as if reacting to her every step, to her every thought. The colors of the void deepened, becoming richer, more vibrant. What had once been an endless blackness was now a living tapestry, swirling with hues that defied definition. It was as though the very fabric of reality itself was being remade in this moment, shaped by her presence. The figure of the echo, once distant and elusive, was now at her side, a shadow of her own making. It moved alongside her, an extension of her own self. There was no separation between them, no distance. It was her reflection, her counterpart. And together, they walked through this vast, ever-shifting world. You have learned the truth, the echo spoke, its voice both soft and powerful, as though it was the very sound of the void itself. You are not merely walking through the void. You are shaping it. You are the creator and the creation, the end and the beginning. The echo is not an enemy, nor is it something to be controlled. It is part of your journey, part of your very essence. Alicia nodded, her eyes scanning the ever-changing landscape before her. The void had never been a place to fear, but a place to explore, to understand. She had spent so long searching for answers in the external world, thinking that somewhere out there lay the key to everything. But now, she understood. The key had always been within her. The echo was her, and she was the echo. As they walked, the ground beneath her feet seemed to ripple with energy, as though the very earth was reacting to her thoughts. The air around her shimmered, alive with the potential of creation. The void was not a barren wasteland, it was a realm of possibility, waiting for her to shape it. And shape it she would. She was the master of this space now, the weaver of its threads. Ahead of them, the landscape began to change again. The swirling colors of the void twisted and merged, forming new shapes, new patterns. The landscape seemed to be alive, responding to her presence, to her energy. It was as if the very fabric of the void itself was reaching out to her, waiting for her to mold it into something new. What comes next? Alicia asked, her voice barely a whisper, yet it rang out in the vastness of the void, carrying a weight of anticipation. The echo's form flickered, as if it was a mere projection of light and shadow, but its voice resonated deeply within her mind. What comes next is yours to create. The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. The possibilities stretched out before her like a horizon without end, and Alicia understood. She was not just a traveler in the void anymore, she was its creator, its architect. Every thought she had, every emotion she felt, was shaping this world, this realm. The void was no longer an unknown entity to be feared, it was a canvas, waiting for her to paint her vision upon it. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, centering herself. She felt the pulse of the echo within her, the rhythm of the void, the energy of creation itself. It was a force both gentle and fierce, a power that flowed through her like a river, guiding her, urging her forward, and then, the void responded, the colors around her shifted, deepening into vibrant hues of blues, purples, and golds. The ground beneath her feet rose and shifted, forming into rolling hills and jagged peaks, into lush valleys and flowing rivers. The air filled with the scent of flowers, sweet and intoxicating. Alicia could feel the life blooming around her, the new world she was shaping taking form with every breath, with every thought. It was a world of balance, of light and shadow, of peace and conflict, of growth and decay. The landscape was alive, breathing in time with her, responding to her desires, her needs. She had created it, and yet it felt as though it was creating itself, as though the very fabric of the void was alive with the energy she had brought to it. "This is only the beginning," the echo said, its voice gentle, almost reverent. "You have unlocked the power within you. The void is no longer a place of darkness and emptiness. It is a place of creation, of rebirth. And you are its creator." Alicia smiled softly, feeling the weight of the words settle within her. She had always thought of the void as a prison, a place to escape from. But now, she saw it for what it truly was, a realm of infinite potential, a space where she could mold reality itself. And she was ready. Ready to embrace her role as its creator, ready to shape this new world into something beautiful. With a final breath, she stepped forward, her footsteps light upon the new earth she had created. The air was filled with the hum of energy, the promise of endless possibilities. She was no longer lost in the void. She had become the void, and with it, she would shape a world of her own. The journey was far from over, but Alicia knew now that she was not just a traveler. She was the creator, the weaver of this new reality. And as she walked through the landscape she had shaped, she felt a deep sense of peace wash over her. She was not alone. She was part of everything, the void, the echo, the world she had created. And together, they would continue to grow, to evolve, to create. In the distance, the horizon stretched out before her, infinite and unknown. But she was ready for whatever came next, for she had become the echo. And the echo had become her. Alicia's heart pulsed with the rhythm of creation, the pulse of the void itself. Every step she took resonated through the newly formed world, the air around her shimmering with energy. The landscape was a beautiful contradiction, chaotic yet peaceful, dark yet alive with color. It was no longer just an empty space, it was a world in flux, shifting and evolving in ways that were both breathtaking and unfamiliar. She stood at the edge of a vast, glittering ocean that stretched far beyond the horizon, the surface reflecting the light of an unseen sun. The water was unlike any she had ever seen before. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, alive with the energy of creation. The waves seemed to pulse with the same rhythm that beat in her chest, rising and falling with her breath, with the pulse of the void itself. For the first time in what felt like ages, Alicia felt a deep sense of connection to everything around her. She was not just a traveler in this world. She was part of it, woven into the very fabric of this reality. The void, once a realm of emptiness and fear, had become a place of infinite potential, a place where she could shape and create anything she desired. But there was more to this world than the beauty of its landscape. There was something beneath the surface, something that she had yet to understand. the figure of the echo appeared beside her once again, its form flickering like a shadow caught between worlds. It had always been there, a constant companion on her journey, but now it felt different. It was no longer just a reflection of herself, it was something more, something deeper. It was the embodiment of the void's infinite possibilities, a guide to the next stage of her transformation. What do I do now? Alicia asked, her voice barely a whisper, yet it carried through the vast expanse, echoing back to her from all directions. The echo's form shifted, its voice resonating deeply within her mind. You have already begun, it said. The world you have created is only the beginning. There is still much to learn, much to discover. The void is not just a canvas, it is a living, breathing entity. And you are its creator. But you are also its student. Alicia frowned, her gaze drifting over the ocean, the vast landscape stretching endlessly before her. How do I learn? How do I shape this world? The echo remained silent for a moment, its presence a quiet hum at the edge of her consciousness. When it spoke again, its voice was calm, almost serene. You must listen. The void speaks to you, Alicia. It has always spoken to you. You have only just begun to hear its voice. Alicia closed her eyes, allowing the stillness to wash over her. The wind around her whispered softly, the sound of the waves crashing against the shore filling the air. It was a strange kind of silence, not empty, but full of potential. She could feel the pulse of the void in the wind, in the water, in the very earth beneath her feet. It was alive, speaking in a language older than time itself. She listened, her breath slow and steady as she focused on the subtle rhythms of the world around her. And then, something shifted, a whisper, so faint that it almost escaped her notice, fluttered in the back of her mind. It was a sound, a song carried on the wind, a deep hum that resonated through her chest. It was a call, soft but insistent, pulling her towards something deeper. She felt the pull of it, the invitation to step further into the unknown, to discover what lay beneath the surface of this newly formed world. Alicia took a step forward, her feet sinking into the soft sand as she moved toward the ocean. The water was cool against her skin as she dipped her hand into the sea, feeling the energy swirling beneath the surface. It was not just water, it was alive, filled with potential, with the same pulse that ran through the void itself. As she stood there, her hand resting in the water, she felt the echo beside her once more, its presence a steady hum at her side. It was not guiding her, not telling her what to do, but it was there, a constant reminder that she was not alone in this vast world. You are the creator, the echo said softly. But you are also the listener. The void will teach you. Just as it has taught me. Alicia closed her eyes again, allowing the sounds of the world to wash over her. The water seemed to move with her thoughts, its surface rippling in time with her breath. She could feel it now, the deep current running beneath the surface, the energy that pulsed through everything in the void. It was a force of creation, of transformation. And it was hers to shape, hers to understand. The more she listened, the more she understood. The void was not just a place to create, it was a place to learn. It was a place of constant change, of evolution. The world she had formed was not static. It was alive, and it was waiting for her to discover the deeper currents that flowed through it. With that realization, Alicia felt a surge of energy course through her body. It was as though the void itself was responding to her, teaching her, guiding her towards something greater. She felt the boundaries of her own being stretch and shift, expanding to take in the vastness of the world around her. She was no longer a mere traveler through the void, she was a part of it, woven into its very fabric. As she stood there, the water lapping gently at her feet, she knew that her journey was far from over. There was still so much to learn, so much to discover. But now, she was ready. Ready to listen. Ready to shape. Ready to become something more. The echo's voice echoed through her mind one last time. The void will always speak, Alicia. But now, you are listening. And that is the first step to becoming the creator you are meant to be. With a final, steady breath, Alicia stepped deeper into the water, the energy of the void flowing through her, shaping her, as she continued her journey into the heart of creation. The water around Alicia rippled and danced as she waded deeper, each movement sending small waves through the shimmering surface. The air seemed to thrum with energy, and as she stood waist-deep in the water, she could feel the pulse of the void beneath her. It was both a force and a presence, a living entity that hummed with infinite potential. The landscape around her had taken on a life of its own, ever shifting and evolving with every thought, every breath she took. Her hand, still submerged in the cool water, now felt more attuned to the very currents of the void. The energy surged through her fingertips, making her skin tingle with a strange warmth. It was as if she had become one with the world she had created, connected to its heart, its soul. The void was no longer an empty, shadowy expanse. It was a place of life, of creation, a world filled with possibilities waiting to be discovered. You feel it, don't you? The echo's voice echoed in her mind, soft yet profound, like the gentle murmur of the sea. The rhythm of the void. It is alive, Alicia. And you are part of it. She closed her eyes, focusing on the sound of the waves. Each rise and fall seemed to match the rhythm of her heartbeat. The connection between herself and the void deepened with every passing moment. She could sense the pull of the tides, the undercurrent of energy that flowed through the world like veins carrying life's blood. This world, her world, was waiting for her to shape it, to guide it toward its full potential. I understand, Alicia murmured, her voice barely audible as she opened her eyes. The world around her seemed more vibrant now, the colors sharper, more defined. The water sparkled with 1,000 tiny stars, the reflection of the sky above shifting and changing with each subtle movement of the waves. She was no longer just a visitor in this realm, she was becoming its steward, its creator. And it was teaching her, but with the realization came the weight of responsibility. The void had always been an enigma, a place to escape into or hide from. Yet now, she knew it wasn't simply something to be controlled or shaped at will. It was a balance of forces, a dynamic interplay of light and dark, creation and destruction, life and death. The void was not a singular thing, it was an ecosystem of existence, a symbiotic relationship between all things. What happens now? Alicia asked softly, feeling the weight of the question settle in her chest. She had created a world, yes, but what was the purpose of it? What was the next step in this ongoing journey of creation? The echo's response was quiet but steady, its presence a constant hum at her side. You must nurture it. Shape it. The void is vast, but it is fragile. It grows with you, Alicia. Every thought, every emotion, every intention you hold within you has a ripple effect on this world. You are its creator, yes, but you are also its caretaker. And this world is only as strong as the balance you create within it. Alicia took a deep breath, feeling the words settle into her soul. It was a delicate task, one that required more than just raw power or will. It demanded patience, attention, and care. This world, this reality she had shaped from the void, was not a static creation. It was living, breathing, changing. And as its creator, she was its protector, its guide. She lifted her hand from the water, watching as the droplets shimmered and danced in the air before they fell back into the ocean, absorbed by its depths. The world around her seemed to watch, to wait, for what she would do next. Alicia's gaze moved upward, her eyes tracing the sky above. The colors of the horizon had deepened, shifting from pale golds to vibrant hues of red, purple, and deep blue. The sky seemed endless, a reflection of the infinite potential of the void itself. There was so much more to explore, so much more to understand. She had begun to learn the language of the void, but there were still layers to uncover. Mysteries to unravel. Where do I go from here? Alicia asked again, her voice carrying the weight of the question. She was no longer asking for guidance on how to shape the world. Now, she was asking about her own path, her own journey. The echo's voice was soft, as though it were a breeze passing through the trees. You must seek the core, Alicia. It is the heart of the void, the source of all creation. It is where the void's energy flows from, where its true potential lies. But it is not something that can be simply taken. It must be earned, understood, the core. Alicia had heard whispers of it, but it had always seemed like a distant legend, something too elusive to truly grasp. Now, however, she felt a deep pull within her, an instinctual understanding that she was meant to seek it out. The core was not just a physical place, it was a concept, a force that would reveal the true power of the void. It was the final piece of the puzzle, the key to unlocking the full potential of the world she had created. Without another word, Alicia turned toward the horizon, her gaze fixed on the farthest point she could see. The journey was far from over. In fact, it felt as though it was only just beginning. She had learned so much, yet there was so much more to discover. As she began to walk, the landscape around her shifted once more. The waters of the ocean parted, opening a path ahead of her, and the wind seemed to guide her forward. The void responded to her presence, as it always did, moving with her, flowing around her, shaping itself to her intentions. It was alive, and it was waiting for her to continue her journey. Alicia moved forward, each step bringing her closer to the unknown. The core of the void, the heart of creation, lay ahead of her. And with each passing moment, she could feel its pull, stronger, more insistent, as though it was calling her home. The path was unclear, but she was no longer afraid. The echo was with her, guiding her, and the void itself was her ally. She was not alone in this journey. She was the creator, the student, and the traveler all at once, and as she walked toward the unknown, she knew one thing for certain: whatever lay ahead, she was ready, Alicia's feet barely made a sound as she traversed the shifting landscape, her senses heightened by the ethereal beauty that surrounded her. The void was no longer a distant, unreachable force, it was a part of her, an extension of her will and heart. The ocean, once an unfathomable abyss, now seemed to pulse with life, its waves rising and falling with a rhythm that mirrored her own breath. The sky, once a vast expanse of emptiness, now painted itself in deep, rich colors that swirled like liquid in a grand cosmic dance. She had learned to listen, to understand the language of the void, but there was still so much left to learn. The core, she could feel it now, an undeniable force calling to her, drawing her forward. It was no longer just a distant idea, it had become a presence, something that resonated within her very being, guiding her every step. The landscape around her continued to change with each movement she made. The once calm ocean began to swell with energy, the water crackling as if charged with an invisible force. The air grew heavy with anticipation, as though the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for her to reach the next stage of her journey. Alicia's mind was filled with questions, but she had learned to quiet them. The path was unfolding before her, and she no longer felt the need to rush. Every step she took felt deliberate, measured, as though the world was revealing itself to her in layers. She wasn't just walking through the void anymore, she was becoming a part of it, shaping it with every thought, every motion. As she continued on, the terrain before her shifted once more. The ground beneath her feet gave way to towering crystal spires, their surfaces gleaming with an otherworldly light. The crystals hummed softly, a melodic vibration that seemed to resonate with the void itself, like an ancient song buried deep within the earth. The path was narrow now, the crystals rising on either side like sentinels watching over her. The air was thick with magic, and Alicia could feel it weaving through her, connecting her to the very fabric of the world she was creating. She extended her hand toward one of the spires, and as her fingers brushed against its smooth surface, a surge of energy coursed through her. It was like touching the heartbeat of the void itself, a powerful current of creation flowing through her. The core is close, the echo's voice reverberated in her mind, calm yet firm. You are almost there, Alicia. But remember, the core is not a destination. It is a key. She paused for a moment, the words sinking deep within her. The core wasn't a place to reach, it was something to understand. Something to unlock. It was the source of all creation, the foundation from which the void had emerged, and from which everything else flowed. It was not a simple, tangible object, it was a concept, a force, a living entity. Alicia continued forward, her steps steady despite the growing intensity of the energy around her. The crystals now seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, their light growing brighter with each movement. The path twisted and turned, the spires shifting and rearranging themselves as though they were alive, guiding her toward her goal. The further she went, the more she could feel the weight of the void pressing down on her. It was not a physical weight, but a weight of possibility. The world around her seemed to be breathing with her, every element in perfect harmony. The void was no longer an empty expanse, it was a place of growth, of creation, of untapped potential. And she, Alicia, was its creator, but with that realization came the gravity of her responsibility. She was not just shaping a world, she was shaping the very fabric of existence. Every decision, Every intention she carried had a ripple effect. She wasn't alone in this. Everything she created, everything she touched, became part of the greater whole. And in